of our national anthem. First call, Class 5, 6, 7, and 8, Angus Bulls. First call, Class 5, 6, 7, and 8, Angus Bulls.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and work through the Angus show at the North American. Nice way to start off our Angus Bull show. We've got a May bull calf here, and he's a little amped up. He's wanting to go and not wanting to show near as much, and he's the only one out here, so I understand that. Bull calf there that I sure think's got some future. He's big-bodied, he's thick-ended, he's pretty sound in terms of his skeletal design. Hard to get a real good read on him moving. He's a little amped up and wants to get a little up on his pasterns from time to time, but we'll get him back out here in a division drive with some other cattle. He'll calm down and show a little better, but nice bull calf to start off our Angus show. Let's give that lady a round of applause.
Second call, Class 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, Angus Bulls. First call, Class 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, Angus Bulls.
Well, good morning, and likewise, as my neighbor next door said, it is a pleasure to get back down on the green chip. Some of you get to do this every year, and some of us just get to do it once in a while, and we're honored when we get the opportunity to come out here and do it. Nice class to get started. In fact, there's a ton of similarities in these first two bulls, just from a quality and design standpoint. Excellent individuals. I like these. Both of these creatures at the ground are really built right in terms of their feet. Their joints are working right. They've got enough body to them. They've got enough muscle at this stage of their life for young, immature-looking cattle. Really, what it comes down to. A little extra length here in the older bull. I like the way that he's kind of made up in his jawline and down through his chest. He's one that I think just has that look of some continued growth and going to make a good-looking big bull on down the road that's just got a lot of value. You start to kind of separate them on little things, and then there's some things about the younger bull that a guy can get pretty excited about. I love his rib cage. That guy and his heart and his forerib, the way he transitions back into his flank. He's excellent from behind, the way that he's constructed in his upper hip. Tailhead sets in him really nice. A good bull, really good in terms of just general design and kind and flexibility with quality. Just not quite as long at this stage of his life, quite as good looking as the class winner, but another really high quality individual. You know, you look at the paper, this guy excites you. He's within this trio, he's got more calving ease. He's nice on his BMI index, and I think muscle-wise, he has an advantage over the two bulls we've just discussed. He's turned really good in his top, got a big stifle, he's got some shape to him. Maybe not quite as good in his shoulder blade, a little bit rounder yet in his joints, and maybe the smoothness thing is where he differs right now. Going to take a little bit of time to go ahead and get this guy to blend it all together, but real powerful shape bull that's sure got some muscle and dimension to him.
Well, a nice pair of these March bulls as we bring them out here. Pair that's contrasting to me in terms of type and kind. Both have some things that you sure like about them. I'll lead with the bull here in front, and he's just a stouter featured one. When you study him from behind, he's wider and more massive out of his hip. He's deeper and bolder from forerib to flank. Just a whole lot more bull there, I think, in terms of power and performance and weight per day of age. When you study the sheets, that backs it up as well. Here's one that I think's got some skeletal and some structural correctness as well. Gets out and moves quite a bit freer and easier than the bull in second. If we're going to be critical of him, he opens up over the top of his shoulder just a bit. I'd tie him in a little tighter there, but a big, stout, rugged bull to win the class. The bull in second is neat and attractive, and boy, he's cool looking when you study him from this view. Really like the way that his neck comes high out of the top side of his shoulder. Neat looking and attractive. He's a nickel straighter in the angle of his shoulder. He's probably just a little flatter made and a little frailer boned and smaller footed than the bull that we lead off with, but sure neat looking, attractive, and cool in his design.
Third and final call, Class 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 Angus bulls. Third and final call, Class 4 through 8 Angus bulls. Results of Class 1 in your NAILE ROV Angus show. In first place, entry number 1, WGA Maverick 12K, exhibited by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Your Class 2 results. In first place, entry number 6, Circle R Midnight Special, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia. In second place, entry number 5, CSR Point 22, exhibited by William Pender of Coleman, Alabama.
Ladies, I'm going to leave you stand like you are, okay? The black bull will be first, the roan bull will be second. We'll talk them here real quick. This pair of January, February calves, you know, the data doesn't tell us much in terms, are there any real genomic differences between them? I think they're very similar when you study that. You know, as you look at the two bulls, there's obviously some differences in type. The February bull is extremely long. He's very muscular in his shape. He's got a tremendous amount of bone to him. I think the one thing that I would say as a general comment about both, you probably want to tweak them just a little bit in the design and the way they set their hind leg to the ground. Maybe the biggest hiccup I see here on the bull that's going to win the class, the black bull, is he struggles a little more out of his front end. I'd like to see him a little more comfortable in the way he sets down on his front feet. You know, but you take his length, you take his muscle, and really what kind of sealed the deal for me, a February bull calf, monster testicles. He's just so much, I think, further along in testicular development. He's just better equipped right now at this stage to project him out as a mature bull to have, you know, just more testicular size. The roan bull, very soft, and you know, that soft coat of hair, the rib cage kind of gives him that impression. Quite honestly, that bull's sounder up front. I think that's a huge advantage that he has over the black bull. And like I've already mentioned, he doesn't maybe sit down quite as perfect off his hind leg. Not as long, not as muscular, but in all honesty, the difference that really made the deal for me on placing these two bulls, he's just, for a January bull, he needs more testicles for me. He's awful small and kind of fuzzy in the scrotum, and so, you know, that's kind of what the deciding factor was here in this pair. So thanks, ladies, for bringing him out here to the show.
Well, a nice pair of these February bull calves, and we lead off with one here in front that I think's just awfully complete in his design. Study that guy from the side, and I sure think that you like the striking profile that he has. He's big-bodied. He's sure got enough width and dimension up high. Really like him at the ground as well. I think when you set him into motion, that's probably where you appreciate him the most. He takes a long, flexible stride from his hock to the ground. He's certainly right in the angle of his shoulder and just gets out there and goes like one needs to. If we're going to be ultra critical of one that I think's awfully good, you might want to see just a little more in his lower quarter, a little more punch there from behind, but certainly one that gives you a cool look, and he's ultra sound. The bull in second, another one that I think brings some quality to the table, maybe in terms of true expression. He reads with maybe just a little more shape from end to end than the bull right in front. He's one that's a little slicker haired, one that just doesn't have quite the look and pizzazz, but again, a bull that's got some true muscle shape and power when you read him out the edge of his loin. He's not quite as secure from his hock to the ground. He's a little smaller footed and frailer boned, just not as cool and neat and as tricked out as the calf that wins the class, but a nice pair of Angus bulls there.
Results of class number 3 in your 2022 NAILE ROV Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 10, Furry Fits Black Label 2229, exhibited by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. In second place, entry number 11, PFL Lieutenant Merlin, exhibited by Mallory Peter of Hicksville, Ohio. Now entering the Angus Bull Ring is class number 4. First call, class 9 and 10 Angus Bulls. First call, class 9 and 10 Angus Bulls. First call, class 1 and class 4 Shorthorn plus females. First call, class 1 and class 4 Shorthorn plus females. Results from your Jack C. Ragsdale Super National Shorthorn Plus show. Your Class 4 and also your early spring bull calf champion goes to entry number 117. SMCK Maverick W23, exhibited by McKay Farms of Morgan McKay of Holly, Michigan. In second place and also your reserve champion, entry number 116. SMCK Goose W27, owned and exhibited by McKay Farms, Morgan McKay of Holly, Michigan. In third place, entry number 125, Steve Harvey, exhibited by Clay Owen of Taft, Tennessee. Your Class 7, your Junior Bull Calves, and also your champion goes to entry number 119, VVCC Bojangles, exhibited by Valley Viesta Farms of Scottsburg, Indiana. Your reserve champion to entry number 120, RDS Jack Frost 1K, exhibited by Megan Kinney of Rockridge, Maryland.
Again, great pair of bulls, and each of them have something to offer here to the program. The first thing that hit me, and again, I had a lot of mentors growing up, a lot of guys that I looked up to, and one of my favorites was Dr. Don Good, and he always used the term beefy. Beefy, that one's beefy, Shockey. And that's exactly what I think about when I look at this bull. You get him stopped, propped up, his rib cage, his bone, his shape, and yet still how he blends it all together. He's so smooth, and he's athletic in the way that he goes. Great big testicles. Again, I think about herd bulls, how they need to be designed and shaped. This guy is good at the ground, and I don't care which direction you want to send it from there. I think he's an excellent kind of a bull. Lots of growth, you know, of the bulls we've seen, the handful we've had out here. He's got a nickel more birth weight, but he complements the extra birth weight with having the real power, the real shape, with some extra yearling weight to go along with it. There's a lot of good values in this bull here, and I say values, you know, we look at calving ease, you look at your BMI, he can change a lot of things, and I like his kind too. You know, he's different. He's a little bigger, later maturing kind of a bull. He's taller fronted. He's got a little more shank or cannon to him. His bone work is great. His length of top is good. He's lean. He's athletic looking in his build. Again, there's a lot of things that I think just that this bull has a lot of value, a lot of quality to him. The substance, the rib, the flexibility, the way that he's shaped, and his hip and hind leg, maybe just not quite as athletic as your class winner, but don't leave the ring thinking, I don't think that bull's sound enough. I think he's got, you know, really good running gear underneath him. Just a really nice pair of bulls here to represent our older division in the Plus show.
Well, nice pair of January bulls here on the Angus side, and a pair of bulls that I think both bring some positives to the table. They're really evenly matched when you study them on paper, and not a whole lot of difference there. I think when you start to break the pair down, the bull here in the lead that's our class winner, just more power and shape and dimension from front to rear. Step in behind the cattle, and he reads with quite a bit more natural shape through his center and his lower quarter. He's bigger topped, he's thicker ended, and he's a bit stouter in terms of his rib cage as well. If we're going to pick on him just a little bit every now and again when you set him into motion, he wants to get a little upright on his rear pasterns from time to time. When he relaxes and goes, I think he covers his track fine, but doesn't take just the perfect and agile step off of his rear too. His old tail head sets up in him just a bit higher. We might set that down in him just a bit, but again, he's still a class winner that brings some added shape and power and dimension. The bull in second, a lot like him in that he balances well from the side. He's long and extended, I think, in his pattern. He's got a big, long, square hip in him. Just doesn't have the dimension and shape from end to end we see in our class winner. A notch flatter and more nondescript in regards to muscle. A little bit flatter and shallower about his rib cage, and not as stout from the ground up in terms of his foot and his bone work, but a nice pair of January bulls there.
Third and final call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 1, Shorthorn plus females. This is your second call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females.
Testing. Certainly a snappy show here on the plus side, but in all honesty, people, I don't care if you bring what we have, 7 or 70 today. We're going to wind up with a good set of divisional winners out here, and I think a couple that really make me proud to stand behind here at the backdrop and take a photo, because I think they're good cattle. Whether you throw a show halter on them and call them a show bull, or you stick them out there in our country with thousands of acres of Flint Hills grass and call them a good solid beef bull, I think these two work. And I want to also, you know, I'm really high on the calves. I think there's good times ahead of them. They got good features to them. Their skeleton's right. Their look and design is right. But again, probably when you get them all out here, There's one that I think just kind of hit you like a ton of bricks, and that's the bull that won the last division. Let's give this young fellow here a nice hand. Excellent representation here of your plus show. Congratulations. Congratulations. Looks good. And we said in class that his classmate, again, I think he offers a lot of value. He's a big bull again that I think has some genetic predictors that are promising. His design is good. He's got some length to him. Again, there's a lot of good things about him. I'd say if the other one didn't show up, we'd be bragging all day about how great this one is here. But he's going to be reserved. Congratulations, this young lady here. Congratulations.
We get our class winners and our seconds back out here for the junior bull calf division, and certainly a nice lineup. We've got 4 bulls out here, and there's some things to talk about and discuss. You know, the young calf out of the first class, it was a single entry, got some future to him, probably could be a bit more secure from his hock to the ground when you get him on the move, but one that I think's got some quality and some future and promise as you project him down the road. Bull out of class 2. Big hipped, thick-ended, got some center body to him. Maybe doesn't give you quite the balance and look and pizzazz as some of the other cattle out here. Opens up a little over the top side of his shoulder and maybe pinches there in his forerib a bit more than ideal. But again, big hipped, thick-ended bull that's got some shape and power. Bull out of class 3. From this view, he's the one that sure gives you the look that you want to see. Cool looking, neat, attractive. Sound in terms of his structure, gets out there and goes like one needs to, and on paper kind of just laps the rest of the competition out here in terms of the paperwork, but also in terms of look and balance and quality. He brings a lot to the table. As I said before, you might want just a little more shape and a little more power when you get right in behind him, but that sure is one cool looking, neat made dude that's sound and functional and really strong on paper. The bull that wins the last class, the January class, he's the one that's got that shape and power and dimension. He's big hipped, he's thick ended, he's got a big old top in him as well. He's neat looking and attractive. As we said before, movement, he sometimes can be a little suspect when he goes. He wants to get a little upright on his rear pasterns. Tail head sets up in him a bit higher, and that throws his balance off just a bit when you study him from the side. But a lot of good in that one in terms of just natural thickness, dimension, and power. He'll transmit some of those things well as you project him down the road also. Nice lineup of these bull calves. I like the bull out of class 3 to be your champion. The bull out of class 4, follow him for reserve. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 4, Shorthorn plus females. This is your first call, Class 5 and 6, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 5 and Class 6, Shorthorn plus females. Shorthorn plus female, entry numbers 13, 18, and 21 to the makeup arena. Shorthorn plus entry number 13, 18, and 21 to the makeup arena.
Well, single entry late December bull here that could probably stood some competition. Here's one that's fairly loose in his structure. He's got some shape and dimension. He's long and extended up through his neck and his front end. Hard to tell much about his figures. We can see his weight per day of age and his weight, so the performance on this guy is not in question. He's doing well. We'll study him again when he comes back for division drive, but a nice single entry bull there.
And your champion junior Angus bull calf goes to entry number 10, Faree Fitz Black Label 2229, exhibited by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. Your reserve champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 15, APS Walter Express, exhibited by Ann Patton Schaubert of Taylorsville, Kentucky.
Nice November here, and a calf that I think sure got some positives, especially when you study him on paper. He sure looks like and indicates to me on paper that he's going to be one of those that'll be a Cavanese bull all the way. Bull there that's a little slicker haired, doesn't have quite the hair to dress him up and fluff him up, but there's some shape and dimension and power in that bull when you study him up high. He's one we could probably make just a bit stouter when we talk about his foot and his bone work. But again, a bull there that I sure think will transmit those Cavanese genetics that the Angus breed is known for. We'll study him again when he comes back for our division drive.
This time, we'd also like our judges this afternoon here in Freedom Hall. Judging your Shorthorn Plus show is Dr. Scott Shockey. Scott was raised on a cow-calf ranch and row crop operation near Lawrence, Kansas. He graduated from Kansas State University in 1984 with a Bachelor's of Science in Animal Sciences and Industry. He earned his MS at Clemson University and PhD at the University of Kentucky, specializing in meat science. He served as the coach of the Kansas State livestock judging team from 1992 to 2003, leading his teams to 5 consecutive national championships during his tenure. Dr. Shockey has judged livestock shows in 40 states, Canada, Mexico, and South America. He and his wife, Candy, live in Westmoreland, Kansas, where they manage more than 80 head of registered Simmental cattle. Their program utilizes an extensive AI and ET program designed around successful, proven cow families. They take pride in building their herd around cattle that are sound, functional, and display genetic excellence not only in the show ring, but also, most importantly, when it put into production. He, along with his son Shane and his wife Melissa, and Shiloh's wife Jamie, remain actively involved in the growth of Shockey Farms and assist with the marketing of their genetics. Your Angus judge today is Dr. John Rayfield of Texas. John is a professor of agriculture education at Texas Tech University. He is superintendent of National 4-H Livestock Judging Contests and judges open and junior shows across the United States. He judged the Supreme Heifer Drive at the 2021 North American, and he lives in Lubbock, Texas with his wife Kelly and daughters Carly and Kendall. He raises Herefords, Simmentals, and steers for all the Texas major shows. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a hand to our judges today here in Freedom Hall.
Young lady brings us an October bull here, and on paper, he's one that sure catches your attention when you look at his dollars, beef columns, and things like that. One that I think's got some pretty good numbers. Bull that I think's got some depth of rib. Bull that offers us, I think, some foot and some bone when you study him from the ground up. I think when you step in behind this guy, you probably just want to see a little more true shape and width. He does give you a neat look from the side, but I would sure love to power him up when I step right in behind him. We'll compare him to his contemporaries when he comes back for a division drive, but a nice single entry bull there.
Second call, Class 5 and 6, Shorthorn Plus females. Second call, Class 5 and 6, Shorthorn Plus females. Second call, Class 9 and 10 Angus bulls. Second call, Class 9 and 10 Angus bulls.
Single entry here on the Angus side, a September yearling, and bull there that's got some added width and dimension. I think you appreciate his width and dimension out over the edge of his loin. He's nice in his center body as well. I think when you set this guy into motion is probably where I have the most concerns about him. Just doesn't travel quite as free and true and as easy from his hock to the ground. Wants to kind of duck his pins, get up there in the center of his spine, and just doesn't handle himself very comfortably and easy on the move. He's one that I think gives you a fair amount of balance when you study him from the side, and he's not terrible on paper in terms of his dollars columns and his growth numbers, but we'll study him again and compare him to his contemporaries here in the division drive, but it'll make for an interesting drive as we get those 4 single entries back out here.
We'd also like to note that during the 2022 Angus Convention held earlier this month in Salt Lake City, Utah, the American Angus Association recognized the Breeder of the Year, Show Bull, and Show Heifer of the Year. Join me in congratulating Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. That is your Breeder of the Year. Conley DS Clear Cut 510 is the Show Bull of the Year, owned by Conley Cattle, David Smith, and Faree Fitzgerald, as well as SF Lady 5030, the Show Heifer of the Year, owned by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. Throughout the show today, we will be recognizing both the champion and reserve champion roll of victory winners. When your name is announced, please come to the backdrop for your awards and photograph. Your 2021 to 2022 roll of victory sire of the year is Conley Express 7211, owned by Conley Cattle of Oklahoma and Express Angus Ranches of Oklahoma. Your 2021 to 2022 reserve sire of the year is Colburn Primo 5153, owned by Abigail Grace Colburn of California. Third and final call, Class 5 and Class 6 Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, Class 5 and Class 6 Shorthorn Plus females to the Makeup Arena. Shorthorn Plus entry number 13 to the Makeup Arena immediately. Shorthorn Plus entry number 13 and Class 4 to the Makeup Arena immediately.
Well, our senior bull calf division here in the Angus show is a bit more interesting than our first calf division was, and there's some give and take out here. 4 single entry bulls and trying to stack them together with a little consistency and rhyme or reason is probably a little tougher than you'd anticipate. You look at the 4 bulls and you look at them on paper. There's one, the bull out of Class 2, has some real nice growth and calving ease numbers. The rest of the bulls are kind of vanilla and all blend together in terms of numbers, and I'd say it's a wash when you compare the paper on those 3. I guess when I think about it from a cattleman standpoint and just from a common sense standpoint, you just figure out which one's probably the one you'd turn out on your cows if you needed one to cover some cows. And you look at the bull out of Class 1, and he might be the most problem-free out here. Long and extended in his pattern, got a little added shape, got, I think, adequate foot and bone. Doesn't wow you in any one area, but probably is the most complete one out here. Bull out of Class 2, like we said, a little slicker haired, a little harder to look at from the side. Calving ease for sure, growth numbers are okay. A little out on his front end, a little shallow in his center body, probably needs more added power. Bull out of Class 3s, maybe a little stouter when you study his foot and his bone work. He's a little hairier also, and that doesn't hurt. Big-bodied, I think decent on paper, neat looking and attractive from the side, not enough muscle from behind. And you set him into motion, he's the straightest one of all when you set him into motion. So a little bit of concern there when you ask that one to get out and travel. Bull out of the last class, moderate frame, got some rib, a little off in his hip, doesn't move very well, and just doesn't give you quite the balance and look and quality. So some challenges, I think, in putting these together. If I had to take one of these beasts and put them with my cows, I'd take the one out of Class 1. He'll be your champion. Bull out of Class 3 will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, real quick back on our plus show. Again, I think there's value in all three of these young heifers, and time only tells as how they mature and develop. But I have a lot of confidence in this first one. You know, she's just so elegant to look at from this side. The way her neck is shaped right now is a young calf. It sets in her blade, her shoulder blade, length the top. I think where she really excels the blue roan heifer is you go from her hooks back. She's a little nicer in where she sets her pin bone, the design of her hind leg, both as she stands and she travels, just a little bit more attractive than the blue heifer. And yet she still gives a really young, calfy look. I think that's pretty important in these younger calf classes to look somewhat immature and green, and I think she sure presents you with that kind of advantage here today. The blue roan has several advantages. You know, one of them that really kind of sticks out as you look at the data that's been given to me. There's some real genetic advantages in her, and yet at the same time, beyond that, we can see that this one here is just going to have today, and I think always, a bit more rib cage and volume to her. She kind of gives you that look of being a little easier fleshing kind of a female down the road. I like her quite well until we get back to the last third of her body, and that's where I'd like to probably construct her just a little bit differently. I'd like to set her up and out a little bit differently in her pin bones, and I think that would change the design of her hind leg just a bit more, but good female. She's going to be a little more moderate, a little easier doing, I think, maybe than even your class winner. Partner, you got a nice heifer, too. I tell you what, she's kind of at that stage of her life where she's really immature yet, and that's not a bad thing. Good looking, really lays nice into her shoulder. When you study the amount of bone work that she has, and especially in the conditioning that she has, I think that's a big advantage of that heifer right there. Kind of like the blue roan heifer ahead of you, we want to change her a little bit in her hip structure. She tends to have just a nickel more set to her hock, and wants to maybe get her hind leg brought up underneath her just a bit more on the lead. But I tell you what, I'd much rather have them that way than one that's too straight. So a lot of promise in that heifer there. Let's just give her some time and let this young man, he'll have some fun with her on down the road.
Well, single entry June bull here, and one that could have probably stood a little competition. He's fairly square and level in his hip. I think he's adequate in terms of his center body depth and dimension. One that's maybe just a notch plainer in his overall look as you study him from the side. A little cresty, a little straighter in his front end, maybe just a notch flatter than ideal when you get right in behind him. But we'll study him again and compare him when he comes back out into a division drive. But nice single entry bull there.
Shorthorn Plus female entry number 28 to the scales immediately. Shorthorn Plus entry number 28 to the scales immediately. First call, Class 9, Shorthorn Plus females. First call, Class 9, Shorthorn Plus females. First call, Class 11, 12 and 13 Angus Bull. First call, Class 11, 12 and 13 Angus Bulls. Second call, Class 9, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 9, Shorthorn plus females. Shorthorn plus entry number 34 to the scales. Shorthorn plus entry number 34 to the scales. Second call, Class 11, 12, and 13. Second call, Class 11, 12, and 13 Angus bulls.
Got a pair of April yearling bulls here on the Angus side, and an easy and logical place to start's the bull that we lead off with. He's certainly the combination bull when you look at him from this view, and then when you study him on paper, that just kind of solidifies the fact that he wins and wins pretty easy. There's a thick-ended, powerful bull that's big-topped, wide and massive out of his hip. He's one that's stout from the ground up. Love his foot and his bone work. Appreciate the fact that all of his toes go in the right direction. He's neat-looking and attractive up front. Huge body, good made, real soft and flexible from his hock to the ground when you ask him to get out there and travel. And again, doesn't disappoint you when you study his numbers. Pretty strong in terms of his carcass and his growth numbers, so nice bull to lead off with. Bull in second, you know, another one that's long-bodied, extended in his pattern, and he offers some shape and dimension up high as well, just doesn't have quite the balance and look and symmetry of our class winner. Wants to hock in, probably just a bit more than ideal, could be a little more comfortable and easy on the move, and we could give him some added power and dimension to rival that bull that's in first. But nice pair of bulls in that April class.
Third and final call, Class 11, 12, and 13 Angus bulls. Third and final call, Class 11, 12, and 13 Angus bulls. First call, Class 14 and 15 Angus bulls. First call, Class 14 and 15 Angus bulls. Third and final call, Class 9, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 9, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 14 and 15, Angus bulls. Second call, Class 14 and 15, Angus bulls.
Well, this is certainly my expectation of this show, and boy, they're in here. This is a great class. I'm not smart enough to tell you which one would be the next best bred when we bring them back here next year, but I'll guarantee you there are several in here that'll be a player as we get them, you know, a little later on here in life and maturity. And there's just so many things that can go right or wrong at this stage of their life, but there's great pieces. Every heifer in the class has something that I think if you get on, just a comparative sense, there's heifers, the blue roan heifer on the end, for example, has as much real muscle and hip and bone as anything in the class. So again, I think you can really get pretty critical of, you know, this top end, but you're going to also be probably stretching the truth if you do that. Let's talk about, don't leave me yet, young lady. Let's talk about this heifer. Again, I think when you, in my mind, when I think about what a female at this stage of life needs to look like, it's her. Now, she's a little longer head, a little more mature up in her skull, but the neck, the shape of it, the shoulder blade, the way it's hooked up high and down to the point, it allows her, I think, just a little more comfort as she moves out of her front end. This one's really nice in her spine. She stays correct. She stays good in the way she sends her tail head out to the end of it. Her length of body kind of gives me some promise that she's going to continue to grow and make a nice big yearling. And yet at this stage of her life, she's got enough muscle for me. There's bigger, stouter cattle behind her, no doubt. But I think for a young heifer calf, her muscles, she's stout enough. It's shaped into her skeleton right. I just think there's just so much good in that female right there. And if she continues to keep coming along at the stage that she is right now, I think that will be an awful nice one down the road. As she walks away and you get behind both of these, that might be the advantage right now I see in the white underline heifer. This one's really good from her hock to the surface from behind as maybe compared to your class winner. Nice in her rib cage. Everything down low is really neat. You know, she's good in her heart and her forerib. She's kind of got that nice swoop to her rib cage. Good in her frame size. And again, she gives me that good calfy look about her head and her features and her skeleton that she's going to continue to be gross. She won't be a big heifer, but she'll dang sure be big enough. If I'm going to fix this one a little bit right now at this stage of her life, it would be up in her shoulder. She's a little bit more opened up on the top side of her blade. She interferes a little more out of her front end when she moves. Again, to take that really long and what I would call a more flexible step like we see in the first heifer, that's probably where I would change her. Many of you would start with this one. I would not argue one bit. If you're in the mode of more bone and power and muscle, that red heifer sets the bar higher than anything here in the class. Just monster underneath, big up in her top, big in from behind when you get up into her pin set. For me, again, I like a heifer calf to look like a calf, and she's just a little more mature in her look and her bone, the shoulder blade and all that. So again, it's just one of those deals where there's some that would just eat that one up, and I absolutely can see that. And then for me, she's maybe just a nickel course for a young calf. This is one that you could just as easily want to say, let's put her last because she's the little heifer in the class. This will make a 1,500-pound cow someday. I will promise you that. That thing is built incredibly good in her structure, Little calfy, youthful head on her. She's young featured and yet still shaped very nice. Yeah, in this class, she gives up a lot of weight. And she's never going to be as powerful, I don't think, as several cattle that stand around her. But, ma'am, I'll tell you one thing. She's got the quality look to her, her design, and she's always going to be one that I think, for me, when you enter that ring and you got that kind of presence, I'm always going to take another look at you, and that's exactly what she does. She kind of captures you because of her skeleton, her design, and her balance. I like this red heifer as well. She's bolder, she's stouter, you know, all the things in terms of dimension you want to talk about, you're exactly right. Maybe a little steeper on both ends, a little shorter hipped. Again, a little thing I'd like to do is set that tail head in her differently at the end of her spine. But, you know, primarily I think that one needs to be lengthened out and shaped just a little different in her hind leg and her hip structure to make her go just a little easier. But a very, very good heifer. I think in terms of volume and natural volume, I think that one's as good as any in the class. Another real good kind of a cow prospect because she's got ribs, she's got durability, she's going to be a little more modest in her mature size. But we think about these kind, at least in our country in the Midwest, kick them out, don't have to feed them a whole lot this time of year. That kind right there would certainly do it. You know, from a show ring standpoint, she maybe doesn't hit you quite as hard. She's got just a little bit more lower shoulder, not quite as stout bone. We've already talked about the blue one. Again, that's a big hip, big bone rascal. Her length of body's good. Kind of at that gangly teenager stage right now. She doesn't blend everything together quite as smoothly. Just, again, a little like the red heifer I talked about earlier. Maybe just a nickel course for a young heifer calf for me. But lots of value. Good class. Great class.
Third and final call, Class 14 and 15 Angus Bulls. Third and final call, Class 14 and 15 Angus Bulls. This is your first call, all champion and reserve division champion Angus Bulls. First call, all champion and reserve champion Angus Bulls.
Well, we've got a trio of bulls here in this March yearling class, and there's some differences to talk about for sure, but I think you easily land on the combination bull here in first to win the class. I think it's pretty simple. When you set him in motion, that guy's the soundest structured one. He's sure the one that offers you some balance and some look and some quality from the side. Another bull that's just big hipped, thick-ended, good made in terms of his center body. But again, set him into motion and the thing's over, in my opinion, in this class because he takes so much more of a long athletic stride compared to the next two bulls behind him. He tucks up in his flank just a touch, but again, a bull there that I think brings a lot of quality to the table. Bull in second probably is a bit more massive and probably one that's got a little more growth and performance and weight per day of age. Set him into motion, and he just doesn't want to go quite as well off of his front end. He's one that doesn't travel quite as free and easy and secure off his hind legs either. He's got a little more set to his hock. He wants to, at times, get a little up on his pasterns. He's getting a little shorter and crestier and more mature up through his front end. Just doesn't offer us the balance and look and pizzazz from the side that we see in that class winner. The white scrotum bull here in third, he's one that's moderate framed, and on paper, there's a few of his columns that sure catch your attention. You know, he's one that in terms of calving ease and milk, you really like on paper, but I think when you set him into motion, he's got to quickly go in that third slot. He's a little tighter in his hip and his spine. He's a little shorter strided and more restricted in his movement when you ask him to get out there and travel. And compared to those other two bulls, he gives up some performance and some growth and some weight per day of age. But again, appreciate him for some of his really strong columns on paper.
First call, Class 10, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 10, Shorthorn plus females. Entry number 47 and 49, Shorthorn plus females to the makeup arena. Entry number 47 and 49, Shorthorn plus females to the makeup arena. Entry number 51, Shorthorn plus females to the makeup arena. Entry number 51 to the Shorthorn plus female makeup arena. Second call, all champion and reserve champion Angus Bulls. Second call, all champion and reserve champion Angus Bulls.
All right, in a perfect world, we would take the good of each of these and come up with the one that just really, really works. And really, for me, and it's always been this way, it starts with skeleton and structure, and I think that's where the roan heifer kind of has the advantage, the angle over shoulder. But I really would focus on the hip and the hind leg and the way that it's constructed. I think her pins are set up a little nicer. I think just in general, she's longer in the hip. I like the design of her hind leg, and as we watch these two heifers move, to me, she's just a bit more comfortable in the way she sets it to the green chips down here. Big bodied, long spine, very broody. You know, she's, again, for a calf, she's probably a little juicier than I like, a little fatter. I like to lean her up, make her just a little more youthful in her head and her general design, but I think she's one of those kinds. She looks at a pan of feed and probably gets fat just by looking at it because she's got that extra bold rib and substance, that lookability where she can sure do it. Blue roan heifer, really good up in her throat, her jawline, down through her chest. A lean heifer, yet very, very muscular. If you just study her from behind and analyze the shape she has, she's probably got more real red meat in her than the roan heifer. Probably for me, just a little, again, a little shorter hip, a little rounder in the way she comes into her pin set. I'm at this stage of her life maybe a little more concerned in the way she handles that hind leg, both from the side and as you get in behind her. But there's a lot of good features in her. Like I said, in the perfect world, we could take those two cattle, put them together, and come up with a really, really nice one here in this class.
Pair of February bulls here in an easy class winner, in my opinion. Study them from this view, and you just like the rib and volume and mass you see in our class winner. He's also got the added thickness and power and shape from end to end, a bull with quite a bit more balance and look and symmetry when you view him from the side. He's also stouter from the ground up, sounder and more functional in terms of his skeleton. We'll see him again here in a division drive. If we want to pick on him, he doesn't probably travel and set those rear two down quite perfectly, but he does cover his track pretty well when you ask him to get out there and go. Nice bull and an easy class winner. Bull in second, long and extended in his pattern, a little short and cresty up front, kind of throws his balance off. To me, he gets a little more tubular in his rib design. He's got some true shape and dimension. And again, his ribeye column's one that I think impresses you, but again, he just doesn't have quite the pizzazz and look and power from end to end we see in that nice class winner.
Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion division Angus bulls. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion division Angus bulls. First call, class 16 and 17, Angus cow-calf pairs. First call, class 16 and 17, cow-calf Angus pairs. Results of your Angus bull show your champion senior bull calf goes to entry number 20, Circle R, Play It Safe, 1973, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia. Your reserve champion senior bull calf goes to entry number 24, EGF Style 106, exhibited by Madison Taylor Stratton of Appomattox, Virginia. Your champion intermediate Angus bull goes to entry number 30, Circle R Peace of Mind 154, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia.
Single entry here, January yearling bull, and one that on paper probably charts as well as any we've seen today in terms of his growth numbers. Really strong in that regard, certainly more than acceptable, and I think one that brings some value in terms of calving ease and growth. You study those columns and I think you're really impressed. Look at the bull himself, and he's deep-bodied. He's one that I think's got adequate balance when we study him from this view. I think the problem for me is when you step in behind him for a bull that size, you just want a little more true muscle and shape, especially up high and throughout his center and his lower quarter. But again, single entry bull, we'll study him again in division, but one that has been unrivaled on paper to this point in our bull show. Commend him for those things, and we'll study him again when he comes back in one of our division drives.
Second call, Class 10, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 10, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 16 and 17 Angus cow-calf pairs. Second call, Class 16 and 17 Angus cow-calf pairs. First call, Class 18 Angus females. First call, Class 18 Angus females. This time, we'd also like to recognize your Roll of Victory champions. Your 2021 to 2022 Junior Bull Calf Champion of the Year goes to Lazy JB Eco 1428, owned by C5 Angus of Illinois, Dameron Angus Farm of Illinois, and Lazy JB Angus of Colorado. Your Reserve Junior Bull Calf Champion of the Year goes to Conley Ransom 1810, owned by Case Conley of Oklahoma. Your Senior Bull Calf Champion of the Year was a tie between AML Point Taken, owned by AM Livestock of Missouri, Brent Boyce Farms of Missouri, and Jackson Dill, also of Missouri. Your Show Bull of the Year went to Conley DS Clearcut 510, owned by Conley Cattle of Oklahoma, David Smith of Colorado, and Faree Fitzgerald of Indiana. Third and final call, Class 10, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 10, Shorthorn plus females. Entry number 49 to the Makeup Arena, Shorthorn plus female entry number 49 to the Makeup Arena immediately.
We get our junior yearling bull drive back out here, and certainly a little more depth and consistency and quality as we get these bigger bulls back out here, and certainly some things to talk about when you study each one of these individuals. Bull out of the first class. We talked about him in class and like the way this one's put together. I appreciate his skeletal correctness probably as much as any of them out here. Really like the appropriate set that he has to his hock. Gets out there and takes a long fluid stride, handles himself real well in terms of the angle of his shoulder, the angle of his hock, and the way that he goes and travels. To go along with that, he's got some added muscle and shape and dimension. He's sure got some look and balance and quality from the side as well. And he's solid across the board in terms of his figures and offers you some value, I sure think, in terms of ribeye and growth. A bull there that I think's got a lot of positives going for him. Bull out of Class 2 is one that's a little intriguing when you study him. This guy's got plenty of shape and dimension and power to him as well. Like the way that he comes out high out of the top side of his shoulder with a long extended neck. Bull there that reads with plenty of shape and dimension when you get up high and study him over the edge of his loin and then back from behind. If we're going to be ultra critical of a really good bull, he's a little lower in his pin set. He's not quite as square and level in terms of his hip design as a couple of the other bulls out here, but he's got that added shape and dimension we like to see. And for a bull that's got that added muscle, still gets out there and travels pretty well. He's one that on paper is just kind of there across the board. Not any red flags, not anything that makes you go wow, but certainly some good in that bull in terms of quality and muscle and shape. The bull out of Class 3 is another one that you like in terms of moderation of frame size. Like his foot and his bone work. Appreciate his depth of body. I think when you get back off the cattle and study him from the side, He's one that maybe gets just a notch plainer in his overall look. He's a little flatter in regards to muscle when you get behind him, a little shorter and crestier up through his neck and his front end. Bull that's sound structured, and again, solid on paper across the board. He offers you some value, I think, in terms of his ribeye column as well, but just gets to me a notch flatter when you read him from behind. Not quite the pizzazz and look and balance maybe we see in the two bulls in front of him. The bull that wins the last class, just got finished praising him in terms of his numbers and his figures, and we'll do that again. You know, if you look at him across the board in terms of his growth numbers and in terms of his calving ease numbers, you sure got to appreciate that, and he catches your attention. Study him from the side and from behind. There's something a little weird about his dissension, his testicular dissension, and it just doesn't look well from the side. Something a little off and twisted there. That's a long, extended pattern bull that's fairly level and square in terms of his hip. He doesn't move quite as well as the cattle right in front of him, and I think in terms of true muscle, he's the lightest muscled one we've got out here in the drive, but I sure appreciate the fact that he charts so well on paper. I think we've got some nice bulls out here, but honestly, there's one that fits the bill for me in terms of putting a lot of nice things together in a good package. It's the bull out of the first class of this division. He'll be your champion. We'll follow him with the bull right behind him that was first in class too. Congratulations.
Another nice class. It's probably just a little more complicated. You know, I think there's, again, a heifer or two in here that can kind of throw a wrinkle into things, but I'm very, very, very happy with what I think is the right place to start up here on the top end. I think, again, not only is a calf, and she's a little more immature than a heifer or two here in the class in terms of her features, and you say that, and yet still we get to the ground and we look at her foot, we look at the bone that she has. She's probably got, you know, the most substance there. But I love this one's rib cage. I love the flexibility of this heifer. I think the angle of her blade, her knee, her hip design, the way she sets to the ground here, really good. You know, she looks comfortable standing, looks very comfortable. We put her on the move. And then I just think about, again, a turnout brood cow someday. This is the kind of features that I see in her. I just think she has that ability to maintain herself, still have quality. I still, every morning I go out to look at cows and feed cows, I got to look at them suckers, you know. I want them to be easy doing, and good, but they also have to have that look, and I think she does that. I love this one at the ground. I think she's very, very good in that regard. I thought the race was for second. And again, I'm going to project just a little more future in here. And as I study this black heifer, the way she's built in her knee, the way she handles her spine, as we work out of her shoulder blade, we get back into her tail head. I probably preferred her just a little bit better than the red heifer today, and the way she stays collected in her top. A nickel more bone underneath her, and yet still gives you a nice immature look. I think she'll be bigger in terms of size than the heifer that wins the class. Where I would fix this one is we get in behind her, and she's probably not quite as good in her pin set. She can get a little awkward off her hind leg as you watch her go away from her. I'd like to just square her up and maybe change her just a little bit more down to the surface from behind. But from the side, the set of her hock, the design of her bone, I thought was a little bit more of an advantage over the red heifer. Good features in this red one, too. Good looking, nice rib cage. Really blends so nice out of her shoulder blade, and her heart comes back into a really nice uniform underline. I guess as I study this one on the move, if we could just take that tail head and send it differently out of her spine. It wants to kind of a tendency of kind of rolling up. And for me, and again, I might be reaching a little bit, but I'm going to call her not quite as good in the length of step and just the mobility out of her blade and her knee like those first two. But standing, I like that one a lot. She's got a lot of presence. This is the one that throws the wrinkle for me. You know, she's just a big, long, extremely good structured one that's just, again, not there yet. She'll be a big one. You know, she's, for me, a little longer-headed, plainer-headed. and it's going to take some time to get the middle third in her. When we get her there, and it might be next year, we bring this one back, and you're like, wow, because that thing, in terms of length and neck shape and hip and hind leg and bone, there's just a lot of good, but she don't fit. She don't fit in here today. I'm not sure where you set her in this lineup. There's things about her you want to brag about, but for me, I think about that one down the road here as a cow. She's going to be a little bigger, maybe a little harder to maintain. Nice heifer here. I'd like to change, really, again, her shoulder blade forward. I would start with her head. She's a little plainer headed, maybe going to be a little thicker in the shape of her neck at maturity, but from there back, we look at the rib cage. Again, the flexibility this heifer has, her pin set, her hind leg, I think is really, really nice. I haven't talked a lot on the genomic side. This one here, in terms of BMI, is as good as anything we've seen in the ring. In fact, the next one's not bad. This one here, I give her the advantage because of that. Bigger skeleton, a little longer body kind of a heifer. Maybe not stamped with the quality of bone, the substance like the heifers ahead of her, but genetically she offers a lot of good. And even the heifer that completes the class, I think there's some advantages on paper that others don't have. She's got more bone to her than the one we just talked. She maybe comes in a little smaller package. Again, maybe just a little quicker in her kind as I read the maturity on her, but she's a good quality heifer. There's nothing wrong with her. She just happens to sit in one of those classes. It gets pretty tough up on the top end.
Well, an interesting pair here in these November yearlings, and they're contrasting to me in terms of type and kind, in terms of visual appraisal, and they're contrasting when you study them on paper, but at the end of the day, I think you just got to use the good stock, and to me, the bull in first is the better stock. When you study him in terms of his skeletal design, moderation of frame size, thickness, width, dimension, all the things that we need a bull to do, he kind of wins. Now on paper, it's a kind of a different story because nothing's really been reported, but I'd still rather have him to turn out in a commercial or a purebred setting when we think about the value of those bulls. Just a whole lot more muscle, whole lot more structural and skeletal integrity, and a bull that to me wins pretty handily in terms of visual appraisal. Bull in second's got the advantage in terms of numbers, and again, don't want to slide him and say that he's lower quality. He's a bull that I think's got some charts, some figures that are very impressive. His dollars beef and his ribeye, his growth numbers all look excellent, and I commend the bull and the young lady for that. That one's a little larger framed. To me, he's a little bit harsher in terms of his rib design. He's a little ill-made in terms of his skeleton. For me, just doesn't get off his rear feet and legs very well. A little straighter in the angle of his shoulder, a little flatter in his muscle design, and higher in his tail head. I need that one to balance quite a bit better to rival the bull in first.
First call, Class 13, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 13, Shorthorn plus females. Results of Class 14 of your Angus show. In first place, entry number 44, Two Bows Power Chip 102, exhibited by Sadlow of Murray, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 43, 2600 Hot Lotto 0860, exhibited by 2600 The Farm, LLC of New Richmond, Ohio. Once again, third and final call, Class 16 and 17, cow-calf Angus pairs. Third and final call, Class 16 and 17, Angus cow-calf pairs to the makeup arena.
First division, again, absolutely incredible. It's what we think of when we think about the Shorthorn Plus program, and taking a couple of different breeds and putting them together and getting the ideal end product. And we have two that I think are going to make just really, really nice champions. There's one that I think just has so much more presence. She's stunning out here in the lineup. I think there's girl and gas left in her. She's got enough stuff to her for me as a young female, and that's going to be the young lady that wins the first class. Let's give her a nice hand. That'll be our first champion here in our divisions of heifers. Congratulations to you. Quite honestly, when you put the two white-bellied heifers out here and you study them, those two are very much alike. You know, they're big, bold cattle. They got some bones, some substance to them. Basically, the heifer that just won that last class, I think she's hooked up better and her shoulder blade up high. Again, I think that one's really good for the kind of bone mass she has and substance to stay that flexible and sound. I think really nice. Don't just have that sternum and chest and that presence like this one here, but that thing's going to make a whale of a mama cow. Let's give her a nice hand. The winner out of Class 3 here will be reserved in this first division. Congratulations.
Pair of senior bulls here on the Angus side, and again, contrasting in terms of the way that they look, contrasting on paper, but I'm still going to use the ones that I think are the better stock. And the bull we lead off with, it's got the white scrotum back there. He's just got more shape and dimension and power. Read that one up over the edge of his loin, and he's got quite a bit more natural muscle shape and dimension. To me, he balances quite a bit better than the bull in second. Takes a longer, freer, more accurate stride. He's a little neater up through his neck and his front end and his chest. And again, a bull that I think offers us just a bit more quality, even though we don't see the value on paper that we see in the bull right behind him. To me, he's the one that's got the most positives in terms of look and balance and quality. Now, the bull in second, sure, he's impressive on paper, especially when you look at his calf and ease numbers and maternal numbers. You appreciate those things about him. I just don't see enough balance and look and quality in that guy from the side. A little shorter and rounder in his hip, a little poorer structured, and just a little shorter and crestier and plainer about his neck and front end. Interesting pair of bulls to sort there.
Your Class 15 Angus bull results: in first place, entry number 45, CB Inside 120, exhibited by Covered Bridge Farms of Rockville, Indiana. In second place, entry number 47, KRB Beacon 5320, exhibited by Caitlin Beavers of Louisville, Tennessee. Once again, all champion and reserve champion division Angus bulls should be in the makeup arena. Once again, all champion and reserve champion division Angus bulls to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 13, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 13, Shorthorn plus females. Your Shorthorn plus Class 6 results: in first place, entry number 35, SN Lucky Charm 220, exhibited by Madeline Berg of Osage, Iowa. In second place, entry number 36, CF Mona Lisa 255, exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. In third place, entry number 41, Armstrong Farms. In fourth place, entry number 38, Campbell Thomas. In fifth place, entry number 40, Grady Harrison. In sixth place, entry number 34, Kayla Fogg. In seventh place, entry number 32, Emma Arnett. Your early spring heifer calf champion of your Shorthorn Plus show goes to entry number 16, Miss Silky Bow 422, exhibited by Emma McGoughlin of Woodsfield, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 35, SN Lucky Charm 220, exhibited by Madeline Berg of Osage, Iowa. Third and final call, Class 13, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 13, Shorthorn plus females.
We get our senior yearling bull drive back out here, and you know, there's some things you can sure talk about and discuss here. And if you're a Angus EPD and numbers enthusiast, you're probably like this guy. You got judging's a whack job, because the cattle he's got in the first hole that are in consideration don't have any numbers reported. The cattle that are in the second hole out of both those classes have some numbers and have some pretty decent numbers. Like I said earlier in an earlier division, I think it's still about sorting the quality of the cattle. And if I think about it from a cattleman's perspective, I think you use the cattle that if you had to turn them out in a commercial setting or a purebred setting, you want to use the ones that you think will make the best cattle. And I think we've got the best cattle sitting here in first, honestly. Bull that wins the first class, moderate frame, thick, powerful when you study him from behind. Not perfect in terms of movement and mobility, but neither's the bull right behind him. But he is probably the most skeletally correct bull we have in the drive, and the one that I think just gives you some practicality, some look, and some value. Bull out of the second class, he's big topped and he's long and extended up through his front end. He's a little ill-made when you study his top and his hip. He doesn't blend together quite as well from his forerib back to his flank. He's a big topped bull with some added muscle and some shape. He's fairly sound at the ground, but probably doesn't take quite as accurate a stride as the bull right in front of him and doesn't offer the look and balance and quality. The two bulls that are seconds in this drive both have some impressive numbers, and I'll give you that. They have some impressive columns on paper. We just need more look, balance, and skeletal correctness if we're going to get them up into a first hole. Bull out of Class 1's champion in this division. Bull that's out of the second class is reserved. Congratulations.
This time, we'd also like to recognize your Roll of Victory Award winners from 2021 to 2022. Your Intermediate Champion Bull of the Year goes to Seldom Rest Regulate 105, exhibited by Seldom Rest Farms of Michigan. Your Reserve Intermediate Bull Champion of the Year goes to Kirk Vision 9717, owned by Cannon Kirk of Texas. Your Junior Champion Bull of the Year goes to Silveris Convoy 340, owned by Silveris Brothers of California and Tri-T Farms of California. Your Reserve Champion Junior Bull of the Year goes to K-Bar D West Point 14H, owned by K-Bar D of Oregon and Rockin' A&J Angus Ranch of Washington. Your Senior Champion Bull of the Year and Reserve Show Bull of the Year goes to MCSSF Night Sky 9088, owned by Don Akers of Maryland, Sunrise Sunset Farm of Indiana, and Zachary McCall of Virginia. We'd also like to recognize your 2021 to 2022 Roll of Victory Reserve Senior Champion Bull of the Year, EXAR Expressway 1079B, owned by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Second call, Class 18, Angus Females. Second call, Class 18, Angus Females. Now entering the Angus ring is a selection of your Grand Champion Angus Bull. From your Junior Bull Calf Division, number 10, Furry Fits Black Label 2229, exhibited by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. From your Senior Bull Calf Division, number 20, Circle R Play It Safe 1973, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia. Your Intermediate Senior Bull Calf Champion, entry number 30, Circle R Peace of Mind 154, exhibited by Circle R Angus of Alma, West Virginia. Your Junior Yearling Bull Calf Champion, entry number 32, HAG Black Crow 106, owned by the Haggards of Indiana, Sunset Farms of Indiana, and Weingartner Show Cattle of Ohio. Your Senior Yearling Bull Champion, entry number 44, Two Bows Power Chip 102, exhibited by Sadlow of Murray, Kentucky.
Okay, back in our plus ring, again, just a really nice class. And I'm going to just say this. You may agree or disagree. That's okay. This one's different. She's different from what I've seen all day, and I'm going to label her as just super broody. her head. She's got some jaw. She's got, again, that brood cow head, and even though she's not quite as chiseled in her throat like some we've used, she's still got her sternum stuck up in her right. She just has that brood cow look. She's got the extras to a little higher degree in terms of her bone, her natural rib, substance, and yet still to me just looks like a mama cow. We've talked about heifers that we can turn out and they're going to be easy to keep, but they've not always also been the same heifers that have the look and presence. And this one here, I think, kind of ties those things together. So sometimes it's good to be different, sometimes it's not, but today it's good to be different. I like that one a lot. Again, when we try to, at least I like to try to take the show ring and try to put it in some real-world perspective, I think this one here can sure do those things. The next two heifers are an awful lot alike. They're cattle that are very long. In fact, they have some advantages over the heifer that's going to win the class. This heifer that ends up second maybe comes at you a little truer at the ground. Not that we have any big issues with the first one, but I do like the way this one comes at you. Her length of spine, her tail head sets in maybe just a little smoother than the class winner. But to take it to the degree like she has in bone and substance and that cow look, she doesn't blend it together quite as smoothly. I think these two are so much alike in kind, though. I think their length, the way that they move underneath are good that way. They probably have, again, a lot of the same kind of similarities in just rib and muscle. I felt that the heifer that wound up in second, she tied her top line together a lot better as you work out of her top of her shoulder. You know, her spine and the way it hinges into her loin and to her tail head, I thought was just a nickel smoother than the young man's heifer that winds up here third. This one may have a little more bone than her. Again, they're so much alike in so many ways in terms of length and natural shape and muscle that I don't think that's what really sorts them. For me, it was just kind of all a pie, and I like the young lady's heifer and the way that she kind of held her spine and her top line together, both as she stands and she travels. We go down to one that's a little different than those two here, and again, not necessarily different being bad, but if we think about, again, the easy fleshing kind of cattle that are not going to be as big in their framework, I think we can see that in her. She's pretty moderate in her size, a nice muscular shape to that heifer. She has some body to her. We take that muscle shape, and in this case here, it maybe gets just a little rounder on both ends. You know, the shape of her shoulder and her hip, and maybe not quite as long in the way that she's constructed, especially in her hip structure like the other two ahead of her, but a nice female. Again, I don't think she's out of the money. I think she's a good kind. I think maybe the next blue kind of tinted heifer here, just freshen that one's neck up. You know, a calf, I think they still need to be a little more youthful and maybe not quite as bloomy. This one just naturally has real body in her. She's got some dimension, good bone work on that heifer, but a little thicker neck, a little chuffier up in her front end. Once again, we could design that shoulder blade and the way it hooks into her spine, maybe leaning her up will help that regards, but that's a good heifer as well. There's a lot of real substance. This one is really stout from behind. Big pinned. Handles her hind leg very good to have that kind of shape to her. I love her length at top. Again, she's one of those that's going to take a little more time to get some extra middle third. The big thing I would change on this one structurally is maybe just kind of screw those front feet around, set them a little differently in her knee and up into her shoulder, but there's a lot of good features in her, especially when you walk behind them. This one here, you kind of got to take a second look because the way she's made in her pins in her hind leg. The next two heifers, basically just a little more length and total, I think what someday will end up being dimension in the black heifer. She's very smooth, obviously not quite as strong and correct in the set and travel of her hind leg, and both of them we maybe fix just a little bit in that regard. I think the roan heifer, once again, in terms of the angle of her shoulder, her rib cage, there's some real strengths that she has over the solid black one. She comes just in a little smaller package out here. I like the moderate, but maybe this one here maybe tends to be a little bit more on the small side, just get a little more framework on her.
Third and final call, Class 18 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 18 Angus females.
We get our championship drive back out here in the Angus Bull Show. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. They got out here and got cattle ready early this morning to present, and certainly I know that that's not always the easiest task to be the first one out the gate in the morning. So appreciate these exhibitors getting out here, getting after it, and bringing us a nice set of bulls to evaluate first thing this morning and getting them presented to us at a high level. Bull calf out of the first division. I think you like a lot of things about him just in terms of look and balance and quality. He's one of the solid ones in terms of numbers across the board. Love his look and his balance and his presence. Like his skeletal correctness. Said a couple of times I might give him just a little more punch from behind if we want to talk about ideals, but I sure think there's a lot of good in that young bull calf, a lot of future. Bull out of the second division won his division just by being kind of the complete bull in there. Didn't really wow us in any one area, but hard to pick a hole in him in that division. He's long and extended in his pattern. He's one that's long and neat up through his neck and his front end. Has some added shape and dimension of muscle compared to his contemporaries out here. He gets a little shallower and harsher about his forerib and his flank. Could have more center body depth and dimension, but again, won his division just by being a pretty complete, neat, and attractive bull. Bull out of the third division was a single entry in his class and in his division. We appreciate that one in terms of his long, level, square hip. He needs a bit more muscle, and to me needs a bit more look and balance and pizzazz to rival some of these cattle that are out here in the drive. Don't want to take away from him in terms of being a division winner. He's out here when it counts, and so he's out here competing at a high level in comparison to some of his contemporaries that just didn't show up today. We studied the bull out of the fourth division, and again, we've talked about him a couple times already. He's not wanting to show the best right now, but when you get that guy on the move, I think that's probably where you like him the best. He takes a long and accurate stride. He's good-footed. He's stout-boned. He's big-hipped and thick-ended. Really love the center body depth and dimension in that guy, and when he does just kind of relax and quit fighting the halter, he sure gives you a great look. He's got some numbers behind him as well, solid across the board just in terms of his performance, but also combines that with some phenotype and some look as well. Bull that wins the last division, like we said a few minutes ago, can't read much into his performance and his numbers, but a bull there that's moderate frame, deep centered, really stout hipped, and got a lot of muscle and power. Wish that he probably moved a tick better from his hock to the ground. Maybe would fix his testicular dissension just a bit, but a big-bodied, thick-ended bull nonetheless with some look and some balance and some presence. It's been my pleasure to sort through the Angus Bull Show. I'll go show you the two of them I like the best.
First call, Class 14 and Class 18. Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 14 and 18. Your Grand Champion Angus Bull out of your Junior Yearling Division goes to entry number 32, HAG Black Crow 106, owned by the Haggards of Indiana, Sunset Farms of Indiana, and Weingartner Show Cattle of Ohio.
We bring in the reserve bull out of that fourth division, and he merits some discussion, so let's talk about him just a bit. A bull there that's got some pieces and parts that I really like. He's big-topped, he's thick-ended, he certainly has a neck that sets high out of the top side of his shoulder, and to have that added width and dimension and shape, he gets out there and goes pretty well off both ends of his skeleton. I was critical of him in division in terms of his hip design, and I'll be a little critical of him again here. I wish we could pick him up in his pin placement, set his hip out just a notch wider and square, and make him a little more impressive in the top portion of his hip. Wants to cut up in his flank just ever so slightly as well. There's a lot of good in that bull in terms of thickness and power and width and dimension. He's also got some look and some balance. To me, the decision for reserve comes down to him and the calf out of the first division. They're the best stock out here in terms of just look and balance and presence. You could probably go either way. If you ask me which one I like the best, I like the calf. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
And your reserve Grand Champion Angus Bull from your Junior Bull Calf Division goes to entry number 10, Furry Fits Black Label 2229, exhibited by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Second call, Class 14 and Class 18 Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 14 and Class 18 Shorthorn plus females.
Another class where there's, again, no right, wrong answer. There has to be an official answer today for our record keeping, but I think you have, again, good cattle to work with, and I'm not, again, I think this one has enough body. But I'm also going to say, as you get her out here, and for all the ones that like the big puss-gutted, heavy-bellied ones, you're not going to like that one. But when I study everything else about this one here, this is the best heifer in the class for me. I love this one's skeleton, her blade, her knee. I think if we take a little of the fill out of her, she handles her spine better than she does out here. This one's extremely good to her pins and off her hind leg. Got enough of a lady look to her about her front end. You know, again, there's some things about her. Yeah, if we was to make the perfect show heifer, we would give her a different flank. We'd give her more belly. I'm going to bet, as a bred heifer, we probably won't say that later on down the road. I just think structure-wise, and especially the way this heifer comes out of her blade and her spine up high, holds herself together in her tail head or upper hip, that's where she has the advantage here over the heifer in second. When this heifer's kind of cooperating and acting right, I think she is, again, maybe not perfect out of her shoulder and her front end, but she's better than she presents herself 80% of the time out here. I think, again, as a cow, there's a lot that we need to value in that heifer there. She's going to be a little bit more moderate in her overall size than the next two cattle, yet still going to make a 1,600-pound cow, I promise you. She's big ribbed. She's got some muscle in her, the right kind of muscle shape. She looks like a female in the way everything's tied into her skeleton, if you will. She's not maybe quite as horsey in her bone and quite as coarse in her muscle, maybe like the heifer here in third. Again, there's times where she wants to open up a bit more up in her shoulder. She wasn't quite as nice in her spine and her top line as the heifers that really stand on either side of her, but I like that one as a cow for a lot of the features that she has. Partner, this again is one of those, it's just a big old horsey kind right now, and we need to get her at a more mature stage where we can redesign her. Her balance is off just a little for me. She's got the big bone, the big hip in her, but also with that comes more shoulder, a little more boldness in front, and right now at this stage of her development, it kind of throws her out of kilter for me. And just honestly, that's a big horsey kind, and I don't know where we set her in the lineup. If you like the bone, you like the muscle, you move her up. The next one's really long and deep. I just find that one to be a little too one-dimensional for me. As she get in front of her, you watch her from behind, she's just a little narrower gauge, just a little flat for me in the way that she's constructed, but her length, again, the female character, because of her smoothness and refinement, I think is a huge advantage. Lots of muscle in the heifer that we have completing the class. She's just a little round, a little tight made, and obviously here as we see her move, it kind of affects the structure on her just a bit, but certainly a power heifer that does have some dimension to her. In this division, I know it's going to wind up where we don't have peas in a pod to represent your Grand Reserve, because I said that heifer's different up front. And again, today is a good day to be a little different. And I think, again, I just study, and maybe it's silly to some of you, but a cow, a heifer that's got a little more substance of head and jaw, and just that little stouter look, and yet still keeps it blended together so smooth and looking like a female, I think is pretty tough to turn at this stage. So let's give him a nice hand. Our Class 1 winner out here in this division will be our champion. And let's bring our classmate over here and take a quick peek here and pick your reserve. You know, again, I think you could make a real strong case for either one. The one that I think just has more totals, and you know, we get this one further along as a bred, and down the road, I think we're going to like her a whole lot better, and that'd be the heifer that won the second class. She's going to end up being our reserve in this division. Congratulations to you.
Third and final call, Class 14 and Class 18 Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 14 and Class 18 Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 19, Angus females. First call, Class 19, Angus females.
I think both of these heifers really deserve a chance to win the class. And again, I would say I wouldn't argue if you want to switch them. There's reasons that we can sure do it, and I wouldn't disagree. I guess for me, when I get up on them on a close inspection, and again, if I could just ignore everything in the front third and study the last two thirds, which I really did, I like this one a lot from their back. I think her forerib, the way her rib cage is shaped and the honest shape that it is, I especially like this heifer, hooks to her pins, her tail head. I think she's got a nice, attractive hind leg. You know, her issues are up front. She's a little low-headed. She doesn't set it in quite as nicely, her neck into the top of her blade like you'd want a show heifer to do. And when she decides to pay attention and be a show heifer and pick her head up when we get her stopped, she looks really good. But she's the kind, I don't care how strong you are, young lady, you're probably always going to struggle to get her head up as you take her around the ring here. She just doesn't have that right kind of skeleton up front to do that. But I like her. I think as a cow down the road, we're going to appreciate that one a lot because I think she's going to be very sensible in a mature size and yet still possess some real dimension and durability. The old heifer that's got the coat of many colors, again, is one of those that just, she hits you pretty hard when she walks in. She's got that cool brockle face and big alert ears. She's very attentive, you know, in the way she carries her neck up out of her shoulder. She's got the extra bone work. And again, it's one of those situations, if that's your speed, that's your kind, then you think I made a big error placing them the way I did. And I wouldn't disagree if you like that kind. For me, she's just a little too much in terms of bone and just her bulk. She doesn't look as feminine and as mature or maternal, excuse me, as the heifer that wins the class. But if that's your speed, you like them that way, then you know, that's good. This heifer in third, again, she's at just a disadvantage right now with just mass and maturity. I think in terms of skeleton and structure, that's the best one in the class. I like the angle of her blade. Again, she's soft enough top and yet still has the hip and hind leg that sets down and just really looks very comfortable. So as we go ahead and keep bringing this heifer along, we get her bred, we get some baby in her, mature that one up. That one's got a lot brighter days ahead of her than she does here today. We step down in mature size, or frame size that is, but yet still one that's going to weigh up quite a bit. The young lady that kind of scattered out her entrance gate over there, that's a big body, wide constructed heifer, maybe just a little coarser than what I like. The other blue roan heifer here, again, very muscular. She just puts it in a little shorter, rounder package than some of the cattle we work with up here on the top end.
First call in Class 21 and 24, Shorthorn plus females. First call in Class 21 and 24, Shorthorn plus females.
Got a single entry here as we start our cow-calf division, and certainly one that could have stood some competition, a cow that's just really neat and attractive. Love the femininity and angularity she's got up front. She's still real fresh in her appearance, and love the depth of body you see in this female. She's sound structured. Got a nice bull calf at side, doing a great job with him. We want to pick on the cow any at all. We might want to shorten her teat size up just ever so slightly. That's being awful nitpicky on a really nice pair. We'll see her again here in a championship drive pretty soon, but nice way to start our cow-calf show.
Shorthorn plus entry number 73 to the makeup arena. Shorthorn plus entry number 73 to the makeup arena immediately. Second call, Class 19, Angus females. Second call, Class 19, Angus females.
You know, again, selfishly, you'd like to, as you're out here judging, say, well, I wish we could just put these two together, because I think, again, there's just value in both of them, and they're a total different perspective in terms of what they are and what they're going to be someday as cows. And in the blue heifer, just a step down on frame, is she big enough? Well, that's the question mark, because I don't think that one's any too big that ends up here second in the class. But what I do like about this one here, again, today and always, this heifer will have a better shape in terms of her top, her rib cage, just a little more substance. Again, that look of some durability, I see that in her. We can nickel and dime structure on these two here. I don't see any big holes, big issues that I would say is going to make a difference down the road. I think, again, if we was to say, well, which one's better structured, I think they're fine. I do like the design of the cap of her hock and the way that joint is constructed, maybe more so than the bigger heifer. But that's a good heifer if you like them, you know, that kind of shape and kind of stoutness, and yet still keeps it pretty smooth out here. Now, the reason I would be sure interested in switching it, because up front, the length of neck and the way that neck ties into the shoulder blade is a big advantage of the solid black heifer. Length of body's good. You know, again, I think she's fine at the ground. She's got nice enough feet. Her structure works pretty good. Right now at this stage, with the extra length that she has in frame, she's a little flatter shape, just not quite as opened up and bold from one end to the other. So it's one of those deals where if she continues to kind of come along and get more substance as we get her bred and come along, this pair can easily be switched. So both heifers are nice. We don't have an issue with either one of them.
A couple cow-calf pairs here on the Angus side, and we lead off with this pair in front. And again, when you study them visually and then you compare them on paper, easy and logical choice is this pair here in front. Love the cow in terms of look and balance and quality when you study her from the side. Love that big square hip that she's got. Appreciate her center rib. She's sound and functional on her feet and legs. Offers you some balance and some look, but probably more importantly than anything, just look at what she's got behind her or on her side. Heifer calf there that's got that added stoutness and width and power. She's stout from the ground up. Proof's always in the pudding in these cow-calf pair classes, and certainly you see the proof walking right behind her. Easy winner, logical place to start for me. Cow-calf pair in second. Don't want to take anything away from her. She's got some quality and some look and some balance. Appreciate the way that that one also comes to us in a pretty sound and flexible package. She's long and extended up through her neck and her front end. Set her into motion. She maybe wants to get a little high on her spine. She's a little high on her tail head. Just throws her balance off a bit compared to the class winner. Got a nice heifer calf at side as well. Maybe one that's a little more refined than the heifer calf on the first place pair. But again, a big bodied, high quality heifer calf at side. Nice pair to evaluate there. Two nice ones, I think. Congratulations to them, and we'll see them again here in our cow-calf drive.
Shorthorn Plus, entry number 73 to the makeup arena immediately. Entry number 73 to the makeup arena, please. Your Class 16 Angus cow-calf pair results. In first place, entry number 49, TLF Northern Miss, owned by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. Your Class 17 results. In first place, entry number 51, Snyder's CCW Proven Queen 214, owned by Madison Taylor Stratton of Appomattox, Virginia. In second place, entry number 50, BJF KCC Alba 9326, owned by Taylor E. Jeffries of Canmer, Kentucky. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is a selection of your champion cow-calf pair.
Real quick here on our plus side of the ring, and we were in our fall division, and the solid red heifer, predominantly red heifer, really smooth, still preserves some shape and boldness to her. And we talked about how I see this one having, you know, a nice combination of some power and substance, not overwhelming, but yet puts it in just a real smooth female-looking package. We'd like to fix her just a nickel out of her front end as she travels, no doubt. The blue heifer, a real stout, powerful kind. She's got more bone work. Just in general, the shape of that heifer is one of those that you just can see the extra raw meat, muscle in that one there. Maybe just a little rounder, a little coarser in the way that she kind of puts it all tied into her skeleton. I personally think that really the heifers that came out of that first class, the solid red one, the red roan, those two kind of put the more goods to me together. Let's give both of those young ladies a nice hand. This will be our champion. Young lady, you want to pray over here. This will be our reserve. Congratulations to the both of you.
Well, only 3 cow-calf pairs here in the Angus show, but certainly some quality to talk about as we get them back out here. The single entry out of the first class, we praised her for her femininity, her angularity, and just that neat, attractive look that she's got up front. Like the way that that one opens up with some center rib and some volume and capacity. Just really like the look and balance and femininity you see in that cow. As we said before, might shorten her up in terms of her teat design just a bit. Got a nice bull calf at side. Again, he's real complete. One that I think's got some future and some promise. If we want to talk about ideals, we might stouten him up just a bit. But again, main objective there is getting a live calf on the ground, and certainly she's accomplished that. Nice female there. Cow-calf pair out of the second class, as we talked about her just a minute ago, probably the value that you see here is just that real nice heifer calf at side. The cow's certainly a real complete one. She doesn't wow you in any one area. She's probably just a little more plain and common about her front end in comparison to the female right in front of her, but big-bodied, thick-ended, stout-featured in terms of her foot and her bone work. And obviously that's translated into a heifer calf at side that's really powerful and stout and massive, high quality. And again, like we said, when we evaluate these cow-calf pairs, I think you always got to think about what's at side and how much value and emphasis you put on that. In doing so, this is our champion cow-calf pair. These guys that won the first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 21 and 24, Shorthorn plus females. Second call, Class 21 and 24, Shorthorn plus females. Your champion cow-calf pair of your Angus show goes to entry number 51, Snyder CCW Proven Queen 214, exhibited by Madison Taylor Stratton of Appomattox, Virginia. Your reserve champion cow-calf pair goes to entry number 49, TLF Northern Miss, owned by Holly Rose Marsh of Earlville, Illinois. This is your third and final call, Class 19 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 19 Angus females.
Yep, I believe we even have a division here, if I read this right. And again, it's nice because we have, again, fantastic representation here in this summer division. Quality cattle, they're both good, they're different maybe, and I think, again, when we get outside of the extremely high quality, the presentation part of the heifer that wins the class, we kind of study her just from a standpoint of balance. I think that's kind of where she wins is. She just kind of fits it all together a little nicer. She's built a little better there in her heart and her forerib, and the way that she comes back into really the kind of flank she has, the hip and hind leg design. We get her stopped, and even on the move, I think she really kind of looks the part. Good female. I think it'll be a lot of fun. We get this one kicked out. We make her a mama cow. We melt some of that fat out of her. I think we're going to like that one an awful lot. Just a nice quality heifer. There's some advantages if you just start marking things off the list. This one here is longer. She's bigger bone. Got a nice elegant head and look about her. I mean, there's things this heifer has that your class winner doesn't bring to the show ring. That extra length takes a little more effort to keep it all together. And from a balance standpoint, I think you kind of study her from front to rear. She's got just a nickel more lower shoulder and chest. And as we work back, and this is just really kind of typical of cattle that are so long, they get just a little tighter, a little higher up in their flank and kind of throws her just a nickel out of kilter. I don't know that I'm quite as fuzzy about the design of her hind leg and the way that it works maybe as your class winner. Not an issue, but if we was to say which one's closer to being ideal, I'm going to probably vote for the heifer that beat you. But a lot of good in this one here. Again, I don't talk a lot about the genetics. I'm not going to get on the mic and tell you that you need to breed a certain cattle because of genomics, but this one's really good in that standpoint. And I think if we show a few cattle, and I don't want anybody to tell me how I need to use cattle genetically, but that's one thing you've done a good job on this one here. Numbers read really good. We take that with a female that's just got a lot of muscle and volume, and again, some real-world genetics with cattle that can certainly work out here. Maybe not the show ring appeal, but she's got some good genetics to work with.
Third and final call, Class 21 and 24, Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 21, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 25 and 28, Shorthorn plus females. First call, Class 25 and 28, Shorthorn plus females. Shorthorn Plus exhibitor, entry number 85, Tyler Dossey to the makeup arena, please. Shorthorn Plus entry number 85, Tyler Dossey to the makeup arena. Results of Class 18 of your Shorthorn Plus female show. In first place, entry number 80, Saul Fancy Cherry, 1221J, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 82, CF Mona Lisa, 197 Primo, exhibited by Josie Beiser of Camden, Ohio. In third place, entry number 81, BK Peaches and Cream, exhibited by Bailey Kleiss of New London, Missouri. Second call, Class 25 and 28, Shorthorn Plus females. Second call, Class 25 and 28, Shorthorn Plus females. Once again, Class 24, Shorthorn Plus females to the makeup arena. First call, Class 20, Angus females. First call, Class 20, Angus females. Shorthorn Plus females, Class 24 to the makeup arena. Once again, Class 24, Shorthorn Plus females to the makeup arena. Entry number 100 and 106 to the makeup arena immediately. Entry number 100 and 106, Shorthorn plus females to the makeup arena immediately. This has been your 5th call. Third and final call, Class 25 and 28 Shorthorn plus females. Third and final call, Class 25 and 28 Shorthorn plus females.
We've got a single entry June heifer calf here on the Angus side, and one that could have probably stood some competition. Still young in terms of just calendar age, one that's got some volume, some capacity, some width and dimension. Could make her a little neater and more attractive up front if we want to talk about ideals, but nice single entry heifer calf here to start off our Angus female show. We'll see her again in a division drive.
Second call, Class 20 Angus females. Second call, Class 20 Angus females.
All right, back on our plus ring. Again, I think the best way for me to describe this one is she's a sprinter. Yeah, she's not a marathoner. She's not a yeah, she's a sprinter, and I think that's why you win. You know, I'm going to pick on her for maybe being a little low-fronted, maybe runs downhill a little bit, and the reason she does that is because the angle of her blade is set back. You know, she's got that cushion to her knee, and that's why when we watch these cattle move, this one hits the ground up front the way it needs to go. It's really got a nice soft cushion look to it when it hits the surface. She couples that with, you know, great body length, tremendous dimension in terms of her rib, and just monster bone. Again, maybe not what I would classify as a real maternal or refined looking female, but rather one that has incredible substance, dimension, and bone, and yet still to stay that flexible, you know, in the running gear is makes her pretty unique. Standing, I like this one a lot, the black heifer. She keeps her top up nicer. She balances out really well, even though she too might have a nickel chest with her. She's got the nice underlines hooked up a little better right in her forerib than is the red heifer. But again, nice hind leg. I don't have really no issues at all with that. I want to change this one up in the front third of her body. If we could just lengthen her neck up, but more importantly, set her scapula back, just have her move a little more comfortable out of her front end, then the game gets a little bit closer. But I think we have to start with one that's just today more flexible and sounder, kind of keep with the theme the way we started out the day. Blue Roan on the stand, you got to like her. I mean, that is one big-barreled, stout one that's got some balance and design to her. Again, just a little sluggish, maybe too many days at the fair. She just doesn't get out here and look as comfortable on the go. She kind of shortens up on both ends. But again, I think on the presentation part, started. When we get her stopped and propped up, put together, that's an awful nice female. The heifer's got some socks here, really lean condition. Again, quality-wise, not a bad female at all. They've got her presented very nicely. Like the blue roan ahead of her, maybe just to another extreme point. She's a little steeper up in her shoulder and her joints and just doesn't flex and stay as loose made underneath as I would personally like her. But again, once we get her stopped and put together, there's just a world of quality. Tremendous body length in the next heifer. In fact, if you just kind of look at the angle of her blade and the way she moves out of her front end, she probably has some advantages over the two heifers we just discussed. I don't particularly like the cap of her hock, the shape of her hind leg. Really from her hooks back is where, if we could build one differently, that's where I would probably start on her. Therefore, I think a pretty nice kind of a female, though.
Third and final call, Class 20, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 20, Angus females. First call, Class 21, Angus females. First call, Class 21. Shorthorn Plus, entry number 126, Craig Fuller, to the makeup arena immediately. First call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus females. First call, all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus females.
Well, nice set of these May heifer calves here, and these top two I think are real nice cattle. I think there's some subtle differences between the two of these, but I give the nod to the ladies heifer in the lead. There's just more female there in terms of rib and volume and mass. There's also quite a bit more natural thickness and added power from end to end. She's certainly got more width and dimension up high. She's certainly got more width and power as you study the cattle from behind. And I just love the shape and flare she's got to her rib cage in comparison to the female in second. Just a whole lot more lower rib in that female. She's ultra feminine. She's sound and flexible in terms of movement. Real high quality female to lead off with. Heifer in second's another real good female also in terms of look and balance and quality. When you get off of her and study her from the side, she's neat, she's angular, she's attractive. She too is pretty sound and flexible in terms of movement. She's just flatter made than the heifer in first. She's a little flatter when you step right in behind her. She doesn't have quite the dimension and shape from the back side of her blade back to her hip. Just a little flatter made, but certainly the look, the wow, the pizzazz is there. We just probably need a little more muscle in them, and we see that in the heifer that wins the class. The heifer in third, another practically made female that's big-bodied, thick-ended, certainly one that's long and extended up through her neck and her front end. I think of those top three, she's the straightest fronted one, and I'd like to rock her back in the angle of her shoulder, let her travel a bit freer and truer in that regard, set her tail head down into her just a bit more, but like the body, like the look, and certainly the presence you see when that one is parked and standing still. Heifer in fourth, another nice female there. Gets a little bit straighter from her hock to the ground, wants to get a little upright on those pasterns ever so slightly as she goes. Wants to get a little bolder at her shoulder when you ask her to get out there and travel. I'd set her tail head down into her just a bit more, pick her up in her pin placement to balance her up a bit more, but love the shape and flare she's got to her center rib. Heifer that comes next, a little smaller in stature, a little more moderate in terms of her frame size, would probably give her a bit more growth and performance in comparison to her contemporaries out here. More importantly, I need that one to be more feminine and attractive up front to work her way up higher. Conclude the class with a pair of heifers here. One that comes next is thick and stout, just a little off in regards to her hip and her spine when you ask her to get out there and travel. Heifer we conclude the class with. Growth, the high-performing, one of the bigger framed, bigger scaled females out here, just needs more look and balance and pizzazz to work up in a highly competitive class of May heifer calves. Nice set of females to evaluate.
Second call all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn plus females. Second call all champion and reserve champion Shorthorn plus females to the makeup arena. Second call class 21 Angus females. Second call class 21 Angus females. First call class 22 Angus females. First call class 22 Angus females. Your Class 18 Angus female results in first place, entry number 52, RVF Pretty Girl, K20, owned by Sawyer Keith Eastridge of Tazewell, Indiana. Your Class 19 Angus female results in first place, entry number 57, SSF Envious Blackbird 5022, owned by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. In second place, entry number 62, Clark Boys SR Sandy 2090, owned by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. In third place, entry number 53, Ray Beneker. In fourth place, entry number 59, Larry and Joe Horseman. In fifth place, entry number 60, Selby Holsey. In sixth place, entry number 58, Weston King. And in seventh place, entry number 56, Taylor Jeffries. Third and final call, Class 21 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 21 Angus females. This is your second call, Class 22 Angus. Second call, Class 22 Angus females.
All right, very, very nice class. And again, sometimes even though I love judging shows, and I can get a little outspoken sometimes on where I think we need to be at certain stages of life with cattle. And so we've got two heifers, and for some of you, you'll say, well, boy, they're not near as big as the next two. That's correct, because the next two weigh 1,700 pounds. And there's two things I really appreciate about Louisville, besides the green chips: the organ and the fact that we get weights as judges. I think we need to do this at every show. I would love to have weight per day of ages on the calf classes. I like to have weights on these heifers because we talked about in fact, I'm not so sure the lady standing second here didn't have a little bitty calf in a class, and I said someday she'll make a 1,500-pound cow. We have a heifer up here in front that's just short of 1,600 pounds, 15 and a half. We got a 1380. Those are big enough bred heifers for me. In my world, they're going to be just fine. And I think it's close. But I think when we put them in equal conditioning, this one's, again, maybe just a little bit fatter inside. When we take a little of that out of her, there's still more heifer here. This one's just bolder. The way that thing's constructed up high in her upper rib, the way she comes back into her pin set, the general shape of her hip, I think there's just naturally going to be more substance to this heifer, and yet still we get her stopped and propped up. I think she looks just like a maternal cow. She's got a good broody look to her head and her neck. Now that both of them have kind of settled down and relaxed, they look a lot better on the move. At first, they were both a little quick in their step, and they were tightened up a little bit more in their spine. And the first heifer here in particular, I don't know that she's perfect out of her shoulder, and I was a little hesitant on, can we switch them, because I think this one is better. But as they've kind of settled into the environment in here and taken their time, I think we got enough soundness up front, but just a beast of a cow from there on back. I tell you what, this heifer, again, comes to me in the right kind of conditioning. She's lean, she's fresh, looks like a lady out here, the way she blends it all together. I love this one's skeleton. I think, again, there's so many things about her, and the minute she comes through the ring, I'm just gravitated, maybe because she's that old dusty blue smoke, but whatever it is, I think there's just a lot of quality in this heifer here. 1,385 pounds is big enough, okay? The reason I didn't use you is because when I get up on the top of this heifer, I study her back into her pins. I think just the dimension of her is not near as overwhelming as the heifer that wins the class, but it's close because you have so many things that's really up my wheelhouse in terms of just design and freshness and skeleton that I can really gravitate towards. I'm going to tell the young lady here in third, the only reason you stand third is not because you have structure issues, you don't have enough body, you don't have enough. You stand third because you're just too big for me. I mean, that's just what it boils down to. I don't have but a handful of cows, or our donor cows that weigh 1,700 pounds, and I don't see, again, in my world, a real need for a cattle, both her and that's in fourth here, to be that big. Now, with that being said, there's still a lot of good in her. I don't think you can get real critical. This one's structure and design. I mean, for big cattle, she's still got some good in her. So this would be the kind that if we have one and we call her the donor, that's cool. If we had 100 in my world, I couldn't afford to feed them with $7.50 corn. So, again, I don't want you to leave the ring and say, boy, that guy's an idiot. Appreciate what I'm telling you. I think in the world of big cow production, that one just comes in too big of a package. And I think the same here with the next one. I think she is about a pound short of 1,700, if I remember right on the card. So, again, you got a couple of really big bovines. They got a lot to them, maybe just a little on the big side for me. A lot of quality in the next heifer. Again, we get her stopped. I think she's got good presence out here. And she kind of also fits in that category. I didn't get a weight on her, but I know she's closer to 17 than she is 1,300 pounds. So, again, it's one of those that's a little on the bigger scale. Of the three big cattle here in the middle, I didn't think she had just quite the extra wow factor to her like the two ahead of her, especially the way she handles her front end. Red heifer, nice. Again, got kind of a good maternal look to her. I like the udder that's starting on her. The teat size is going to be really good. She's a little rougher in the crest of her neck and down her spine, but that's a good female. I think, again, we lean her up. We get her in a good cow condition. You're going to like her a lot better. Same with the blue heifer here that runs up the class. There's a lot of punch in that one. She weighs up pretty good. She's just a little bit coarser in the way she's constructed up in her front third. Maybe set her hind leg just a little differently if we could. Very nice class. Again, it's a good opportunity, I think, where we can use good real-world cattle on the top end that are still able to throw a show halter on them and make them look like show cattle as well.
Real nice set of these late April heifer calves, and certainly some depth and quality and consistency in this class, 3, 4, 5 deep in this class. Real nice cattle to look at and discuss. The heifer we lead off with, to me, this one's the combination female of the lineup, especially when you study her from this view and then add the paperwork into the equation. She's the one that surfaces to the top pretty quickly. She's got some performance columns that look real strong on paper. Then when you study her in terms of just look and balance and presence, I think you love the deep center body that she's got, the big wide hip. She balances well, and I think in terms of skeletal correctness, she's the one that fits the bill the best for me in terms of movement and mobility. If we want to be ultra critical of her, I might tuck her chest up in her just a bit. As a young calf, that's going to be one of those management things that you'll need to think about, but I think that one, in terms of just being real cowy, functional, and productive, she sure fits the bill for me. Heifer in second, she's neat looking and attractive, like that. The fact that this one's still lean and honest in terms of condition. She's got some added width and dimension and shape. I'd say that that one moves adequately. If we're going to talk about ideals, we might rock her back in her shoulder just a shade. She gets a nickel straighter up front. Not an issue or a problem in terms of covering her track or mobility, but again, probably not quite as sound up front as we see in the female that leads off. Heifer in third's one that's intriguing. She's one of the more moderate framed females of the lineup. I love her depth of body, like that big square hip that she's got. And at times when she cocks off and gives you that look from the side, you can see there's some quality there. Love the way that that neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. This stage of the game, that one gets maybe just a notch bolder and rounder at her shoulder. Consequently, she's probably just a notch rounder in her hip and higher in her tail head. A lot of power, a lot of center body in that one. Still sound and flexible. Be interesting to see how she matures on out and holds together in terms of her shoulder and her hip design. Heifer in fourth, one of the bigger scaled females out here, and I like her growth and performance. Love her depth of body. To me, that one gets a nickel straighter fronted, a little coarser and bolder at her shoulder, certainly a little higher in her tail head, maybe a bit tighter and more restricted off her rear too. Another heifer coming next that's moderate framed and deep centered, just a notch plainer as you study her up through her neck and her front end. Conclude the class with a pair of heifers that are long and extended in their pattern, maybe just don't have quite the width and dimension, don't have quite the skeletal correctness and the pizzazz and look from the side we see at the top end of a real competitive class.
First call, Class 23, Angus females. First call, Class 23, Angus females. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion division winners for the Shorthorn Plus females. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion division Shorthorn Plus females to the makeup arena. First call, Class 1 and Class 4, purebred Shorthorn bulls. First call, Class 1 and Class 4, purebred Shorthorn bulls.
Well, kudos to the young family here that's building a cow program. And I told this young lady she is dressed for success. I told Dad if Mom was along with me, that one wouldn't go home with you. She'd be going home with me. That's a good young lady and a great pair of young showmen here. And again, the real world is, and I just appreciate this. We were talking yesterday, watching the semi-show and the steer show, some of us like, wouldn't it be fun that if every champion that ever won here comes back the next year as a pair, because that's when the real grand champion needs to be selected, when they're actually in the production. And so I like the fact that they're getting that done. And of course, she's a couple months older than the other heifer that stands here in class, but the fact that she is well on her way to be a productive kind of a cow, and a good cow. That's a useful kind of a cow that's sure got some things to work with. So, I don't want to sound critical of this heifer. She is good looking, straight line, smooth. You got her presented really well. She's got a lot of the bells and whistles. Obviously, if she was a further along in calf and had a big udder starting on her, that would make it more appealing to me. So quality-wise, we don't really have any issues with her. I just think the fact that we do have a 2-year-old that's in production is really just pretty tough for me to ignore out here, even in the show ring.
Your Class 20 Angus female results: in first place, entry number 75, EXAR Envious Blackbird 2731, owned by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. In second place, entry number 69, BCII Henning TSSC Sandy 0522, exhibited by Jadalyn Stotler of Slanesville, West Virginia. In third place, entry number 71, Jack Dameron. In fourth place, entry number 65, Aubrey Neal. In fifth place, entry number 68, Seldom Rest Farms. And in sixth place, entry number 64, Larry and Joe Horseman. In seventh place, entry number 70, Browns Farm Ridge. Second call, Class 23, Angus females. Second call, Class 23, Angus females. Results of Class 24 of your Shorthorn Plus show: in first place, entry number 100, CF Mona Lisa 136, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. In second place, entry number 108, MFS CPRU Blue Diva the Roo, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. In third place, entry number 103, Lydia Recker. In fourth place, entry number 106, Cheyenne Bennett. In fifth place, entry number 110, Amanda Annett. In sixth place, entry number 109, Garrett Roosh. And in seventh place, entry number 105, Annalie Pullman. Results of Class 25. In first place, entry number 126, FF Quantum Queen 4-H, exhibited by Craig Fuller of Rensselaer, Indiana. In second place, entry number 114, Hanks Roan Caroline 74, exhibited by Foster Winkler of Christiana, Tennessee.
Again, I think it's been just a pleasure to work through the Plus show. We get down to our final division, I believe it is, and I had to take another peek. I think I only made one really right decision my whole life, and that's when I asked my wife to marry me. And even judging shows, sometimes you leave the show thinking, well, you know, maybe I could have swapped them, and I still have that kind of bouncing around in my brain because I think both of these heifers that won that first class are very nice. I still have convinced myself there's just enough more of the punch to this one here, and you get that extra dimension to her that I like and I think is very important for a future cow. But again, the quality is just too overwhelming on those two that won the first class out of the division. I love them young kids, and no doubt about it, but when it comes down to picking the cattle that work for me, a young lady here that won that class with a solid black heifer will be our champion, and then the smoking blue heifer here, she's going to be reserved. Congratulations to both of these young ladies.
Third and final call, Class 23, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 23, Angus females. First call, Class 24, Angus. First call, Class 24, Angus females. And your senior champion, Shorthorn Plus female, goes to entry number 100, CF Mona Lisa 136, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. Your reserve senior champion, Shorthorn Plus female, goes to entry number 108, MFS Blue Diva the Roo 2108, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. Now entering the Shorthorn Plus ring is class number 28, 2-year-old cow-calf pairs.
A tremendous set of these early April heifer calves here, and just tons of quality to evaluate in this class. These top 2 heifers especially, I think, are next level kind of quality in terms of the way that they're built, the way that they look, and certainly the way they're presented. The heifer we lead off with, again, to me, just gives you a few more bells and whistles than the heifer in second. Really love the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's super sound and flexible when you set the cattle into motion. Big-bodied, square-hipped, thick-ended, just really presented at a high level. Not wanting to show quite as well right now, but that one you can tell has that elite look and wow factor when you study her from the side. And she's just got a bit more center rib, a bit more width and power, and a little more condition today than the heifer right behind her. But that one, to me, just comes together and gives us a really, really cool look from the side. Don't want to take anything away from this really nice heifer in second. Again, when we study this one, she's got a lot of the pieces and parts, and she's built for the long haul in terms of structure and skeleton. If we compare her to our class winner, she's maybe just a notch lower there at the top side of her shoulder and wants to open up over the top of her shoulder just a bit. Pinches in her fore rib ever so slightly compared to our class winner. I do think that one's long and extended up front. She's got a big, square, nice hip in her. And again, I love her skeletal correctness and the way that she moves. Not as far along as the heifer in first, and I'll admit that. And I think that one's better days are ahead of her. But today just doesn't have quite the look and balance and pizzazz of the heifer we lead off with. This heifer in third's a nice female as well. In comparison to those top 2, again, maybe not quite as long and as extended up through her neck and her front end, a little higher in her tail head, and to me, a little shorter and rounder in her hip. Love her center body, like the foot and the bone work you see up under that female, just maybe not quite as much structural correctness from end to end and as much balance and symmetry. Heifer that comes in fourth kind of fits that same mold. She's moderate frame, she's big-bodied, fairly flexible in terms of movement, just a notch plainer up front, maybe just a little shorter in her hip design. Consequently, shortens her up on her stride when you ask her to get out there and go. Another heifer coming along next that the young lady's got, moderate frame, kind of a female there, a little loose at the top side of her shoulder as well, maybe a notch frailer in terms of foot and bone work. Some actual shape and dimension in that female, though, and really like the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Another heifer with some foot and some bone and some substance. To me, that one gets a little shallower and harsher about her center body, maybe just a little plainer about her neck and her front end. We come on down with 3 heifers that we conclude the class with. Those females just don't have quite the power and shape and dimension, nor the look and balance and quality that we see at the top end of the class. Another real nice set of those April females.
We'll get just a real quick comment here on our 2-year-olds. Again, kudos for having these cows on track. We've got, I believe, an April, and we got a Feb, and so they got big calves that are ripe for their age and where they need to be in production. The black cow, you know, again, the term I just print on the side of her, she's just refined. Her femininity, she's got the smooth, elegant look to her, and then you throw that quality udder that sits underneath it. It's hooked up pretty good, both ends. The quality of her teats are good. We just see a lot of longevity in not only the cow herself, but I think in the udder. We've seen this little calf. In fact, isn't it funny how the world just comes back around? I talked about her a few minutes ago, the one that's very immature out here in that lineup. I think she stood about 4th in a very, very competitive class of calves. And again, I see a lot of good in her. She just needs time, and boy, time's always good when we have it. So Good pair here that ends up in second. Big, productive cow, lots of substance, and obviously the steer calf alongside. I wanted to make sure we cut him because he didn't have any testicles, and that is correct. But he's a big, growthy rascal. So just from, again, a cowboy language, performance standpoint, however you want to talk about the ability of a cow to raise a big old stomping calf, she's done that very well. She's maybe a little coarser in her udder. Front teats don't balance out quite as nicely as the back ones, but I like the production in the pair. And again, I appreciate the young people for bringing the pairs to the show. They're a lot of work, but I think in the end, this is what it's really all about. So thank you very much for bringing these two pairs.
Second call, Class 24 Angus females. Second call, Class 24 Angus females. Your Class 21 Angus female results. In first place, entry number 90, SCC Lafretz Phyllis 240, exhibited by Mercedes Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. In second place, entry number 86, BF BCII Birdie 1822, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 91, UDE Ellie 2024, exhibited by Garrett Bossy of Montville, Ohio. In fourth place, entry number 80, Larry and Joe Horseman. In fifth place, entry number 84, Maddie King. Sixth place, entry number 87, Matilda Graham. In seventh place, entry number 85, Michaela Jo Massey. In eighth place, entry number 88, Rosalind Kidwell. And in ninth place, entry number 82, Nora Cloud Nunn. Your Class 28 results in your Shorthorn Plus show. In first place, entry number 127, Soul ST Cole Sweet Dreams 510H, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. In second place, entry number 129, T2 Maybell Star, exhibited by Toby Behrens of Sheffield, Illinois. Your champion cow-calf pair in your Shorthorn Plus female show went to entry number 127, Soul ST Cole Sweet Dreams 510H, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 129, T2 Maybell Star, exhibited by Toby Behrens of Sheffield, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the Shorthorn Plus ring is a selection of your Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus female.
Over here on the Angus side, as we get our junior heifer calf division out here, certainly pleased with the quality and consistency of the females we've got out here representing all four classes. Certainly a fun calf division to sort through. This June calf that comes out as a single entry in Class 1, big-bodied, thick-ended, high-performing female, just a little shorter and plainer up through her neck and her front end, maybe a bit more challenged in terms of movement and skeletal integrity compared to some out here, but a nice female that came out of that first class as a single entry. Heifer that wins Class 2, won a competitive class, love her depth and dimension of rib, like the way that her neck sets high out of the top side of her shoulder, opens back up with some shape and dimension. She's probably just a little piecey at times now. She's probably not quite as far along and doesn't have quite as much condition as some of the other cattle. At times she gives you a look that maybe she wants to be a little lower in her pen set, gets a little pinched right there behind her shoulder, but that thing is huge bodied, and I mean she's sound and flexible, neat looking. I think a bright future ahead of her. heifer that wins Class 3. If we want to talk about the numbers and the performance, she is the performance heifer out here in terms of her performance records and her EPDs. That one charts well across the board in terms of growth and maternal and carcass. I love her center body depth and dimension. I like the soundness and flexibility of that female. She's probably not quite as neat and attractive up front. She's just a little deeper there in her chest as a calf, and I said in class we'd probably like to tuck her up there in her chest and her brisket just a bit if we want to talk about ideals to make that one just look a little sleeker and like she's got a little more gas in the tank as we project her down the road, but a big-bodied, thick-ended one nonetheless that's very high-performing. The show heifer, I think, of the lineup is the female that wins the 4th class. Just love her look and her balance and her presence. She's huge-bodied. She's thick-ended. She's super sound on her feet and legs. I'd call her just kind of across the board acceptable on her numbers. Not one that is topping any of the charts, but certainly impressive across the board in terms of her look, her phenotype, and the way that she's presented. Heifer there that I think brings a lot of quality to the table, and I thought that that was definitely the toughest class that we had in this calf division. She's your division champion. We can go ahead and pull that second over here and get her in line, but really don't park her very long because she's going to be reserved in this division. Congratulations.
Well, I really have enjoyed the morning, and anytime you come and get to stand on the green chips and you get to work with the breed that has forever dominated this show in terms of the wow factor, the quality, the numbers, forever. You know, I remember, and I saw David Ragsdale here a minute ago. Jack Ragsdale loved this event. He loved this facility. He loved these cattle. He loved this show, and you guys continue to make it as good as we expect when we get here and we get the opportunity to judge it. So if you would real quick, give everybody a nice hand. These things, you know, sometimes I wish we could make these events more like a football game or a baseball game where the crowd can get into, y'all, sometimes we get a little bored out here, but we've talked a lot this week about, you know, the industry and the show world, and I'd like to think that we can keep making these cattle, and we just, every generation they get better and better, but also make cattle that can fit into the real world. And one of my former students, Shane Bedwell, had said this many years ago. He said, you know, what we want to do is to pick cows that are show heifers, and that's really what it is, because sometimes we go home and maybe not all the winning show heifers make cows, but if we can get cows that make show heifers, then you got the world by the tail. And today, I think we have the opportunity to do that. I love those two calves, a calf that came out of the 2nd and 3rd division. I think them two right there, they make me pretty fuzzy when I go down and look at them. They got, especially that Division II winner, she's got such an elegant look. She's just so symmetrical and balanced when you get off the side. She's got length to her. She's going to make a nice yearling. I don't think she's going to get too extreme on us. The one that won the 3rd division there, that I believe she was a Feb. We called her a little different, and I think she is different out here. She's got just a little more skull and skeleton and substance, and yet still broody in the way that she's shaped. And again, I think she just brings a lot of things too. This Blue Roan heifer was reserved in the 2nd division. I like her too. I think, again, she kind of emulates the heifer that wins the 3rd division, not to the degree of that heifer, but I think, again, you can see a lot of the same things as we get underneath this one, when we get inside of that one. Again, just so many good ones. And then we come down to the class here that, again, I kind of go back and forth. I think this, for me, this is the opportunity where we can use cattle that, whether you slap a show halter on them, whether you kick them out for brood cows, you know, I think they work. They work in my part of the world in terms of what their mature size, their general build and construction. I just think it gives us a real unique opportunity to be able to use something that kind of works for me as a judge. So, young lady, congratulations to you. Let's give her a nice hand. This will be our champion in the Plus show. Appreciate it very much bringing her. Thank you very much. And I will drive home the next 10 hours, and I'll be thinking about this class. You know, did I get it right? And I think I got it right today. Again, I think, for me personally, and I think we need to make females look like females, she does that to the highest degree. Just so nicely constructed in her head and her neck, smooth. Young lady, I love the conditioning you have your cattle in. I think you kind of got the world by the tail when it comes to the feeding program. We don't have that one blown out and obese. I just think, again, for me personally, she does a lot of things very well. Not the extra substance, but that one's just too damn good to leave standing. Let's give her a nice hand. She's going to be our reserve.
Third and final call, Class 24 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 24 Angus females. Congratulations to your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female. Goes to entry number 100, CF Mona Lisa 136, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 108, MFS Blue Diva, the Roo 2108, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. Second call, Class 1, Class 4. Purebred Shorthorn Bulls. Once again, second call, Class 1 and Class 4, Purebred Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 25 Angus females. First call, Class 25 Angus females. Results of your Angus heifer show. Your Division I champion goes to entry number 90, SCC Lafretz Phyllis 240, owned by Mercedes Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Your reserve champion Division I female goes to entry number 86, BFBCII Birdie 1822, owned by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Throughout the Angus show today, we will be recognizing both the champion and reserve champion Roll of Victory winners. When your name is announced, please come to the backdrop for your awards and a photograph. Your ROV champion, Cow-Calf Pair of the Year, goes to SJH Roundtable of 1996-33, owned by Kenan DeMoss of Texas. Your reserve champion, Cow-Calf Pair of the Year, goes to Snyder CCW Proven Queen 214, owned by Madison Taylor Stratton of Virginia. Your Roll of Victory Reserve Breeder of the Year goes to Seldom Rest Farms of Niles, Michigan.
Good class of these late Marches over here, and a pair of heifers, I think, on the top end that are pretty similar in terms of type and kind. They both give you some balance and some quality and some look from the side. The heifer we lead off with's got more internal dimension. She's deeper and bolder from forerib to flank. She's got a big square hip in her, and again, one that I think when you set them into motion, you just like the way that she gets out there and goes, travels real free and easy. Gives you that look and quality and balance from the side that you want to see in these Angus females. I think she's a little sleeker on the top side of her neck and her crest, a little more feminine and attractive about her head and her throat than the female right behind her, but both those cattle have the rib and volume and mass you want to see in them, and they're solid in terms of their figures as well. Heifer in second just follows that heifer, I think, real well. Big hip, thick-ended, maybe not quite as much foot and bone, but I do like that thickness and stoutness that she has up high, and she balances well from the side. That heifer in third is one that when she came in, I was like, there's some pieces and parts to this one that are intriguing. And when you study her figures, boy, you're impressed with certainly the performance and the dollars beef that she's got. I really like the fact that she charts well in those columns. She's got some shape and flair to her rib cage. She's got a big square hip. To me, that one wants to coil her top a little bit when you ask her to go, and she wants to get high in her spine. She caves in right there behind her shoulder and pinches in her forerib, throws her balance off in comparison to those top two heifers, in my opinion. But there's some good pieces and parts in that female, and you certainly like that, that she's got some performance in her pedigree. You study these next two heifers, and again, they're pretty practical made females that are moderate and deep and stout in their makeup. Heifer that comes next maybe just gets a little easier and weaker there in her spine when you park her, opens up over the top side of her shoulder just a bit. But again, like the rib and volume and femininity you see in her up front, the heifer that comes next, a little bit shorter and rounder in her hip, a little tighter in terms of movement when you ask her to go off those rear two, but she's got some added muscle and width and dimension in comparison to her contemporaries. A moderate framed one here that's big bodied. She's just a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder for me. I would give her a little more growth and extension, but I'd also free her up and give her more flexibility off both ends. Conclude the class with three cattle here. This short switched female coming next has got some body to her, but probably just needs a little more look and pizzazz. Heifer right behind hers, just a little bit more tubular in her rib design. Doesn't have that depth and dimension back through her flank. She's a little smaller footed and frailer boned. Heifer we conclude with's got maybe a little extra depth, but certainly gets a little flatter in regards to muscle, a bit more challenged in terms of skeletal correctness.
Second call, Class 25, Angus females. Second call, Class 25, Angus females.
If I can have the attention, please, here in the Shorthorn ring, we've had a very special year the last 12 months of our association as we've been celebrating our 150th year of the American Shorthorn Association. We're the oldest beef breed association in the U.S. We commissioned some paintings to be done by C.J. Brown, and today we want to present number 15 of 15 to the North American to hang in the walls here for perpetuity, forever. We also have a book of the 150 years of our association, which is much deeper than just Shorthorn. It's named Shorthorn in the American Cattle Industry, and it's all about the American cattle industry and how Shorthorns fit in. We want to make this presentation. This show has a lot of history and a lot of tradition for our breed and for our industry. You know, it was started by one of our greats in our breed, by Jack Ragsdale. We name our show forever this Jack Ragsdale National Show here. These people represent it. We have David Beck, the president and CEO, Jackie Espy, the executive director of the expositions, and Kevin Moore, the general manager. And we really appreciate all the things they do for us. And we just want Shorthorn to go down into the history books of the North American, to how important the North American's been to us and how important we've been to them. So thank you, and take this and show it off to everybody for the next 150, 200 years.
Let me just say on behalf of all of our board members and all of our management team and all of our staff, how excited we are to have you here and for this great recognition of sharing with us this book and this portrait that we will make sure that we hang for many years to come to display the relationship and understand the importance of this breed and what you do. You think about this event, the number of people it affects, and those that come through it. You mentioned Mr. Ragsdale, a personal friend, a man that we lost about a year ago, his family, and those that have helped lay the foundation for the young people tomorrow to continue this opportunity to be involved in the livestock industry. Thank you very much. We're very honored to receive this on behalf of all of our team, and we look forward to displaying it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Third and final call, Class 25, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 25, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 1 and Class 4 purebred shorthorn bulls. Third and final call, Class 1 and Class 4 purebred shorthorn bulls. First call, Class 7 shorthorn bulls. First call, Class 7 purebred shorthorn bulls. Results of your Angus female show of Class 22. In first place, entry number 97, EXAR Princess 2717, owned by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 102, EXAR Princess 2715, owned by Harlow Gorman of Olton, Texas. In third place, entry number 103, Ward Brothers Livestock of Missouri. In fourth place, entry number 94, Alexia Stevens. In fifth place, entry number 92, Miller Smith. In sixth place, entry number 95, Naomi Fennig. In seventh place, entry number 98, Weston King. In eighth place, entry number 99, Browns Farm Ridge. In ninth place, entry number 101, Kirsten Kerr. First call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorn Bulls.
It's a real pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and get a chance to sort through these Shorthorns. A really nice bull calf, May bull calf to start our bull show with. Kind of a big-footed, big-bone, just a good individual, a calf that looks like he's got a tremendous future. Good place to start. We'll look forward to bringing this calf back when we get into division and compare him to these others. But congratulations, this young lady. Nice calf. Good place to start our bull show.
This time we'd like to recognize your purebred shorthorn judge, Mr. Chris Sankey. Chris is a Kansas State grad. He owns and operates Sankey's 6N Ranch along with his wife, Sherry. They're a multi-breed family operation in the Kansas Flint Hills at Council Grove, Kansas. They raise registered Angus and registered Brangus cattle and have been in operation since 1978 and in Council Grove since 1982. Their focus is on functional, useful cattle that meet the needs of the industry with a real focus on phenotype. They've raised and shown multiple show bull and show heifers of the year in both of their breeds. He's judged in multiple county, state, and national shows of all breeds in the U.S. and Mexico, judging in Denver, Louisville, Fort Worth, Houston, the American Royal, and most other states. He's judged junior nationals for Angus, Brangus, Brahman, Shorthorn, Key, Maine, and Red Angus. He's excited to judge the Open Purebred Shorthorn Show today at the North American International Livestock Exposition. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Chris Sankey. Second call, Class 10 and 11 purebred shorthorn bulls. Second call, Class 10 and 11 purebred shorthorn bulls.
Well, an interesting and challenging set of these early March heifers to put together. We've kind of got a lot of different shapes, sizes, and descriptions out here. Again, it's kind of like we talked about earlier in the bull show. I think at the end of the day, you just use the functional, well-made cattle, and I think in doing so, the heifer in the lead's the one you got to tie to. I'm going to be the first to admit that I wish she had a little more power. I wish she had a little more width and dimension up high and a little more shape from behind. But I do think in terms of skeletal correctness, look, balance, and function, when you do get her out and get her going, you see that that one is the sound-made, good-looking one that's got some quality to her. I just think that she's got a little more presence and look, and she certainly ties in nicer right there behind her shoulder and her forerib than we see in this heifer in second. I'm not going to lie to you, I like the added power and width and dimension I see in this heifer in second. When you step in behind her, she's got a big, square, massive hip. She's big-topped, she's thick-ended, she's good-bellied as well. Like the way that her center rib just kind of pops there in her. At times, I catch her wanting to cave in right behind her shoulder, open up a little over the top of her shoulder, and just ever so slightly pinch there in her forerib. I do appreciate the foot and bone and substance you see in this female, and I think that one's got better days ahead of her if you manage her shoulder and her front end and keep it together, because there is a lot of width, dimension, and quality in that female. This heifer in third's another nice female. She's one that I think brings some practicality to the table. A little larger frame, a little longer bodied, a little higher performing one. She's got a little more throat. She's got just a little shorter neck and a little more crest in her. Probably doesn't go quite as comfortably and as easy as those top two heifers, and gets a notch bolder there at her shoulder and a little higher in her tail head. Female coming right behind her, a little more moderate in her makeup. I like the shape and flare rib we see in her. A little straighter off both ends of her skeleton, certainly straighter in the angle of her shoulder. Wants to get out on her front end just a bit. I'd fix that if we could. Lighter colored heifer that's got a little brown tinge coming to her with a white udder. She's moderate framed and big hipped. I like her foot and her bone work. I'd just probably make that one a little square built in terms of her hip, lay her in smoother at her shoulder, give that one a bit more of a female look versus a terminal look. We study this next female, and she's moderate, easy keeping in her design, a little shorter and plainer headed, a little more mature in her look, and again, could give her a bit more stability and coordination from her hock to the ground. Get on down in the class, and we come into 3 or 4 cattle here that kind of just get outpowered and outmassed. They don't have quite the substance, the muscle, the width, and the internal dimension we see at the top of a interesting, highly contested class, but one that's got a lot of variation and a lot of different types and kinds in it.
Third and final call, Class 10 and Class 11 purebred Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 10 and Class 11 Shorthorn Bulls. Your Class 23 Angus female results: in first place, entry number 106, 3 Aces Shadow 3022, owned by Tristan Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 114, WHM FCF Phyllis 218, owned by Lauren Wolter of Aviston, Illinois. In third place, entry number 118, Madison Taylor Stratton. In fourth place, entry number 119, owned by Blaine Terry. In eighth place, entry number 109, Cadence Sparks. And in ninth place, entry number 116, Scarlett Carney.
On the Shorthorn side, really an interesting class of these March and April bull calves. The calf that wins the class for me, I think he's kind of a calf that I'm really drawn to from the standpoint of a structural, the way he's put together structurally, kind of long-term down the road on this calf. Kind of interesting. You watch him track away from you, and he's going to cover out with as much width, I think, as any of them we have in here. He's not the highest performing individual, but he's got enough performance. He's got enough growth. I think he's sound enough that he's kind of, for me, he's more of a little, has more long-term effect maybe as we go down the road with him. We follow him with a pair of these high-performing individuals, really big-made, soggy, big-ribbed, high-performance cattle. They get a little looser in their structure for me. They don't want to track quite as the way I'd like to see him when we compare him to our class winner. Have to appreciate this performance and growth. This calf in second's a long-fronted, long-sided individual. Got a nice hip in him. He gets a little off just a little bit from his hock down to the ground, and when you watch him from behind, he doesn't want to widen out and track like that calf that wins the class. Then we get into a real deep-ribbed, soggy-made individual, starting to maybe, when we compare him to the one standing above him, not quite as long spine, not quite as long-sided, not quite as much length and dimension in him. We follow him with a set of these just really good, useful bull calves. Young lady's bull that comes next, to me, you know, he wants to drop those pins a little. He isn't quite as good from his hooks back out into his tail head. Wants to drop down and not track out like we'd like for him to. Then we have a nice pair of these calves that I think just give them a little bit of time, let them kind of catch up. They're a little tighter in ribbed, a little tighter in their flank. They're not quite as soggy made and bulky as what we have standing above them, but good individuals all the way through. Give these bull exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Here to get to our junior heifer calf division here in the Angus ring, and certainly 4 nice individuals to evaluate, a couple of firsts and a couple of seconds out here, but certainly like the cattle we got out here in terms of type and kind and quality. Female that wins the first class, big bodied, thick-ended, just nice made cattle. Solid in terms of her paperwork across the board, but I think you just like the performance you see in that female, especially like the turn to her lower rib. Appreciate the big square hip that she's got. And again, set her into motion. I think you like the way that one gets and goes. She's real correct in terms of her angles and her joints. Nice female there. Heifer that just won the last class, we just finished talking about her, and that was an interesting class to try to piece together. I think she won it just because she was the complete good-looking feminine female that really had some squareness and levelness of hip, some correctness from the top side of her shoulder all the way down her spine as you study her back to her hip. She's sound and flexible and well-made. She does need to have a little more true width and mass to her if we want to be ultra critical of a good female. To me, she needs just a little more muscle and shape and power up high. especially when I read her out over the edge of her loin and then study her from behind. But when you study her from this view, I think you do like a lot of her look and balance and pizzazz. A couple of nice seconds. Both those cattle are big-bodied, thick-ended. I'd probably make both of them just a little neater necked and neater fronted, but both of them sound, functional, real cowy type females have got a lot of good to them. So, interesting set of cattle to evaluate. I like the heifer out of Class 1 to be your division champion. The heifer out of the second class will be reserved. Congrats.
First call, Class 15, 18, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 15, 18, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Your champion junior Angus heifer calf out of Division 2 went to entry number 97, EXAR Princess 2717, owned by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Your reserve Division 2 female goes to entry number 106. Entry number 106, 3 Aces Shadow 3022, owned and exhibited by Tristan Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. First call, Class 26 Angus females. First call, Class 26 Angus females. At this time, we'd like to recognize your Roll of Victory Female Awards. Your Dam of the Year goes to Conley Sandy, 5104, owned by Conley Cattle of Oklahoma, David Smith of Colorado, and Case Conley of Oklahoma. Your Reserve Dam of the Year goes to MC Blackcap, 6085, owned by Zachary McCall of Virginia. Your Dam of the Year Embryo Transplant goes to Seldom Rest BRMF Bardo, 890, owned by Seldom Rest Farms of Michigan and Sydney Schnorr of California. Your Reserve Dam of the Year Embryo Transplant goes to Seldom Rest BRMF Pinup Gal, owned by Alyssa Friesen of Oklahoma and Seldom Rest Farms of Michigan. Your Junior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year goes to Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 1060, owned by Mercedes Ferree of Indiana. Your Reserve Junior Heifer Calf Champions of the Year goes to SCC Heart and Soul 153, owned by Delaney Jones of Ohio. Your Senior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year goes to EXAR Frontier Gal 2110, owned by Maya Allison of Oklahoma. Second call, Class 26 Angus females. Second call, Class 26 Angus females. Second call, Class 15, 18, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 15, 18, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Results of your purebred Shorthorn Bull show. Your late spring bull calf champion goes to entry number 328, Blitz 78K, owned by Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons of Jerseyville, Illinois. Your Class 4 results: in first place, entry number 329, MFS Dreamweaver 37K, owned by Meyer Family Shorthorns of Greensburg, Indiana. In second place, entry number 332, Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. In third place, entry number 331, Matthew Wallace. In fourth place, entry number 338, Armstrong Farms. In fifth place, entry number 330, Hugh W. Moore Jr. and Sons. In sixth place, entry number 336, Slate Wind Farm. Your early spring bull calf champion goes to entry number 329, MFS Dreamweaver 37K, owned by Meyer Family Shorthorns of Greensburg, Indiana. Your reserve champion early spring bull calf champion goes to entry number 332, CCS Impel 324K, owned by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois.
On the shorthorn side, this class of bull calves is kind of interesting. There's not probably really a extremely dominant individual in here, but I think our class winner, he kind of puts the most good things together for me. And I'll be the first to admit, there's a couple of places I'd like to change him a little bit. I'd like to change him right down at the ground. I think we could kind of square him up just a tick, and I think it'd give us a little more confidence in him as we go down the road with him. But I think in this class, there's no place else that you can start. He's got extra rib shape, extra dimension. He's wide enough base. He's big enough footed, big enough bone. And then I think from there, I think it's just trying to find those that'll fit close to him. The young lady's bull calf that goes out next, similar to our class winner from a profile standpoint with plenty of rib and dimension to him. And then we probably get into three of these calves that are, they're a little longer made, longer geared, growthier individuals. They get a little tighter in the way they're put together. They're a little tighter in their rib shape back into their flank. They're just not quite as soft made as I'd like to see them, with that extra bit of rib shape and dimension that I like to see in these young calves. And, I think you have to appreciate them because they are, kind of long-geared, long-spined, long-hipped individuals that just have some, just need to bulk them up a little bit. We're going to need a little more dimension from one end to the other if we're going to get them any further up. But really nice classic calves. They're all really similar on paper when you want to look through the EPDs on them. There's not a real extreme in any of them. So it's a good set. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 26, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 26, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 15, 18, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Third and final call, Class 15, 18, and 19 Shorthorn Bulls. Results of Class number 7 of your Purebred Shorthorn Bull Show. Your champion junior bull calf and also your class winner went to entry number 341, Han Dominion S17K, exhibited by William Milshowski of Minot, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 343, TRNR Medallion 92, exhibited by Aubrey Short of Moncton, Maryland. In third place, entry number 346, Megan Keeney. In fourth place, entry number 351, Samantha Heston. And in fifth place, entry number 345, Lainey Grace Swindell.
Another really good class of these bull calves, some variation in kind. The calf that wins the class for me, though, I think you want to talk about one that is the high-performing, big-ribbed, soggy-made individual, but he ties in pretty neat up into his front end with that much performance. You get behind him, and he'll track as true as any of them in here. I think he's not super expressive made, but he's got enough dimension to him. He's got enough hip in him. He carries down with enough width off the ground, and I think he's just an individual that kind of has to find his way to the front end of this class. And you know, you look at him on paper, he's probably, you know, obviously maybe a little heavier birth, but you're going to see that in that kind of a calf, I think, and, you know, just kind of finds his way up there. This is a really nice prospect that we have coming second. A calf that, compared to our class winner, probably gets a little tighter made in through the center portion of his body back into his flank. He wants to tighten up a little bit. I love that length of front end. I like the way he ties in into his shoulder, the length of top and hip. Just kind of let it, to me, when we compare him to the one that stands above him, you know, we're just going to have to soften him up a little bit, make him a little soggier if we're going to get him up on the front end. And then we have a really good individual that follows out, a calf that's got some width and dimension to him. You know, again, we're kind of early in the stage on some of these calves. We'll give him a chance to kind of catch up. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Real competitive set of these February females out here, and study these top 2, 3, 4 heifers. Certainly some quality to talk about. Really a nice class that's got some depth and quality all the way throughout. These top 2 heifers, I think, are awfully good, and certainly some things to talk about in comparing and contrasting those two. The heifer that I lead off with, I just think there's more heifer there when we study them from the ground up in terms of just foot and bone work, overall mass and width and dimension. She opens up with a bit more forerib and carries that rib expansion back into her flank real well. Big square hip in that female, some added width and dimension to her. She's maybe not quite as neat and as sleek about her throat and her jaw as we see in the female right behind her, but certainly not a problem. That one balances well. She's got just a little bit of throat there in her, but to have that kind of width and mass, she still just tucks up so neat and elegant in her chest and right up through her neck, balances so well. And when you set her into motion, you just love her soundness and flexibility along with that added cow power. Real good female to lead off with. Heifer that comes in second, I just love her neatness and attractiveness up front. Really love the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She too opens up with the kind of rib and volume you want to see. She's got some added power to her as well in terms of muscle expression. Compared to our class winner, probably doesn't have quite the foot and bone. She just doesn't have the power from the ground up, but I sure like her in terms of movement, mobility, practicality, and I love her femininity up front. Just wish she was a notch stouter to rival that heifer that we have in first. This heifer in third's another high-performing, stout-featured female, huge-bodied, thick-ended, square-hipped. In comparison to those top 2 females, she gets a little more tentative in terms of movement. A nickel straighter in the angle of her shoulder, a notch straighter from her hock to the ground. Wants to pound those feet just a little harder than ideal for me, and I'd sit her tail head down into her a bit more naturally, but nonetheless a big-bodied, stout-featured, high-performing female. The heifer that comes in fourth, another one that kind of fits that same description. Like the foot and the bone and the added width and dimension she has, gets a little plainer as you study her up front, wants to pinch there in her forerib and consequently comes back and pinches in her flank. Just doesn't offer us quite the balance and look and symmetry from the side. Heifer that comes right behind her's another one that's neat-necked, has some width and dimension to her. Maybe at times that one gets a little piecey for me in terms of her build, wants to get pinched in her forerib. Sometimes she'll want to get a little up in her top, drop her hips as she goes. One that I think we could make just a bit better built from the ground up. Female that comes next is long and extended fronted, a little flatter and more nondescript in terms of muscle, a little frailer in terms of her bone work. Conclude the class there with a pair of heifers. Again, not bad cattle at all, but just need some more look and balance and pizzazz. Need probably just a little more added cow power to work up to the top of a really competitive class. Another good set of females to evaluate.
Results of Class 24 in your Angus female show. In first place, entry number 133, Saw Lucy 2101K, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 137, SSF Blackcap 2082, exhibited by Reed Haynes of Greenville, Ohio. In third place, entry number 120, Seldom Rest Farms. In fourth place, entry number 139, Clara Sinclair. In fifth place, entry number 121, Bradendale Bartlow. In sixth place, entry number 122, Kelly Spicer. In seventh place, entry number 141, Fallon Sullivan. And in eighth place, entry number 130, Kaylee Shelton. First call, Class 27, Angus females. First call, Class 27, Angus females.
Really intriguing pair of calves up on the front end of this, and they're two different kinds for me, and I guess it depends on your program on which direction you want to go with. Calf that wins the class, I think, is a little bit more maternal in his type. When we start looking at the way these bulls are built, you know, he's a little better at the ground. He's a little wider in his base when we stand off and really watch him track away and look at him. Calf that maybe is out on the edge a little bit on his front end. He gets as wide as I'd want him to be, but I think that center section, that hip structure, and just the dimension that he brings from one end to the other, still really neat up in his front end. He's kind of that combination calf. This red calf that stands second is pretty intriguing. And I know there's a lot of places to use one that's got that much bone and that much foot and that much dimension and power. He's a little deceiving for me a little bit. We stand behind him, watch him track away. He's going to come down real narrow at his base, not give you that width and dimension that we have in our calf that wins the class. On the profile, he's really neat to look at. He is a big, powered up, stout-made individual. He just kind of wants to narrow at his base, get a little close when we track him, and he just, you know, he doesn't give me that real soft look and dimension that we have in our class winner. Calf that comes third is just a pretty good individual. Just kind of ran into a high-performing pair of these individuals ahead of him. Cattle that just have a little more depth and dimension to them. Young man's bull that follows out probably gets a little bit more upright on his front end. He wants to not be as sound as I'd like for him to be in that front end structure. Not quite as sound and functional maybe as we have in those cattle that lead out. But good class all the way through. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Your Class 10 Shorthorn Bowl results. In first place, entry number 354, SUTH Amricon 508J, exhibited by David Ragsdale of Prospect, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 353, Peakview Final Plan 2021, exhibited by Peakview Ranch Incorporated of Fowler, Colorado. In third place, entry number 355, Allison Udig. Your Class 11 results. In first place, entry number 363, Armstrong Ruger 2066, exhibited by John M. Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. In second place, entry number 362, ZSS Dirty Deeds P36J, exhibited by Roger Kerr of Bloomington, Indiana. In third place, entry number 361, Brandywine Farms Cattle Company. In fourth place, entry number 359, Nolan Crow.
Get ready to pick these division champions. A really nice lineup. Four pretty good calves out here. We've kind of had a good set of them come through. You start looking at them on paper, and we're probably not a lot of difference in these bulls that are out here. They're maybe a little bit above breed average on birth weight, but they're still good cattle that I think have fit the bill. You can work your way through them, and I think find a lot of good things about them. So you can back up, and for me, I can kind of look at them the kind that I like to see, kind of with some rib shape and some dimension, but still good enough at the ground and wide enough base that as we go on down the road with them. We think they've got enough to them. So give these exhibitors a nice hand. This is a good set of calves out here. Congratulations. We'll pick our champion in reserve.
And your purebred Shorthorn Senior Bull Calf champion goes to entry number 363, Armstrong Ruger 2066, owned by John M. Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 354, SUTH Omicron 508J, exhibited by David Ragsdale of Prospect, Kentucky. Second call, Class 27, Angus females. Second call, Class 27, Angus females. First call, Class 28, Angus females. First call, Class 28, Angus females. Shorthorn Bull entry numbers 368 and 370 to the Makeup Arena immediately. Shorthorn Bull entry numbers 368 and 370 to the Makeup Arena immediately. This is your first call, Class 22 Shorthorn Bulls. First call, Class 22 Shorthorn Bulls.
Get into these late Januaries, and certainly another real high quality class, 4, 5, 6, 7 deep in here of just real nice elite type females that bring a lot of quality to the table. This heifer we lead off with, again, one that just gives you certainly a look and presence from the side that you have to admire and appreciate. And then when you get up on her and study her, just in terms of width and dimension and power, she sure got all those things with some femininity and angularity up front. Sound structured, big-bodied, huge-hipped with some added expression of muscle. And again, one that I think just gets out there and goes like they need to. She's a real good female, I think, to lead off the class. The heifer in second, I think, probably follows her a little more closely just in terms of skeletal design and being one that's got that added femininity and length and extension up front. To me, she takes a longer and more flexible stride than the heifer in third, and probably shows us just a bit more true power and width and dimension from end to end. Maybe doesn't have quite the internal dimension and power from the ground up that we see in our class winner, but another real high quality female. Heifer in third is really neat looking and attractive, well presented and dialed in. Heifer to me that gets a notch flatter in regards to muscle, especially when you study her up high. Watch her go away from you. She wants to track pretty narrow. Hawk gets real close as she goes away from you. She's big bodied, she's neat looking, just not as much of her as we see in those top two heifers in my opinion. The heifer that comes right behind them in fourth, another high quality female. Love her length and her extension, like the long extended neck and front end that you see in that female. Also appreciate the depth and dimension of rib. Set her into motion, and again, I think she kind of falls short of those top three, maybe a little more tentative and hesitant off her rear two, a nickel more forward in the angle of her shoulder. Heifer that comes next, another one that when she's parked gives you a good look. We get her into motion, she wants to get a little higher in her spine, a little easier and weaker right there behind her shoulder. Gives up some weight per day of age, some performance in comparison to her contemporaries. Big, thick, wide-hipped female. There's a lot of good in, but again, just kind of runs out of gas in comparison to some of those bigger, stouter females. Pair of heifers coming next that have that rib shape and volume and easy fleshing look to them. Think will make nice, productive, functional cattle. They're a little plainer as you study them up front. They don't have quite the foot and bone and added power we see at the top end of the class. Conclude the class with two heifers, one that gets a little bit frailer in terms of her composition and muscle. Heifer that concludes the class just a notch plainer, needs a bit more structural integrity to work up higher in a competitive class.
On the shorthorn side, really kind of an interesting class of these May yearlings. You know, there's some differences in all three of them, and I'm not sure I can really find one that just puts the most of what I want to see together to win a class, but the calf that is going to come to the front of this, he is kind of that individual that'll give us more power, more dimension, a little more bone and foot. He doesn't want to balance up quite as well as I'd like for him to. I'd like for him to set back in there and drop that flank a little bit, give him a little more balance. We stand behind him, though. I think he carries himself as well out of the ring as any of them. They all get a little looser in their underline. They got a little more sheath than I want to see. It gets to be where it gets to be a little bit extra length under there. But I think our calf that wins the class, I think his performance, his power, his dimension, even though from a structure standpoint I'm going to have to get a little critical on him, I think he's still the one that you have to use. This young man's Red Bull that comes next, you know, on the profile, his center section I really like. He's big-ribbed, high volume, kind of a soggy-made individual. When he gets out on the move, he wants to kind of get outside of himself. He doesn't really want to be sound and true in his movement, and he doesn't want to hold himself together. He gets to kind of come to us in pieces and not really wants to break in behind his shoulders, not be as strong-topped and good-hipped as we have in the calf that goes out winning the class. Then the young man's bull that follows out next, you know, he's long-fronted, long spine. If we're going to get really critical on him, the first place we're going to start is I'd like to see him just hang those testicles a little better. I'd like to see him square up a little more, not be quite as twisted as it is out here in this class. But it's a good set of individuals all the way through. Lots of variation. You look at them on paper, you know, and there's not a real extreme outlier in there. So I think it's kind of one of those deals you can find the ones you need to use. But give these exhibitors a nice hand. Still a good set of calves. Congratulations.
Third and final call in Class 27, Angus females. Third and final call in Class 27, Angus females. Second call, Class 28, Angus females. Second call, Class 28. Second call, Class 22, Shorthorn Bulls. Second call, Class 22, Shorthorn Bulls. Results of class number 25 in your Angus show. In first place, entry number 148, BCII Heading Sandy 122, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 151, Core Annie Lou 24K 231K, owned and exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 154, J. Gordon Clark. In fourth place, entry number 147, Ward Brothers Livestock. In fifth place, entry number 155, Alexis Calling. In sixth place, entry number 158, Prairie View Farm. In seventh place, entry number 157, Michaela Dockery. In eighth place, entry number 150, Branson Parameter. And in ninth place, entry number 146, Victor Morgan.
Well, another good set of these January females, and again, a deep class with plenty of quality in it. Really like these top three heifers especially, and there's some subtle differences between the three. We'll talk about all three, just nice, functional, good kind of cattle. The female we lead off with, I think she's just the combination heifer of the trio. Study the paper, and in terms of her performance data, she's probably the stoutest of those three. Then you study her in terms of phenotype, and I think you certainly like the structural and skeletal correctness that she has. Appreciate the added femininity and balance and look that she's got up front. Like the big center rib, and certainly appreciate that square level hip that she's got. Nice female to lead off with. I think it gets probably a notch closer between second and third, and I give the nod to the heifer in second, just because to me she looks a little more like a lady when you study her up through her head, neck, and front end. A big bone, big-footed one that's rugged and durable in terms of her construction. She's probably the leanest of those top three heifers, and there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate the fact that she's real fresh in terms of her condition, but again, one that's certainly got the right kind of center rib, big-hipped, and certainly huge-footed, rugged-boned, and a little neater and more attractive as you study her up through her neck and her front end. This heifer in third's one that I really like from her shoulders back. But when I study her from her shoulders forward, she's got a head and a neck that only a mother could love. She's a little bit plain about her head, gets a little more throat to her, a little deeper there in her chest. Love that one from just a cow power standpoint from her shoulder back. Love the rib and volume and mass, but she just gets a little plain for me as you study her up through her neck, head, shoulder area. Heifer that comes next is another one that has that added foot and bone, some look and some balance. Probably a little off in terms of her hip. She's a little lower in her pin set, a little flatter in regards to muscle when you step right in behind her. Maybe wants to get a little bolder at her shoulder when you ask her to get out there and travel. Young lady's heifer that comes next is moderate framed and deep centered. She too gets a little deeper in her chest, a little plainer about her front end, a notch frailer in terms of her composition when you study her from the ground up. Conclude the class here with three, nor the stoutness in terms of their construction compared to those contemporaries they have at the top end of this class. Another excellent class of those January females.
Third and final call, Class 28, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 28, Angus females. First call, Class 29 Angus females. First call, Class 29 Angus females. Your Class 26 Angus female results: in first place, entry number 159, EXAR Princess 2635, owned by John Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 172, FCF RNK Proven Queen 201, owned by Lizzie Schaefer of Awanaco, Illinois. In third place, entry number 163, Express Angus Ranches Spruce Mountain Ranch. In fourth place, entry number 167, Larry and Joe Horseman. In fifth place, entry number 162, McKenna A. Jackson. In sixth place, entry number 173, Maddie King. And in seventh place, entry number 161, Thomas Halsey. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring is a selection of your champion junior heifer calf division 3. Results of Class 15 of your Shorthorn Bull Show: in first place, entry number 365, J.A. Easy Rider 1J30, exhibited by Jordan Akers of Sibley, Illinois. In second place, entry number 366, Little Cedar All-Star 2105, exhibited by DAP Cattle Company of Jonesboro, Illinois. In third place, entry number 364, Drake Penrod.
This is the most intriguing bull class I've had a chance to see in a while, and there's 3, 4, 5, you can go all the way through the really good individuals in there, which I think now, from your standpoint as breeders, then you need to step back and decide which one works the best for you. I know in my mind, for what we do, where we live, the kind of cattle that we raise and what we do with them, our class winner is probably going to be a little closer to my kind. He's a little more, and I really, moderation, frame size, it doesn't really matter as much. It does the kind of individual. He's maybe not quite as extreme made as our bull that stands in second. He's going to be a little softer. He's a little softer at the ground. He's got enough dimension to him. He ties in neat. I just kind of like his end point, I think, a little better than when we compare him to the bull that stands second. And these are two of the most extreme difference in type, I think, as you can find out here in the ring. And, you know, and I'll give a lot of credit to this second place bull. On paper, he's got a real advantage. He's got a tremendous growth, which he shows. The EPDs seem to match that up internally. You know, he's kind of a high marbling individual. There's a lot of things you really are drawn to about him. For me, when I stand back and watch these cattle track away, I look at the way they're made, the kind of individuals they are. I like this softer made, a little more moderate type of individual that wins the class. I think he's sound enough. I think he's good enough footed. I think he's got enough quality to him with width and dimension and big hip in him. I just think he kind of finds his way, for me, he kind of finds his way to the front. And I'll be the first to admit, now, I mean, when you want to stand back and just look at a really cool one that's got a tremendous profile, got so many neat things about him, this calf in second's he's got a world of look to him. He's big boned, big footed. He's got that super long, cool neck in him. He kicks up out of his shoulders right. He ties in neat. He looks good on paper. He's probably just going to be up on the edge for the kind of cattle that we raise for what I'd use. I love him. I think there's a place to use him. You can stand back and watch him track away from you and ask him maybe you'd like to, you know, get him a little truer on the move when he walks away from you, get him a little square right at the ground. But, you know, as different in kind as you can make them, which I think is great from a breeding standpoint. As breeders, we can all find different directions to make these cattle, and we have different endpoints on them. Bull in third, honestly, he's one that I'm really drawn to. When you analyze him and compare him to the two that are standing above him, he's a little wider in his shoulder. He gets a little wider at his knee, wider down at the ground up on his front end structure. Watch him track around the ring, and he'll want to get off on those front feet a little bit. Standing still on the profile, it is hard to not just draw to this bull first. I mean, the rib shape, the dimension, the hip that he has in him, the way he comes up out of his shoulder, he's got that long neck in him. I'd like to just, when we compare him to the two that stand above him, I'd just like to change him up in that structure a little bit, up in his front end, get him a little truer on the move and straighter and truer through his shoulder down to the ground. This calf that comes third or fourth, he's in a tough class, and this is a good individual. He's probably as long, smooth neck, smooth shoulders as any of them we have out here. He's got a tremendous look to him. He gives up a little bit of true dimension when we compare him to some of those bulls that stand above him, but I think he's really got enough good to him. And his structural soundness gets him up above the two calves that stand below him, because I think you can get him out and watch him, and he's pretty good on the move. We have a real nice pair of these bulls that follow out. They start to get a little piecey. They really concern me when we get to the ground with them. They're not as sound as I'd like for them to be. They just want to roll in on both ends or get kicked out and not be sound when we get them on the move. But really an outstanding set of bulls all the way through. This is a really impressive set. Give these exhibitors a real nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
So we get back out here to our junior heifer calf division. Certainly really one that's loaded with quality from top to bottom. Three really good class winners representing their respective classes, and I think three nice seconds over there, and one of them we'll consider here in just a minute. But certainly a really, really high quality division to talk about here. Heifer out of the first class, liked her when she came out of class and really praised her for her skeletal soundness and correctness. Big hip, thick-ended, got plenty of center body to her. One that I think balances well when you study her from the side. A lot of quality in that female. Heifer out of the second class, certainly one that's just broody and cowy and maternal in her look, if you will, when you study her from the side. I love the sweep and curvature to her lower rib. I appreciate the fact that that one's got some added muscle, especially some expression up high when you study her out over the edge of her loin, and then she comes back and projects some muscle through her center and her lower quarter. With that added power, she still gets out there and travels like one needs to. She's sound and functional. She still balances well up through her neck and her front end. Real high quality female. Not wanting to show extremely well today, but certainly one that you can tell has the right kind of quality and pieces and parts. Just really like that one in terms of her look and her build. The heifer that wins the last class, when you look at paper, she's certainly the one that's the most impressive of the trio. She charts really well in terms of her numbers, and you appreciate that about her. A little more moderate probably in terms of frame size than the other cattle out here. Like her center body, like the square level hip that she's got. She's one that when you get in behind her and study her and compare to the two heifers right in front of her, she quickly becomes the lightest muscled female of the trio. And again, I don't call her light muscled, but she just doesn't have the width and dimension and shape that you see in those two heifers right in front of her, but still a good heifer nonetheless that brings some quality to the table. Certainly appreciate the performance data behind her as well. Three real good heifers, certainly a nice division to sort through. This heifer that's circling is going to be your division champion. We'll take a look at that second when we pull her back into line.
Second call, class 29, Angus females. Second call, class 29, Angus females.
bring the heifer in that was second in that middle class of this division, and she doesn't do a thing to diminish the quality of our drive. Another real high quality female. Love her length and extension up through her neck and her front end. Like that femininity and angularity she possesses. Really like the shape and flare to her rib cage, and she too is one of the real sound, flexible, mobile ones out here that can get out there and go. To me, the decision comes down between her and the heifer right in front of her in terms of who's going to be reserved. I think both of them bring plenty of quality to the table. I think the two heifers out of the middle class fit together a bit better. I'm going to keep them together in this division. Congratulations.
Your champion junior heifer calf out of Division 3 goes to entry number 148, BCII Henning Sandy, 122, owned by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve Division 3 Angus female goes to entry number 151, Core Annie Lou, 24K, 231K, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. This is your third and final call, Class 29 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 29 Angus females. Your Class 18 results of your Purebred Shorthorn Bull Show. In first place, entry number 375, Little Cedar WF Lookout 2160, owned by Enix Farms LLC of Centennial, Colorado, and Little Cedar Cattle Company of Beaverton, Michigan. In second place, entry number 373, CF Paywade X, owned by Kate's Farms of Modoc, Indiana. In third place, entry number 368, Lane Blankenship. In fourth place, entry number 372, Kendall Nelson and Ryan Worknickel. In fifth place, entry number 374, Bell Broningham. And in sixth place, entry number 371, Double Nickel Cattle Company.
Well, nice pair of Decembers here. The young lady's heifer we lead off with, the stouter featured female of the pair. She's the one that certainly wins visually, and she also wins on paper. She's certainly a bit stronger when you look at her calving ease and her birth weight numbers, and then solid across the board with everything else. Bigger bodied, thicker ended, neater and more attractive in her design. Heifer in second, one that I think's long-bodied, extended in her pattern. She's a little tighter in terms of structure when you get her into motion, straighter in the angle of her shoulder, straighter from her hock to the ground. Needs to be more flexible in terms of movement and deeper and bolder about her center body to rival that heifer in first.
Another really interesting class on our shorthorn side. And again, I start to see these cattle break apart, I think, from type and the kind of cattle they are, the endpoints they have, kind of the way they're put together. for me, just like our last class, you know, I've probably drawn to the one that fits me the best from the standpoint of where we're going to be at the end of the day, what kind of cattle we're going to try and raise. And for me, they need to be kind of soft-made, bigger middled, with enough dimension to them and sound enough at the ground and good enough footed, good enough in their bone structure. In this bull deal, you know, these bulls all kind of through here are really good testicled, so it's not a real issue from that standpoint. But I think the calf that wins the class, I think he just puts the most good things together. He's just a really sound made, good hip, good top, ties in neat into his shoulder, comes down good at the ground, get him out on the move, and he's good enough on the move, and I just think he's kind of the place that I'm drawn to, and then it's to work from there. And I think the young lady's bull that comes next, now that she's kind of got him to where he'll get out and move for, I think he kind of fits into our class winner. He's better, I think, when we compare him to the two standing below him. He's better when we watch him get around the ring, when you watch him move and look at the way he sets down on his front end. He ties in better into his shoulders. He ties in better behind his shoulders, carries out with a really nice hip when we compare him to the bulls that stand below him. So a really nice set of bulls, good individuals to start off with, good ones to follow in with. This young man's bull that comes third, you know, he's kind of, as I look at him, I'd like to maybe change him a little bit. He's getting a little softer made. He's probably starting to show us a little more condition, which doesn't allow us to, I'm not sure he's expressively made as we have in some on either side of him, but he is really one that I think you have to appreciate. Get him moving, kind of watch him track. He'll be a little better maybe than the ones that come behind him, but we're going to get critical of him at his hock out. He wants to kind of really kick out when we get on his front feet. Watch him kind of wants to roll in on those front feet. And again, when we follow in with an individual that just, you know, from a breeding standpoint, there is so much good in this calf where you want to mate him at. He is big boned, big footed, rugged made. From a structure standpoint, he starts to maybe come out in his shoulders, wants to get a little wider up in that front end, wants to come in behind his shoulders, pinch himself a little bit, not give us that extra rib shape that we have in some of those above him. But this is, you know, and I guess the other thing is when we back up and look at him on paper, I think he looks like, you know, typically he kind of matches up with his EPD. He'd be a higher birth bull, one that's probably not going to be quite as easy when we compare him to the ones that stand above him. Then we have a good white bull that follows out that just from a structure standpoint, I think we've got to have to get him better on both ends if we're going to get him any further up. He kind of wants to roll up on his front end and really come off bad from his hock to the ground. So really a nice set of cattle. Good class winners and top end of these bulls. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
First call, Class 30, Angus females. First call, Class 30, Angus females. Your Class 19 results of your purebred shorthorn bull show: in first place, entry number 380, SS Inferno 120, owned by Schrag Shorthorn Farms of Marion, South Dakota, Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana, and Schrag Nickel of Marion, South Dakota. In second place, entry number 385, GCS Guns N' Roses, exhibited by Greencastle Shorthorns of Gilman, Iowa. In third place, entry number 379, Fanning Family Shorthorns. In fourth place, entry number 381, Bright Light Show Cattle. In fifth place, entry number 383, Pleasant White Lighting, owned by Pleasant View Farms. First call, all champion and reserve champion shorthorn bulls. This is your first call, all champion and reserve champion purebred shorthorn bulls to the makeup arena.
really had a tremendous set of these bulls come through this division, these age groups, and the class winners, the similarities to them, I think is obvious from my standpoint of, kind of more moderate maybe in our terms when we start talking about end points and the kind of cattle we can produce with them. But from a quality standpoint and the things they both have, they're both good ribbed, they're both good at the ground. Maybe a little bit of difference. You want to look at the way their necks come up out of their shoulders, their chest floor forward. A little difference in that. You stand behind them, and maybe you can see some differences in pin width and dimension. But these are really a good set of cattle from firsts and seconds. And we've had some really good ones go back. Pretty powerful lineup of these bulls in this division. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. We'll pick our champion reserve. Congratulations.
Get into these November heifers, and I think there's some challenges in piecing the top end of this class together because there are a lot of differences in terms of shape and size and description here. But I like the heifer that we lead off with just because she's so fresh in terms of her condition. Big-bodied, square-hip, neat-necked heifer there that I think's got some quality to her. She's skinny. I mean, she's one when you get up on her and study her just in terms of condition, she's still just real lean, and certainly that's encouraging as you start hitting the gas on her and feeding on her as a big bred. She's got some room to go and come into some of her frame and length and extension. Like her at the ground. She's sound and functional, goes well when you set her into motion. Really love the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder, and she's just the show heifer of the bunch in my opinion. The heifer in second does have more internal dimension, I think. She's probably just a notch wider and stouter and thicker, but probably most of her added thickness dimension difference would be because she's got more condition on her, and she's starting to get a little greasy from front to rear, getting a little more chest, getting a little plainer up through her neck and her front end. And I think that maybe slows her down a bit in terms of movement. She gets a little tighter moving when you ask her to get out and go. Big-bodied, thick-ended, we might melt a little of that excess condition off of her. The heifer in third is a little leaner and trimmer than the heifer that we used in second. I also like her depth and dimension of rib, appreciate her angularity and femininity up front. When we set her into motion, she maybe wants to get a little higher in her spine, coils her top a little bit when you ask her to go. And to me, compared to those top two heifers, she gets a little smaller footed, a little frailer boned, just not quite as stout in terms of her construction. The heifer in fourth's one that at times will give you a real nice look. She is big bodied, and I appreciate her center rib. She wants to tuck up in her flank just a bit. To me, she gets a lot flatter and more nondescript in regards to muscle. When you read her up high and down her top, there's just not much width and dimension to her. Study her from behind, and she gets pretty flat and not very dimensional when you study her through her center and her lower quarter, and gets a little plainer up through her neck and her front end. Come with a heifer next that's moderate framed and deep bodied, like her added foot and bone work, maybe a little shorter and plainer up front, maybe a little more challenged in terms of movement when we set those cattle into motion. Same holds true for the young lady's heifer that comes next. Wants to get a little higher in her spine, a little shallower about her center body, a little more navel, and that kind of throws her balance off just a bit. Bigger scaled, higher performing heifer that comes next, just too straight in her front end for me. She's got some issues and challenges up there that I can't ignore. The heifer we conclude with just needs a bit more balance and pizzazz, and look, when we study her from the side, gives up some performance and growth to her contemporaries out here.
Second call, class 30, Angus female. Second call, class 30, Angus females. Your junior champion purebred shorthorn bull goes to entry number 375. Little Cedar WF Lookout 2160, owned by Enix Farms LLC of Centennial, Colorado, and Little Cedar Cattle Company of Beaverton, Michigan. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 380, SS Inferno 120, owned by Schrag Shorthorn Farms of Marion, South Dakota, and Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana. Now exhibiting the purebred Shorthorn Bull Ring is class number 22. Your Class 28 Angus female results in first place, entry number 184, EXAR Princess 1890, owned by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 190, KCS ATL Soloist 2125, owned by Michaela Dockery of Limestone, Tennessee. In third place, entry number 187, Lauren Wolter. In fourth place, entry number 197, Ben D. Seltmeyer. In fifth place, entry number 196, Brady York. In sixth place, entry number 186, Chloe Wallace. In seventh place, entry number 189, Mackenzie and Grace Conway. And in eighth place, entry number 183, Allie Robertson. Third and final call, Class 30 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 30 Angus females to the makeup arena. First call, Class 31 Angus females. First call, Class 31 Angus females.
We get our senior heifer calf division back out here, and certainly we got 4 females out here that you got to like and appreciate in terms of quality and balance and look. Heifer that wins the first class right here in front of me. Just love the deep, bold center body that she's got. Heifer there that's pretty sound and flexible in terms of her feet and her legs. She wants to get a little loose at the top side of her shoulder, and she has a little more shoulder action when you set the cattle into motion. But a heifer there that I think brings some quality to the table. Got a big hip in her, plenty of muscle, and really just wide and stout and massive in terms of her center rib. Heifer that wins the second class, we just finished talking about her in comparison to the rest of the ones in her class, and just like the femininity and angularity up front. Appreciate the fact that she's got that rib and volume and mass that you like in terms of her center body. She's, like we said before, she's still skinny, skinny, skinny in terms of condition. When you get up on her and study her, I like the fact that that one's got some added foot and bone. She travels well, neat looking and attractive. And a heifer that I think's kind of one that's got some future to her as you project her down the road. Is a big bred. I think that one will look really neat and cool. Nice pair of heifers to evaluate. 2 good seconds over there. Don't want to slight them. But I think really the heat and the divisions between these two. Young lady out of Class 2 will be your division champion. Young lady out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
This class of older shorthorn bulls gets a little challenging from the standpoint of not really drawing one that's just going to fit into where we've been in kind of with our previous classes. But you know, we probably reached up this a little heavier birth bull that's probably a little more out on the edge. But I think he, in this class, he's the one you got to go to. He is you know, you can talk all day long about the bone and the foot and the power and the dimension that he brings. And, you know, for the way this bull's put together, I'll give him credit. He can truck around the ring and he can take a really good stride, you know, and I think it's obvious. You look at him, the way he's built with a little more shoulder and a little more power like that, you would expect a little more birth EPD in this individual, but he's a good one, very deserving of winning this class. He puts the most good things together, and then from there, I think you can roll this next group of bulls any way you want. We're going to follow in with a pair of these, you know, bulls that give up some performance, they give up some total pounds, but they have an advantage, I think, at the ground and the way they're put together. I think the advantage from in our second place bull, when we compare him to the one stand below him, he ties in neat into his shoulder. If we can keep him from, you know, he'll get out and he'll want to just roll up on that top just a little bit. I'd like to change that about him. I'd like to just soften that a little bit and drop that some, but I think he has to find his way more up towards the front end. And young lady's bull that follows next, very similar in kind, probably not as expressive made as bulls on either side of her. It gets a little flatter in the way he's put together, but he ties in neat up into his front end, into his shoulder. He's good testicle. He's good at the ground. You know, he's given up a couple 100 pounds, but I think he's still good enough to get his way up into the top end of this class. Kind of a big extreme made, long neck, kind of just a long extreme fronted individual that comes next, a calf that you really have to appreciate that dimension, that way he's put together and is up in his front end structure. You know, he wants to come in and get a little narrow and not track out for the way you'd like to see him when you get behind him. Not quite as wide as we'd expect him to be. Same way with this big dark bull that comes next. They're really neat, long-fronted, kind of really extreme in their type, but not put together quite like our class winners. They don't get as sound at the ground. They get a little bit out on both ends, or they get a little you know, just not wanting to travel quite like the ones do that stand above them. Young lady's bull that follows out, very similar to the way we talk about these cattle. He's got some top and some hip. He carries down with some expression and some muscle. You watch him walk, he wants to get outside of himself and kind of push on the move. So, you know, just a really intriguing class, a lot of differences, but a lot of good in them. Give those exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Your Senior Angus Heifer Division I champion female goes to entry number 184, EXAR Princess, 1890, owned by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 180, Meyer LK Forever Lady, 1157, owned by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Second call, Class 31, Angus females. Second call, Class 31, Angus females. Results of Class 22 of your Purebred Shorthorn Bull Show. In first place, and also your champion senior bull, goes to entry number 338, FF Pursuit 6H, exhibited by Craig Fuller of Rensselaer, Indiana. Your reserve champion in second place in class goes to entry number 386, SUTH Revlon 481H, owned by Norman Tulaski of Trey Flagler, Indiana. In third place, entry number 391, Samantha Heston. In fourth place, entry number 392, Clay Owen. In fifth place, entry number 390, Nolan Crow. And in sixth place, entry number 387, Allison Udig. Now exhibiting in the Purebred Shorthorn Bull Show will be the selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull.
Get ready to pick our champion Purebred Shorthorn Bull. This is an impressive lineup of bulls. I think you could, you know, as breeders, if you ought to be able to find the individuals that'll work for you in your program. you can sort through the numbers on them, you can look at the phenotype on them, but for me, this is a good lineup of cattle. From that first calf, which was by himself in class, and you're not sure how's he going to look when he gets out here. He looks just as good as the big bulls standing on this end. That calf out of the second class, he beat some really big, high-performing individuals. But for me, I look down the road at one. I think this calf's got a tremendous future. I think there is a lot of good in him. He's put together right, just like the calf standing behind him. They're all these cattle have some rib, they have some dimension, they have some performance. And for me, I guess I feel like they're as sound as we can get them. We look like they're, for me, they look like they're long-term and the kind of cattle they are. We ought to be able to go down the road with these individuals and expect them and that they should breed like they look. We ought to be able to raise the kind of cattle that you can sure do a lot with. So it's been a tremendous lineup. It's been a lot of fun so far. I look forward to the females coming behind these, but these people have worked really hard to bring you a nice set of bulls. Give them a big hand. We'll pick a champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And your grand champion purebred shorthorn bull goes to entry number 375, Little Cedar WF Lookout 2160, owned by Enix Farms, LLC of Centennial, Colorado. Little Cedar Cattle Company of Beaverton, Michigan, and Woodlawn Farms of Creston, Illinois. Your reserve grand champion purebred shorthorn bull goes to entry number 380, SS Inferno 120, owned by Schrag Shorthorn Farms of Marion, South Dakota, and Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana. Congratulations, Shorthorn Bull exhibitors. First call, Class 1 and Class 2, purebred shorthorn females. First call, Class 1 and Class 2, purebred shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 31, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 31, Angus females. And this year, the American Shorthorn Association has 2 show honorees. One of the first show honorees will be Ashbourne Farms. Ashbourne Farms is the agricultural legacy of W.L. Lyons Brown and Sally Schallenberger Brown. It began in 1937 when Sally's grandfather, Ashton Coakin Schallenberger, the 15th governor of Nebraska, gifted the couple several Scottish Shorthorn cattle and a bull for their wedding. By 1945, Lyons and his brother, Gavin Garvin Brown II, became the country's premier Shorthorn breeders. Lyons' post-World War II purchases helped Ashbourne Farms' breeding program flourish. It was then he acquired his herd sire, Prince William XV, from the 1946 International Congress sale. Following in 1953 came the purchase of Drummond Drake Advocate, supreme champion of the Perth, Scotland show and sale. The commitment to investing in notable bulls as well as rounding out the herd with heifers and cows to improve the breed earned Ashbourne Farms notable respect in the Shorthorn family. For some 20 years, Shorthorn enthusiasts gathered at Ashbourne Farms as the Browns of Kentucky hosted their annual sale. Lyons' commitment to the breed expanded past the borders of the farm. An extension included the Brown Foreman Experimental Farm, a partnership between Ashbourne Farms, George Garvin Brown's Farm, Sutherland, and the University of Kentucky. The experimental farm was committed to research and development for improvement of the industry and was recognized for its support of 4-H and FFA programs. Lyons and his brother were recognized as builders of the breed, along with Sutherland farm manager Jack Rasdale, for whom the North American Shorthorn Show is permanently dedicated. Lyons also served on the board of directors as president of the Shorthorn Association in the 1950s. Following Lyons' passing in 1973, his wife Sally took over the farm. She retained the 850 acres that she and Lyons had accumulated. In 1996, she placed the original acreage into a land trust to protect the land in perpetuity and preserve its natural beauty. At the time, this was the largest agricultural easement put in place in Kentucky. Today, the farm is under the watchful stewardship of Lyons and Sally's grandson, Austin Musselman, and his wife, Janie. As third-generation owners, they have expanded Ashbourne Farms to more than 3,500 acres. It is listed on the National Park Service's National Register of Historical Places. Years of thoughtful care have gone into restoring the property to the picturesque splendor of its heyday. On it stands a restored version of the original farmhouse built in the late 1800s. A small herd of shorthorn cattle still grazes the pastures that surround the farm. The original sale barn has been restored and now serves as a world-class event space. Its walls are adorned with photos that showcase the history that gave this farm its life. From meager beginnings, the Browns built the farm from the ground up, sufficing the property with a deep love of agriculture and nature. This legacy is the foundation upon which the modern-day iteration of Ashbourne Farms flourishes. Congratulations to the well-deserving Ashbourne Farms on being the 2022 North American National Shorthorn Show honoree.
Over here on the Angus side, we've got a set of late October females and certainly some quality to talk about on the top end of this class. The heifer that we lead off with, I think, does so pretty handily. When we study her, just in terms of look and balance and presence, I think you like a lot of things about her. Big square level hip in that female, sound and functional in terms of her skeleton. Love the center body depth and dimension, and really like the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Nice female to lead off a competitive class. To me, those heifers in second and third get a little tighter, but I prefer the moderation of frame size, the depth of rib, and just the practicality of this female. In second, to me, that one's just a little neater made in her overall makeup. She's probably not as long and as extended and as powerful from the ground up as the female right behind her. But again, I like the fact that she's longer and more extended up through her neck and her front end. Really like the depth of rib from forerib back to flank. And she's got a little added shape and dimension and power when you analyze her from a muscle standpoint. Not as big-footed and as rugged-boned as the one right behind her, but certainly practical-made female there that's got a lot of good to her. This heifer in third's got some bells and whistles that you like. I mean, she's huge-footed, she's big-boned, rugged and durable in terms of her construction. That translates to her just being a little coarser made all the way throughout, in my opinion. She's just a little coarser and plainer up through her neck and her front end. She's a little bolder at her shoulder. Big top, thick-ended with some added power. Just one that's also, to have that kind of foot and bone and power, she goes pretty well in terms of movement and mobility. But again, just a little coarser and plainer in her makeup in comparison to those top two heifers. Heifer that comes right behind her in fourth, standing still, she gives you a pretty good look. She's neat looking and attractive. She's big bodied and also has the right kind of muscle shape. She wants to twist out quite a bit on her front end, getting a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder and a little more tentative and hesitant in terms of movement when you ask her to get out and go off her front end. Next heifer in the lineup's neat and attractive and feminine, just not enough of her to get around those higher performing, bigger bodied, stouter, thicker cattle. Conclude the class with two head that just lack some balance and power and shape, and especially the heifer that we conclude with, skeletal correctness, a big issue there that can't get her up any higher in class.
The American Shorthorn Association would like to recognize our second show honoree. Breeding shorthorn cattle was an integral part of Garvin Brown family of Sutherland Farms. In the 1950s, Garvin partnered with Jack Rasdale and began the Sutherland herd. The creation of the best of the breed became the family goal. After Garvin's death in 1968, his widow Trudy intensified the effort with Jack to develop the herd. Trudy came from many generations of farmers. When she moved back to Kentucky, she fell in love with the sleek, kind-eyed shorthorns. Trudy and Jack went to work with a defined mission: to improve the breed. After Trudy's death in 1983, her daughter Dace continued with Jack and David Ragsdale with the family mission. Sutherland Farms retired the Paul W. Teagarden Memorial Trophy in 1973. This magnificent silver tray was given by Bud Peters in Mr. Teagarden's memory. Sutherland Crest was the first polled bull to ever win at the Chicago Show and the first to win the trophy in 1967. Sutherland Prospector won in 1969, and Watsika Nunn Bernard retired the trophy in 1973. Our family has considered it the greatest honor to have the Sutherland name still recognized as one of America's best breeders of polled shorthorn cattle. A trophy is presented annually at the International Livestock Show and at the Supreme Champion Female Shorthorn Show. There is also a new trophy presented to the champion purebred female at the National Junior Shorthorn Show. It is presented for the first time this year. Congratulations to the Brown family of Sutherland Farms on being recognized as the North American National Shorthorn Show honoree. It is well deserved with your deep history in the breed. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating your two American Shorthorn Association Show honorees.
You know, we in the Shorthorn breed are very grateful for this family to have chosen Shorthorns a long time ago. We're celebrating our 150th year of the Shorthorn breed and the Shorthorn Association here in the U.S. And it's because of folks like this that we can do that, and the history and the legacy of their family members. The Brown family here in Kentucky has left a legacy in the Shorthorn breed that'll be there forever, besides the legacy right here at North American. So we are very appreciative of them. It's folks like this. They were the little ones. Their parents and grandparents are the ones that helped build all this, but they're here today to accept this honor, and we are truly grateful for their participation in the Shorthorn breed and the beef cattle industry here in the United States. Thank you very much.
First call, Class 32, Angus females. First call, Class 32, Angus females. Second call, Class 1 and Class 2, purebred shorthorn females. Second call, Class 1 and Class 2, purebred shorthorn females. Second call, Class 32, Angus females. Second call, Class 32, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 1 and Class 2, purebred shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 1 and Class 2, purebred shorthorn females. This is your first call, Class 3, purebred shorthorns. First call, Class 3, purebred shorthorn females.
One nice class of these early October females here in the heifer we lead off with. Again, one that I think just gives you a bit more look and balance and pizzazz from the side. Really like the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder, opens up with a real big forerib. Certainly sound and flexible in terms of movement. I'd give her just a little more expression of muscle if we want to talk about ideals. I'd love for her to have just a little more width and power and dimension down her top, but she is so good bellied and so square and level in her hip, neat and attractive up front. I think that's the one you tie to in this class. Really just a pretty practically made female here in second that really doesn't wow you in any one area, but when you start breaking her down, there's just a lot of good in that female. She's sound structured, she's big hipped, she's big bodied, gets a little loose over the top side of her shoulder, and I might tighten her up there to make her not have quite as much shoulder action when she gets out on the move. But again, a big hip, thick-ended one that's got some good to her. Love that rib shape, appreciate her soundness and skeletal correctness, especially when we watch her get out and travel. The heifer in third just kind of gets out-powered in terms of just size, scale, dimension, and weight per day of age. She's a little more moderate in terms of her frame size. She's a little thicker and probably just a notch steerier and more terminal in her look than the two heifers right in front of her. She's one that probably doesn't travel quite as free and as easy from her hock to the ground. She's got some added foot and bone, but a female there that maybe just falls short of the top end of that class in terms of femininity and look and balance. The heifer right behind her, moderate frame, deep-centered, a little flatter in terms of her design, one that's a little shorter and plainer up front. The heifer that's kind of getting away from us here, stout featured in terms of her foot and her bone work, little excess navel, little coarse in her makeup, just a little too plain for me in her overall look, and has some skeletal issues, I think, when we set her into motion that kind of put her down toward the bottom end of the class.
Second call, Class 3, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 3, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 32, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 32, Angus females. First call, Class 33 and 34, Angus females. First call, Class 33 and 34, Angus females. Your Class 29 Angus female results: in first place, entry number 200, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal, 1221, owned by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. In second place, entry number 206, EXAR Envious Blackbird, 1837, owned by Mia Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 207, Clara Sinclair. In fourth place, entry number 201, Sadie Ray Poole. In fifth place, entry number 204, Hayden Mullion. In sixth place, entry number 205, Jacqueline Bramall. And in seventh place, entry number 203, Victor Morgan. Your Class 30 results: in first place, entry number 209, Three Aces Frontier Gal, 9201, owned by Alexandra Duckworth of Greenville, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 219, MC Blackcap, 1077, owned by Caden Harris of Staunton, Virginia. In third place, entry number 211, Ben D. Selmeyer. In fourth place, entry number 217, Anna Johnson. In fifth place, entry number 214, Gunnar Pickrill. Second call, Class 33 and 34 Angus females. Second call, Class 33 and 34 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 3. Purebred Shorthorn females, third and final call, Class 3. Shorthorn females.
Get into these Septembers, and there's some contrasting types and kinds out here, especially as you look all the way down throughout this class. But the heifer that leads off the class really is the one that kind of dominates out here from start to finish. When you study her in terms of just foot and bone work and balance and look and symmetry, she's the show heifer, I think, of the group. She's the one that gives you that elite look from the side, really ultra feminine, super sound and flexible in terms of movement, has that added foot and bone and power from the ground up. Heifer in second, another one that I think is pretty practical in her design, big-bodied, thick-ended female. She too's got the foot and bone that we talk about, really one that I think balances pretty well. And to me, compared to the heifer in third, longer spined, longer hip, longer bodied, just more female there, and certainly a bit more length, extension, and freedom of movement when we set those cattle into motion. The heifer in third's a bit smaller framed and more conventional in her makeup. She's deep-bodied, easy keeping in her kind, real mature looking up through her head and her neck. And again, I'd just love for that one to give us a bit more balance and femininity and look from the side. Does have that thickness and width we talk about, like the shape of rib, but to me just looks a little plainer and more mature as you study her up front. Same holds true for the heifer that comes next. Huge bodied, one that's got a big square hip in her. That one's neck does come high out of the top side of her shoulder, but she's getting real greasy in terms of condition. We need to melt some of that chest out of her, take some of that excess condition out back around her tail head where those pones are. Just get her leaner and skinnier, I think. That would also help her structure. That's probably the most detrimental thing to her. She's getting over at her knee, getting a little out on her front end. I'd change that about her to move her up in class. Heifer we conclude with, just one that gets a little smaller statured, a little plainer, if you will, up through her neck and head and front end. Just needs some femininity and balance and eye appeal to work up higher in that class.
Start our heifer show off with a set of these June babies, and just three really cool baby calves to start with. I think, though, for me, kind of where we're going to start with this young lady's calf just put so many good things together. And her advantage is all structure right now at this point of the game. I think it's shoulder structure. I think it's from behind her shoulder into her rib, down her top, into her hip. I think you can just see that this heifer pulls herself together. She's in the right I guess kind of that right range for me on far as where we're going to be at, the type that she is. I think she's just a pretty easy place to start. I like the young man's big growthy female that comes next. She probably gets a little bit more open in her shoulder, wants to kind of open up on top, tie in a little tighter right behind her shoulder, not be quite as sound as that heifer calf that leads the class, but got to appreciate her. She is kind of a big growthy one that's got a lot of future to her. Young lady's heifer that comes next, you know, there's nothing wrong with her other than the fact that today, probably compared to the two standing above her, she's just a little green, needs a little more time, but well, you know, there's nothing wrong with being green and fresh at the beginning of these show careers. You got a long ways to go. That one's got a lot of future, a good one to start with in this class. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Third and final call, class 33 and 34 Angus females. Third and final call, class 33 and 34 Angus females. First call, class 35 Angus females. First call, class 35 Angus females.
Another really nice class as we get into these, start into these summer borns, and kind of a female that I think comes to the top pretty quick in here. She's kind of that type that I like to see. She's very adequate in her rib shape, great dimension down her top, into her hip, really good at the ground, ties in neat into her shoulder, and I think kind of projects out to maybe kind we'd like to see at the end of the day, those bigger ones that are made this same way. I think she finds her way, and then I think you can roll these 4 heifers any way you want to. The young man's heifer that comes next, she's the kind of the high growth kind of individual in here. She's sure got enough bone and foot, got a lot of dimension, and a little more shoulder, wants to break in just a little bit behind her shoulder, doesn't want to hold herself together as well as our class winner, but still a really nice individual, very deserving, I think, of working her way up here. She'll be kind of a fun one to watch. And I think we follow in the young man's heifer that's given up a little dimension from one way or the other. We look at her on the profile, you're going to have to appreciate her. She looks a lot like those cattle that are ahead of her when you stand off on the side. She's got that rib shape. She's got some volume, carries back in with some flank, but she doesn't want to have that expression and pop maybe that we have in those standing above her. Young lady's heifer that comes next, dark red heifer, probably a little shorter hip when we look at her compared to the ones above her. Doesn't want to give us that real length of hip. She gets a little deeper in her chest, but I appreciate her because she does have some volume. She's got some dimension. She's got a real maternal look to her. And when we look at the young lady's heifer that follows out, this is kind of the intriguing one of the bunch. And I mean, I know she's standing at the wrong end of the class for her, but I think as you follow this heifer, this is so unique the way she's made. We gotta widen this one out from one end to the other. We gotta give her a chance to mature, kind of see if we can get a little more to her, just a little more, make her a little bolder made from one end to the other. But it's a really good class of cattle. For these exhibitors, congratulations.
A real good set of these September females here, and top 2, 3, 4, 5, in this class, all nice cattle to talk about and discuss. The heifer that's in the lead here, again, I think she wins just on look and balance and presence when you study her from the side. Then study that one from the ground up in terms of skeletal correctness. You sure like the foot and the bone, the way she's built, big-bodied, thick-ended, just good-made cattle there. Got the femininity and angularity you want to see up front. Real nice heifer to lead off with. The heifer in second, one that is stout featured, and you love the foot and the bone you see in this one as well. Tail head sets up in her just a little higher than ideal, and I'd probably sit that down in her maybe just a bit more naturally. That heifer to me gets maybe just a notch coarser at the point of her shoulder compared to our class winner, but no doubt a thick-ended, stout-made, big-bodied one that there's a lot of good in. The female in third's one that I think when you study her from the side, you love her. I think you like the femininity and angularity, like the presence, just really like that neat, sharp front end, the way that it comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She kind of gets outpowered and outmassed by the other cattle. Just doesn't have the internal dimension. She probably gets a nickel straighter in the angle of her shoulder as well. But really neat and cool looking, probably one that could be a breeding piece to do some neat things with down the road, but maybe just doesn't have quite the cow power we see in those first two. The heifer in fourth, one that studied and I studied and I studied, and certainly you like the rib and volume and foot and bone in this female, like the overall added power and dimension. Then you get up on her and study her, and I think when you read that one in terms of pure composition, a lot of that extra width and dimension and mass might be a little excess condition. She is getting greasy when you study her down through her chest and her brisket. She's certainly getting greasy back around her tail head and down throughout her udder. I'd melt that one down and get her just a bit leaner to make her a bit more functional, but certainly like her added power and dimension and shape. Heifer that comes next is neat looking and attractive when you get her on the stand. Study her head on, and to me that one gets a little forward in the angle of her shoulder. I'd rock her back in that regard and let her travel a little freer and truer. She wants to get a little upright there on her front end, kind of wants to get a little stiffer and stiltier from her hock to the ground. Just doesn't travel with the freedom and ease we need to get in the top end of that class. Conclude with a pair of heifers there that just give up some growth, performance, balance, and look. Again, really nice cattle, but round out a very competitive class on the top end.
Results of Class 1 in your 2022 North American Purebred Shorthorn Female Show. In first place, entry number 5, Creeks Vanessa, exhibited by Emma Helsinger of West Manchester, Ohio. In second place, entry number 4, GCC Magical Margie 221, owned by Sloan Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. In third place, entry number 2, Respite Farm Incorporated of Paris, Kentucky. Your Class 2 Purebred Shorthorn Female results. In first place, entry number 9, CF Mona Lisa 2112 UH, owned by Michaela Sugg of Darien Center, New York. In second place, entry number 13, 7G Max Rosa K32, owned by Lane McKenna of Newark, Ohio. In third place, entry number 14, Jackson Overbay. In fourth place, entry number 12, Iva Mummert. And in fifth place, entry number 10, also exhibited by Iva F. Mummert. Second call, Class 35, Angus Females. Second call, Class 35, Angus Females. This is your first call, Class 36, Angus. First call, Class 36, Angus Females.
Really nice class of these heifer calves. This is a pretty intriguing pair up on the top end. I'm not sure that, you know, I'm sure as you go down the road with these and follow these two heifer calves, there's going to be some changes made as you go through through their careers. But the dark red heifer that I'm going to start with, she just has a little more to her this morning. She's going to be a little wider in her top, carries back wider in her pins, down with a little more expression. She's got the width of base that I'd like to see when you follow this one around. I just think, you know, for the kind of the combination female that comes in here. This one in second is so intriguing. She is just, you know, you can talk about these young prospects of where we're going to be at the end of the day with them. She fits so many things together. Today, she probably doesn't want to give me that total dimension that I have in the heifer that stands above her. She's going to get a little tighter in her pins, not quite as wide as we get them and watch them move out from us. She'll get a little narrower in at the base and not give us that width and dimension that our class winner has. McMahon's heifer in thirds, you know, really a nice, really intriguing individual, standing still, kind of from a structure standpoint. She probably wants to come apart and come to three pieces. You know, she kind of wants to get a little open up in her shoulder, wants to kind of drop off when we get behind her, drop her pins, and not just be as sound and functional and fluid as what we have in those heifers standing above her. This is a big power heifer that comes next. The roan heifer with all the bone and all the substance in the foot, big middle inner, lots of dimension. You know, probably not put together quite like what I'd like to see her when we compare to the two above her. 3 above her, she gets a little shorter in the way she's made. And similar when we follow out with this red heifer, they just, again, it's early in these young heifers' careers, so we have so much time on them. We got a lot of places to end up with. This is another young prospect that's pretty green in her type, but I think she's got a lot of quality about her. I think you give her a chance to kind of catch up to some of these ahead of her, and she's going to be really competitive. So another really nice class of females all the way through. Give those exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
We get our senior heifer calf Division II back out here, and certainly a really nice lineup of heifers to evaluate. Certainly some quality out here to talk about in our 4 class winners, and then some real nice seconds over there, and we'll consider one of those here in just a moment. But as you study these 4 heifers that come out of their respective classes, really just like them in terms of fundamental correctness, and certainly like the fact that they're all just ultra feminine, good-bodied, sound-structured cattle that could go out there and make it in the real world. Heifer out of the first class of this division, she's really, really complete, folks. And when you study her from this view, I think you just got to like the presence and the look and the balance that she has. Love the center body depth and dimension she offers. Again, one that's probably got a little added width and dimension and true natural shape and muscle in comparison to the other 3 cattle out here. I love that one from the top side of her shoulder back to her hip, just in terms of the way that she balances, and then she shows you that she's got that added shape and expression up high. Love the sweep to her rib cage, and really like her in motion. Like the way that that one just balances up into a real fresh feminine package. Nice female there out of that first class. Heifer out of class 2 won her class just by being the most complete one out there in terms of look and balance. Heifer there that to me is sound structured, certainly nice in terms of her center rib as well. Compared to her contemporaries out here, she might need a little more muscle, especially as we read her right behind her blade, and she probably gets just a little flatter and more nondescript when you study her right through her center and her lower quarter. Maybe a little deeper there in her chest, has a little more front end to her, but again, a nice heifer that's got some quality and some balance to her. The female that wins the 3rd class, love the foot and the bone up under that female. She's one that's big-footed, heavy structured, durable in terms of her construction, gets out there and goes like one needs to. Still real fresh, I think, in terms of condition, but another one that also could take an added shot of muscle when we think about just true power when you step in behind the cattle. She's a little flatter made in regards to muscle compared to some of the others out here. But certainly I love her from the ground up in terms of foot and bone, and do appreciate her look and her balance from the side. Heifer that wins the last class, you know, same song, second verse. When you talk about her and the heifer right in front of her, there's a lot of similarities. The heifer there out of class 4 also has foot and bone that you want to see in one. She's big-bodied. She's certainly thick and dimensional when you study her from behind, like that big square hip. She's a little wonky in her top, and when you study that one and get back off of her, she wants to cave in just a little bit right there behind her shoulder. She does have certainly tremendous center body depth and dimension, and probably collects herself a little better when you actually get her into motion, but she's a little wonky right there out of the backside of her shoulder, and just doesn't tie in perfectly from the top of her shoulder back to her hip. That's being ultra critical of another really good female out here, just in terms of look, balance, quality, and femininity. Really a nice lineup. There's one that I think wins it, and wins it pretty handily. She's the heifer out of class 1. Congratulations.
On the shorthorn side, we get ready to pick our first division of June, a couple of Mays, and these are just outstanding heifer calves. There's so much good in them. I think you can kind of work your way through any of them and probably have a champion that'll still be a champion when we get to next year's career on these heifers. But, you know, the advantage these heifers all have, I think we can look at them individually or look at them in this whole group, is they've got some rib shape, they've got some volume, but they've got a real maternal look to them. They're good up in their front end structure. They carry back with some width and dimension. So, I think there's just so many good things about them. Give these exhibitors a nice hand in this division, and we'll pick our champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 35 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 35 Angus females. Second call, Class 36 Angus females. Second call, Class 36 Angus females.
Bring in our second place heifer out of that first class, and again, another high-quality female there. Praised her, I think, earlier in class for just being a fundamentally correct female that's moderate, easy keeping in her design, big-bodied, square-hipped, functional, one that maybe just doesn't have quite the length and extension and size and scale and weight per day of age we see in some of these other cattle, but certainly a good one to come back out here and compete in this drive. To me, it comes down to the two heifers back here on the back end, and they're similar, like we talked about. Both of them have that foot and bone that you want to see up under them. Both those cattle are sharp and cool looking up front. I think there's one that's probably just got a little more true dimension, but both are real nice cattle. I like the young man's heifer to be reserve division. Congratulations.
Results of class number 3 of your purebred shorthorn female show. In first place, entry number 18, Berg's Miley Myrtle Bow, exhibited by Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. In second place, entry number 27, CF Mona Lisa 2101 UH, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. In third place, entry number 21, Morgan Brooks. In fourth place, entry number 24, Addison Campbell. In fifth place, entry number 25, Respite Farm Incorporated. Your late spring heifer calf champion goes to entry number 9, CF Mona Lisa 2112 UH, exhibited by Michaela Sugg of Darien Center, New York. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 18, Berg's Miley Myrtle Bow, exhibited by Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. This is your third and final call, Class 7 and Class 8 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 7 and 8 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 9 Shorthorns. First call, Class 9 Shorthorn females.
Single entry August female here on the Angus side, and she could have sure stood some competition. Sound, functional made female that's got some added power and shape. Really like her rib and volume and capacity. Getting a little bit of chest, and we might tuck that up in her and make her a little leaner, but certainly a high quality single entry female. We'll see her again in a division drive.
Really nice pair of these April heifer calves on the shorthorn side. A little more performance and power and growth. I think in our class winner, heifer, when she's standing still, she's just really hard to not appreciate. I would like to change her a little bit. We get her on the move. Right at her shoulder, she wants to seem to be just a tick stiff, a little more upright at her shoulder, but I don't think there's any way you can keep this heifer from winning this class because of the performance, the dimension, just from her shoulders back into her hip down to the ground. She's wider at her hock. She just carries with more true mass and body. Young lady's heifer that comes next is a heifer that, when we start comparing them and the differences, I do think she's made a little better up in her shoulder structure. I like the way she gets out and moves off that front end. She doesn't have the dimension, doesn't have the width, doesn't have the total power that we've got in our class winner, but still, I think she's a heifer that's just got a lot of good to her and a lot of future. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 36, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 36, Angus females. First call, Class 37, Angus. First call, Class 37, Angus females. Second call, Class 9, purebred shorthorn females. Second call, Class 9, shorthorn females. Results from class number 6. In first place, entry number 33, Little Cedar Miss Margie, WW 2210, owned by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. In second place, entry number 34, RFSS HH Breathtaker Diva 255K, owned by Respite Farm Incorporated of Paris, Kentucky.
Well, a nice trio of these June yearling females. And again, top two heifers that are a bit different in terms of type and kind. Both nice cattle, but I give the nod to the heifer here in the lead. I just see probably a little more true width and dimension and shape, like the flare and curvature to her lower rib. To me, she stands on just a bit more foot and bone. She's probably just a little neater and more attractive, has a little more balance and style when you study her from the side, but I think a little more added power and shape from end to end as well. Heifer in seconds, a little larger frame, longer bodied. She's neat necked as well. She's one that's got the right kind of center body shape and dimension, but again, just gets a little plain in terms of her overall look. Wants to taper back a bit from her hooks to her pins. Gets a little deeper and bolder there in her chest. Heifer that concludes the class, moderate framed, easy keeping type cattle there that'll be low maintenance. She's a little short and plain up through her neck and her front end. She's a little more tentative in her stride, gets a little higher in her spine when you ask her to get out there and go.
Results of Class 33 of your Angus female show. In first place, entry number 246, YFFCF Blackbird 2150, owned by Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. Your Class 34 results. In first place, entry number 252, EXAR Frontier Gal 1739, owned by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 251, TLF Misbelievable 117J, owned by Nebel Black Iron Cattle of Winnemac, Indiana. In third place, entry number 250, Jack Selmeyer.
An interesting trio of these June females. The heifer that we start off with, big numbered in several of her columns, really impressive, I think, in terms of her milk and her growth numbers. Also some cavities in there that really looks good. Love the depth and dimension of rib you see in this female, like that big square hip. She's getting a little overcooked for me. She's starting to get some chest and some front end to her, but she still, I think, balances as well as any out here. Certainly well enough to win this class. That added with her performance certainly makes her the logical place to start. The heifer in second, similar in terms of type and kind. She's moderate framed and deep bodied. I would really set her tail head down into her and let her balance a bit better when you study her from the side. She too's getting a little too much chest, a little too much condition on her for me for this stage of the game, starting to impede her movement just a bit. She doesn't move quite as free and easy and as flexible as the female we lead off with. Heifer in third, one that is probably a notch longer and more extended in her pattern, perhaps the leanest of the trio, but when you study her center body, she doesn't have the internal dimension. She's just a bit more tubular from her forerib back to her flank, and a bit off in terms of her hip construction. Tailhead sits up high. She wants to taper back from her hooks to her pins, and she too is a little more tentative from her hock to the ground than we see at the top end of that class.
Second call, Class 9 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 9 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 37 Angus females. Second call, Class 37 Angus females.
This is a really interesting class of these calves, and I'd be the first to admit, you know, there's a couple of places up on the top end. I probably am trying to weigh out which direction's the best way to go for me. And you know, in the dark red heifer the young lady has wins the class. I mean, it's easy to stand back and talk about her phenotypically. It's easy to talk about that extension of front end, length of top, hip, so many things we have about her that we do like. What I would like to change when we compare her to the heifers that's standing right below her is I'd like to just blow her apart a little bit, just give us a little bit more true dimension when we compare to this heifer that stands second. The heifer standing second, the longer we stay out here, you know, she's just kind of the way she's made. She wants to kind of start kind of sagging a little bit, break it behind her shoulder, wanting to kind of come apart a little bit. I was first, and I'm really drawn to her because she brings some extra power, some extra dimension, some extra bulk and body. You know, at times we'll get her pulled together, then at times we'll get her out and she'll just kind of want to fall apart on us and come to pieces. And I struggle with, you know, looking at her as where we'll, you know, down the road, is she going to be sound enough? Is she going to hold herself together? And that's kind of a pair of heifers that they're different ends of the spectrum for me, but they're both really good. It's just there's some differences in structure. Young lady's heifer that comes next, standing still, I think probably could find her way to the front pretty quick. She gets out on the move, and you watch her from her hock to the ground and watch the way she wants to kick outside of herself. And at this age, I think that's probably something we need to be a little bit concerned about if we're going to get her on down the road and get her sound enough. Young man's heifer that comes next, pretty extreme in her kind, which is a good thing. She's real green. She's put together with tremendous pieces. She has got a long freak neck in her. She's got a big rib in her. She's kind of got some dimension to her. You know, today she's super green when we compare to the one standing above her. A lot of future in her, I think, as we go on down the road. Young lady's heifer that comes next, you know, her real advantage in this class, she probably from shoulder to flank, she's probably got the best rib shape, total dimension, lots of spring, lots of bulk and body in her. She does get a little short in from her hooks back, gets a little round in her muscle structure, wants to get a little shorter up in her front end. Young lady's heifer that comes next, it's a really nice heifer phenotypically. Again, we look at these young heifer calves, and we're going to have to realize that, you know, this one's got a tremendous future ahead of her because she's put together right. Today, she's probably just given up that couple 100 pounds of performance that we need to see in them if we're going to get them pushed up any further. But great class of females. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 9 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 9 Shorthorn females. Entry number 78 to the makeup arena. First call, Class 10 and Class 11 Shorthorns. First call, Class 10 and 11 Shorthorns. Once again, third and final call, Class 37 Angus females. Entry number 270, 271, 272, and 274 to the makeup arena. First call, Class 38 Angus females. First call, Class 38 Angus females.
Well, nice lineup of these May females here, and again, a deep class in terms of quality, 3, 4, 5 deep in here of just real nice cattle. The two heifers on the top end of this class, I think both really, really nice cattle, a little different in terms of type and kind, and again, just depends on which kind you want to tie to. The heifer that wins the class to me in terms of just width and dimension and power is the one you tie to here. She's certainly the one that's got the most foot and bone. She's got the most added width and dimension when you study the cattle up high. One that I think balances incredibly well when you study her from the side. Heifer that when you set her into motion, I think doesn't disappoint you there either. Takes a longer and more flexible stride. I like the angle of her shoulder, probably perhaps a bit better than the heifer right behind her. I do think that she takes a longer and more accurate stride off of her front end than the heifer there in second. But again, that's being nitpicky on two awfully good females. The heifer in second, I really like the long extended neck and front end that she offers. Female that's getting just a little bit of chest in her at this stage of the game, but big-bodied, thick-ended, really square-made in terms of her hip. One that I think is on the stand, just gets maybe a little forward in the angle of her shoulder, doesn't handle those front two with quite as much comfort and ease as we see in our class winner, but certainly another real high-quality female. This heifer in third, again, wins a lot of classes during the day today, but get her in here with those other two, and she kind of gets swallowed up in terms of performance. She just doesn't have quite the internal dimension. She doesn't have the thickness and width and power from end to end. Real cool looking, real neat made, super sound and functional, just a little flatter and more nondescript in terms of muscle compared to those top two heifers. Heifer right behind her in fourth, neat looking and attractive, just gets a little too straight up through her front end for me. Maybe not quite as deep and as bold as some when you study her rib cage, and maybe wants to get a little easy right there in her loin. Just doesn't balance quite as well. Two heifers we conclude with. The heifer there in the lead's just a little deeper in her chest, a little shorter and plainer up through her neck and her front end, and just a bit overdone in terms of condition for me. The heifer we conclude with just needs a bit more balance and look and symmetry, a bit more skeletal correctness to work up to the top of a real competitive class.
Second call, Class 38 Angus females. Second call, Class 38 Angus females. This is your first call, Class 39 Angus. First call, Class 39 Angus females.
Another really nice class of these heifer calves, and a pair up on top that just, you know, there's some differences, I think, but there's no doubt they're just two extreme high-quality individuals. So much good in both of these heifers. Our class winner for me, I think we can start right at the base of her chest and look up through her neck. She's probably a little more extended, ties in a little neater right at the base of her chest. Look down her top from her shoulder back to her tail head. Have a little more length. Get her hooks back into those pins, a little more length of hip, stand behind them, and she's going to give us just a little more bold sprung female from one end to the other. But and we look at the heifer that stands second to her, just the same kind. I mean, these are heifers that have so much similarities from the standpoint of on the profile. Phenotypically, they're attractive made, big ribbed, really good at the ground. They're just good cattle that, you know, our class winner, I just think we have more there than we have in our second place heifer. The young lady's heifer moved up into third just because when we track her around the ring and you walk her, she's sound, she takes a long stride, she'll step right where she needs to. She doesn't have quite the dimension that maybe heifers on either side of her have. She's going to get a little narrower at the hock, but, you know, she's so flexible and fluid, and I think that's her real advantage. The dark red heifer that comes next, I get really drawn to this heifer standing still. I look at her and I think, man, I love that center portion of her body. I love the hip that she has in her, but then we get her out on the move and you realize that, you know, she's struggling probably off both ends, doesn't want to just take a full long stride, wants to work a little bit too hard off both ends to get any further up. Young man's heifer that comes next, you know, when we compare to those class winners and the ones up front, she's made a little different the way her neck comes up out of her shoulder. Doesn't have that length and extension of front end that we see in the class winners, but she's a heifer that just center portion of her body you love. You love the hip, you love a lot of that dimension, and I think she holds herself together good enough. Big power-made heifer that comes next, the high-performing individual. For me, though, she's probably from a structure standpoint, just from the way her skeleton ties together, she wants to open up and not have that really strong top, good hip. She'll drop her pins, kind of get off, and just not be as sound as we'd like for her to be. But good class, a really nice pair of heifers up on the top end. Congratulations.
Third and final call in Class 38, Angus females. Third and final call in Class 38, Angus females. Second call, Class 39, Angus. Second call, Class 39, Angus females. Second call, Class 11 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 11 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 12 Shorthorns. First call, Class 12 Shorthorn females. Your Class 8 purebred Shorthorn female results in first place, entry number 53, GCC Buckeye Charm 72, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. In second place, entry number 66, CF Mona Lisa 281 LL, exhibited by Keaton McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 67, Kyla Fogg. In fourth place, entry number 56, Head for the Hills Shorthorns of Canada. In fifth place, entry number 58, Walker Schwam. And in sixth place, entry number 61, Bryson Golso.
Another really nice class heifer calves, again with a pair of these on top that are just very similar. They're close in the way they're going to be placed. I think you can kind of talk some differences on however you want to go with them. For me, the roan heifer that wins the class, she's better, I think, for the way I like to see them built. I think she's better at her shoulder, and I think she's better right behind her shoulder. You can go right down into her chest floor and work your way up, and she's going to be put together a little better there. Ties in a little tighter, a little more extended. Just really nice up in that front end structure. Big dark red heifer that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape. You know, and again, when we stand behind them, we're probably going to have to give an advantage to the roan heifer. She's got a little more true width and dimension to her, carries with a little more expression of hip, and it shows on the move. She's going to be a little wider based at her hock, wider down at the ground. But I think she handles it well enough. I think she can get out, and when we get her to move, I think she'll sure track around the ring and cover her steps and be good at that point. You know, the young man's dark red heifer, like we talked about, I would like to change her just a little bit in her shoulder structure. I'd like to not have her open up quite as much and break right in behind that shoulder. But again, she's just a really nice pair of heifers up on the top end. Then we follow with a pair of these heifers that I think are, you know, they're big ribbed, high volume, real maternal, kind of cow prospects. You know, if we're going to compare them to the show heifers that stand above them, we're going to pick on them because they're probably not quite as attractive made in their front end structure, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing, you know, that we're going to discount them too much. I just think in this class, we can't work them any farther up. But from shoulders back, you look through the center portion of the body of these heifers and you think about young cows and what I like to see, for me anyway, is I like to see that rib shape. I like to see some depth of body. I like to see it carry out with some width and top and width when we look at them from down the top and back from their hooks to their pins. And I think they're just a real nice pair of heifers. And then we follow again with another pair of heifers that, you know, the profile-wise, these heifers are super attractive to look at. Stand up on them, look at them right now, and you just need to give them some time. They're real green. We got a lot of time left in these. We're going to let them kind of mature a little bit, get them blown apart, see if we can get a little more heifer to them if we're going to get them up on the top end. But really a nice class. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for a good set of heifers.
Well, there's only 5 of these early May heifers in the class, but I'll tell you, this is one of the deepest and most challenging classes I've had to sort all day in terms of pure quality. A lot of good cattle out here, all 5 of them, certainly just good functional kind of cattle. These top 3, 4 heifers are certainly extremely competitive. Let's talk about these top 2, and here's what I see. When I study the heifer in the lead, she is just absolutely striking on the side view profile. I love the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. I love the fact that she's so big-bodied, square-made, thick-ended, and sound-structured. Just an awfully nice female that's presented at a high level, still lean and trim in terms of condition, right in that regard, and again, just really gives you a killer look when you study her from the side. Nice heifer. The heifer in second, I like that one too, considerably well. When you study her from her shoulder back, love the body, love the big, wide, square hip. She too's got the foot and bone and substance we want to see in one. If we compare to the class winner, she's probably a little thicker necked. She's a little crestier over the top side of her neck and just doesn't give you quite as much elite look from the side when you study her front end and her neck and her head. From her shoulder back, though, I think that one is killer good also in terms of pure quality. Love her soundness, love her mobility. Another high quality female to compete in a really competitive class. This heifer in third's one that I studied because, you know, this one has also got some things that you got to appreciate about her. I love the length and extension up front. She's dead level from the top of her shoulder back to her tail head. She's got a big square hip in her, and she too stout structured from the ground up. She's a little gathered in her teat distribution, and I worry about that down the road in terms of what her udder's going to look like. But I'd say the big thing for me is that one's just a notch too greasy for me when I study her from end to end. A lot of chest, a lot of fat back there around her tail head. Just a little bit overcooked for me, but still an awfully nice female in terms of quality and the way that she's presented. This heifer in fourth is also a really good heifer. And again, she just fell into a buzzsaw in terms of competition out here. She could win a lot of classes earlier in the day. This one gets out here and gets into a class where there's just a whole lot of heat, big-bodied, practical made female that I think there's a lot of good in. A little off in the top portion of her hip. She wants to taper back from her hooks to her pins. She's maybe not quite as elite looking up through her neck and her front end and her shoulder, but another real good female. Heifer we conclude with, not a bad female at all. Still sound structured, still big-bodied, but gives up some power, some performance, and just some overall look and pizzazz to those cattle at the top end of a highly, highly competitive class. That one was fun to judge, folks. Let's give them a round of applause.
Second call, Class 12 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 12 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 40 Angus females. First call, Class 40. First call, Class 15 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 15 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 12 Shorthorn females. Results of Class 37 in your Angus female show. In first place, entry number 276, SCC Heart and Soul 153, owned by Delaney Jones of Harrod, Ohio. In second place, entry number 275, BNWZ Sarah's Dream 1156, owned by Landon Walker Marshall of Wares Cave, Virginia. In third place, entry number 277, Bryson Jones. In fourth place, entry number 267, Catherine Coleman. And in fifth place, entry number 270, Abby Bratcher.
On our Shorthorn side, a mid-March set of heifer calves, and class winner, I think, just puts the most good things together. I think she's the one that just comes in here and kind of dominates from the standpoint of, she's a big rib, she's big top, she's wide at base, she tracks good, she's attractive made, and I think it kind of gets to be a race, to get close to her as we work our way down through here. And, you can pick at her a little bit with all that width and dimension. There is a little more shoulder sits there, but I don't think it hurts her. I don't think it takes away from her. It just shows that you've got some true power and dimension in there. The female that's probably as close to her and kind phenotypically is a heifer that stands second. Not as much of her, probably a little better right where she ties into that front end, but she doesn't have that width. She gets a little narrow at her pins, wants to come down a little narrow at the ground. Doesn't give us that real width and power and dimension that our class winner brings, but really a nice female, I think, very deserving of being up there. This is a red heifer that comes in thirds, pretty intriguing. She doesn't balance up, doesn't give us that real cool front end look that we get into some of these others, but man, I mean, she is big ribbed, deep bodied, soggy made, but sound, and still brings herself, has real fluid in her movement, gets around the ring. The way she's put together, if we just extend her out a little bit, if we're going to compare her to the two standing above her, that's the first thing we're going to look for. And then we follow in with another heifer that's made a lot like the first and second place heifers. We just don't have as much of her. We're going to be honest to the point to say, we need to pull her apart, going to have to widen her out, get her a little wider when we stand behind her down at the ground. Just a really neat prospect, just like this roan heifer that comes next. I know she's the lightest, smallest, one of the smaller heifers in here, but this is a really neat prospect. I think, mid-March, we got a lot of time on this one. I think you can just take this heifer calf and go down the road with her and hope that we kind of do a lot of things. She's got a lot of future because she is sure put together right. And we follow with the red roan heifer that probably gets a little shorter made, especially from her hooks back. She'll get real short. Her tail head wants to kick up, want to set that down, lengthen her from her hips back, from her hooks back, and I think it'll help her on her move when we get her around the ring. A little more extreme kind I think this young lady has. You got to appreciate her. She's attractive made. We're just going to have more heifer, just like young man's heifer that follows out. Females that have a lot of good to them, got a lot of future. Just need more of them if we're going to get them farther up. But another really good class. Congratulations.
We get our intermediate drive back out here in the Angus female show, and again, quite a lineup of females to talk about. 3 heifers up here on the front end, and we'll talk about them quickly, and then we'll get to the business end of this division, which I think's the last 2 heifers. The heifer that wins the first class, big-bodied, stout-hipped, one that I think's got some good to her, like the fact that she's got some expression of muscle. She might be a nickel plainer fronted than some of the other cattle out here. A little more chest, a little more crest to her neck, but again, big-bodied, thick-ended, stout-made female. Heifer out of class 2, probably just a little more neat and refined in her makeup. Probably not the stoutest one out here in terms of pure muscle. Love the volume and capacity. Appreciate her soundness and flexibility. Just a nice, well-made heifer. The heifer out of the next class, one that I think came to us out of that class just by being a little more practically made. Here's one that's long and extended up front. A little frailer in terms of her composition when you study her foot and her bone work. Maybe not quite as thick and as stout and as powerful as some out here, but a nice, fundamentally correct female. Get to the heifer out of class 4, and that one's kind of a unique critter when you study her from the ground up. The foot, the bone, those things in terms of an Angus female are pretty special. You just don't find that kind of substance sometimes in Angus cattle. Really appreciate the thickness and stoutness and width that she's got from end to end. she maintains that pretty well in terms of just soundness and mobility. And for a female that's got that added stoutness and thickness, she still gives you enough angularity, femininity, and style and balance from the side. If I'm going to pick on her, and usually I do pick on the good ones, she's plenty fat for me. I might make her just a notch leaner and trimmer. Aside from that, I think there's an awful lot of good in that female in regards to power and substance and balance and look. Female that won the last class, we talked about her and just talked about when you study her from the side, she has got a killer look. I love the way that her neck comes so high out of the top side of her shoulder. No chest and no front end in that one at all. Comes back and opens up with some forerib and carries that rib expansion back into her flank. She's a female that's super sound and flexible when you set her into motion. If you study her and compare her to some of her contemporaries out here, she might not have as much muscle. Do I think she's got plenty of muscle? Yes. I don't call that one flat or light muscled in any regard, but she's not as stout and as powerful and as thick as the female right in front of her. But I do think that one gives you a killer look, and I think you just have to love the quality and balanced and feminine look that she gives you from the side. But again, awfully nice division of females to look at and evaluate. I'm going to take one more look, especially at these last two back here. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors in this division. What a lineup of cattle. Give them a big round of applause. I'll show you which one I like the best.
Second call, Class 15 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 15 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 40 Angus females. Second call, Class 40 Angus females. Your champion intermediate Angus female goes to entry number 258. BBR Blackbird 372J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa.
Bring in our second place heifer out of Class 4, and again, another awfully high quality female. Huge bodied, thick ended, certainly one that gives you some look and some balance and some presence. As we said before, when you park her, she gives you that look that she's maybe getting a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder. When you ask her to get out there and go off of her front end, she kind of wants to paddle and struggle just a little more off of her front end. And again, if we could just rock that shoulder back just ever so slightly, I think she'd show you a little more comfort and ease on the move. But another awfully good female. This heifer out of the 5th class will be reserved in this division. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion intermediate Angus female goes to entry number 276, SCC Heart and Soul 153, owned by Delaney Jones of Harrod, Ohio. First call, Class 16 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 16 Shorthorn females.
Another really nice class. These are early March heifer calves. Dark red heifer that wins the class. I mean, there's so much cow put together here. I think we've just got so many good things that we can talk about. And I mean, you can pick at her if you want to, and say, well, she maybe isn't as long necked as some of these others, but I don't know if that's really an issue on this one. I think she's attractive, feminine made, pretty made, cowy, big ribbed, high volume. And the natural width that she shows when we compare her to the roan heifer standing behind her is, it just, for me, that's what really breaks them apart. Just when you get on their top, you can look down their top, you look at them from their hooks back into their pins. Our dark red heifers, wider pinned, shows us more natural width and dimension. I think she handles herself better when we get her out. And I just think there's just more heifer and more cow in that class winner when we compare her to the really attractive made red roan heifer that comes second, just real long necked and pretty, but not as much to her. Young man's heifer that follows in third just kind of finds her place there. There isn't enough of her to get her to first or second. She maybe isn't quite as sound structurally. We start looking at her top, the way she wants to open up behind her shoulders and kind of come apart on us, not quite like our two that stand above them. Dark red heifer that comes next, pretty quick in her kind, but holds herself together, really tight, structured. She gets a little round in that muscle structure, wants to drop her pins, kind of get a little round on that tail head area, drop off and get around her maid. And then the roan heifer that follows out, when we start looking at them from width and dimension, again, we need females. If we're going to get them farther up, we're just going to have more of them, blow them apart, get them up to that end. But it's a good set of females all the way through. Congratulations.
Results of Class 10 of your Shorthorn female show: in first place, entry number 80, Pioneer 261, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 89, DJS Cherry C218, owned by Blaine Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. In third place, entry number 86, Skylar Ward. In fourth place, entry number 85, Jensen Wessler. In fifth place, entry number 83, Logan Schrader. In sixth place, entry number 81, White Oak Beef. In seventh place, entry number 87, Laney Gray Swindle. And in eighth place, entry number 88, James T. Gardner. Your Class 11 Shorthorn results: in first place, entry number 94, TASC Corey, owned by Alyssa Carter of Oregonia, Ohio. In second place, entry number 93, SNSL Hopes Mirage 222, owned by Callie Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In third place, entry number 97, Joshua Blakeman. In fourth place, entry number 90, Kanan Clear. In fifth place, entry number 91, Colton Oglesby. Second call, Class 16 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 16 Shorthorn females.
We get into these April yearling females in a real nice class here. Three heifers, I think, on the top end of this class that are really competitive. Heifer we lead off with, I think, just in terms of balance and look and freshness of condition. she's the one that surfaces to the top for me. Again, I appreciate her skeletal design and her mobility. She's really got some substance of bone and some foot up under her, but to go with that, she still balances real well from the side. Like her femininity, like the fact that she's still pretty honest in terms of condition, and just like the way that she goes and balances and collects herself when you set her into motion. The heifer in second, another real nice female there. The wide-uddered heifer might be just a notch stouter in terms of her construction. Huge-footed, huge-boned. She's also got just a bit more condition on her when you study her down through her chest, getting a little more throat to her as well. And I think when you study her and compare to our class winner, she maybe tapers back just a bit more from her hooks to her pins, not quite as impressive in the top portion of her hip compared to our class winner, but both real high quality females. This heifer in third, a powerhouse in terms of just substance and growth and mass and width, powerful from end to end, big bodied, thick ended. She kind of comes undone on us, though, in her top line. Gets a little easier right there in the center of her spine. Wants to cave in right behind her shoulder just a bit. And again, study her down through her chest and her brisket, back down around her udder and up around her tail head. Just getting a little too excessive in terms of condition for me. I would love to make her leaner and trimmer and more honest. I think that'd help a lot of her issues she's having in terms of movement and mobility. Study the next two heifers, and the heifer behind hers, a little neater necked heifer that's got some substance, that's got some center rib, got some width. She gets a little bit frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work, a little shorter and rounder in her hip, if you will. We change those things about her. That heifer that concludes the class, easy keeping type cattle there that'll be low maintenance. Love her center body, just a little short and plain up through her neck and her front end, a little deep and bold in her chest, and needs a bit more true muscle when you read her from behind.
Third and final call, Class 16 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 16 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 40 Angus females. Second call, Class 40 Angus females. First call, Class 41 Angus females. First call, Class 41 Angus females.
Another really interesting class, these early marches, and I'll be, obvious things as you can roll them around, which I did do, and I think we can, I'll explain it when we get down there. But the heifer that wins the class, again, we started looking for females that combine a lot of quality to them. We can look at them from the front end back, we can look at them down their top, look at them through their hip, look at them down to the ground, and the things that this heifer brings is she is the best, I think, in all those areas in this class. She's wide enough when she tracks out, which for me is always, I like to look at them and see some width of base so that we know there's some width of skeleton and we're not just looking at a lot of hair in these cattle. This one's got a lot of width and dimension. She's good hipped. She's wider in her pen. She's got more to her than a dark red heifer, and I think she just kind of works her way to the top. Dark red heifer's a lot like her, just not as much of her, not as much hip. Gets a little shorter from that standpoint, from her hooks back, a little quicker the way she's put together back there. Not as good, I think, when we look at her from kind of in her chest floor forward. Young man's heifer that comes next this is the real intriguing breeding piece in here. There's a lot of power in this one, and she's one that I think you could probably just kind of turn her out and not have to feed her a long time. You maybe want to work her a little bit, but you wouldn't have to put a lot of feed into this one. She's always going to be powerfully constructed. She's kind of got extra rib, extra dimension, extra bone and foot. Along with that, maybe some of the drawback to that is that she will come apart on you a little bit, not be as pulled together maybe as those two heifers stand above her. Young man's heifer that comes next. And I started out, and just flat honest with you, she's probably not my type for what we do and what we want to have, but she's probably too good to not acknowledge that this is one that if you live in an area where you can put a lot of corn into one and you can really get one ready, this is going to be an intriguing one to follow. She's so unique and extreme kind of in her type, but there's a lot of good to her. And my first impulse is I can't do that, but then I back up and I think, I got to admit that there's too much good in that one to not get her at least partway up into the class. And we follow with a pair of heifers that, they're probably they're big ribbed, high volume, really nice cow prospects. Put them in the show ring compared to these heifers standing above them. We're going to have to make them a little more attractive, get them to pull together a little bit better, give them a little more extension if we're going to get them up on the front end. But it's a nice set of heifers all the way through. Give those exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 41, Angus females. Second call, Class 41, Angus females.
Well, real good set of these early April females, and study these top 2 or 3. And again, I think you'll be pleased with the quality you see out here. This female that we lead off with, boy, she's another really, really good one in terms of just type and kind. Big square hip, about as square and as level as you can make it. Huge bodied. I mean, this thing's as deep as a whale when you study her center body. Really one that's big footed, rugged boned, still got some balance and some look and some symmetry to her. And you set her into motion, and boy, she collects her top real well. Female that's just got a lot of quality to her. That's a good heifer to lead off the class. This white-uddered heifer in second's another real high quality one. Love the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Like her depth and dimension and power. Chest is kind of wanting to fall out of her just a bit when you study her on the front view, and from right here, we'd love to tuck her chest up in her and just give her a little more balance and symmetry from the side. But again, another real nice female that's got some quality to her. That heifer in third just gives up some performance compared to those top 2. She just doesn't have quite the width and dimension and shape that we see in those top 2 heifers. Moderate framed, practically made, and sound structured. I'd set her tail head down into her just a bit more naturally and probably lengthen her hip out just a bit if we want to talk about ideals. That heifer we conclude the class with got some foot and some bone. Certainly appreciate the fact that she's long and extended fronted, but just doesn't have quite the internal dimension, doesn't have the cow power and shape and expression of muscle we see in the top end of that class.
Third and final call, Class 41, Angus females. Third and final call, Class 41, Angus females. First call, Class 42, Angus. First call, Class 42, Angus females. First call, Class 17, Shorthorns. First call, Class 17, Shorthorn females.
get ready to pick this second division, and this is just an exciting lineup of these young females, March and Aprils, that are, I think, have a tremendous future, have so much good in them. We're not going to walk through each one of them. I think you can see the similarities, and then they can see how they break apart, the differences in phenotype on them. You know, and they're probably kind of, I've looked through as we get into each class, kind of look at the EPDs on these cattle. Not a real outlier in any of these. You know, we haven't hit that one yet that really is extreme that we need to really point out or talk about. So there's good in all of them. They're all good numbered. You know, there's a heifer calf in here that really kind of came to me and hit me pretty good. And then I think it honestly, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look pretty hard into our reserve spot to find the one that I think kind of fits up. But this is a great set of class winners and a great set of seconds. Give these exhibitors a really nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations. We'll pick a champion and a reserve.
Your early spring heifer calf champion of your Shorthorn show goes to entry number 53, GCC Buckeye Charm 72, exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson of Charlotte, Montana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 80, Pioneer 261, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Entry number 129, Shorthorn female to the main cup arena immediately. Entry number 129 to the main cup arena. Second call, class 17 Shorthorn. Second call, class 17 Shorthorns.
Well, a nice set of these March yearling heifers and top 2 or 3 heifers again in here. A lead in high quality as you would expect, and study these top 2 heifers, and a lot of quality here to talk about between these two. The heifer here in the lead that we're going to start with, to me, just leaner and trimmer and more honest in terms of condition, but also quite a bit more feminine and attractive up front. I sure love the way that one comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Really no chest and no front end in that one, and then comes and opens up to a big forerib, big midrib, and carries that all the way back into her flank. Got some added substance and width and power. Just a real high quality, elite looking female to win that class. Heifer in second probably does have a bit more depth and dimension of rib. Really tremendous in terms of her center body, and especially in terms of the depth of her center rib and thoracic cavity. To me, that one just kind of gets a little overcooked in terms of condition. She's starting to get a little deep and bold there in her chest. She's starting to kind of fall apart in her top line when you ask her to get out there and go. She is huge bodied, and that's a good attribute, but she just kind of gets to falling apart on us out here, especially when you set her into motion. This heifer in third's got some quality to her as well. I like her added width and dimension, especially when you study her back through her hip and her center and her lower quarter. Stout featured from the ground up as well. Compared to those top 2 heifers, a little smaller and more moderate in terms of stature, a little further along in terms of condition as well. starting to push some chest and starting to get a little bit greasy back there around her tail head. I'd also stouten her up in the top portion of her hip as well. Heifer we conclude with, another big-bodied, easy-doing, easy-fleshing type female, just lacks the balance and quality and style from the side we see at the top end of the class.
Second call, Class 42 Angus females. Second call, Class 42 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 17 Shorthorns. Your Class 40 results: in first place, entry number 311, PVF Missy, 1055, owned by Ashton Dillo of Villa Ridge, Illinois. In second place, entry number 321, Triple K Sandy, 10J, owned by Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. In third place, entry number 309, Sydney Sanders. In fourth place, entry number 312, Michaela Dockery. First call, Class 43 Angus females. First call, Class 43 Angus females.
Another really nice set of these, four of these heifer calves in here. The class winner's, I think, pretty easy to come to. She puts a lot of good things together. Extra dimension, extra amount of mass and body. Still puts it together. And I'm going to pick at her just a little bit. I'd like to change her just a little at the ground. She's just a tick off, just for me, wants to roll maybe in just a little bit at the ground on those front feet, but I don't think you can keep her from winning this class. I think you have to appreciate her from this, what she really is, which is a high volume, big ribbed, really attractive made power female, and kind of works her way to the top. Young man's heifer that comes next, kind of similar in kind, not as much of her. Gets a little shorter, especially when we stand here and want to look at her from her hooks back into her pin. She gets a little shorter in that hip. Doesn't want to carry down with the dimension that we have in our class winner. Doesn't give us that extra spring and rib that we have in our class winner. Young man's heifer that comes next is kind of that real heavy made, kind of rugged made, big bone, big footed individual. She gets a little bit piecey when we look at her, the way she comes together. Wants to kind of break right behind her shoulders, not be quite as sound made maybe as those heifers above her, but still you have to appreciate her, the dimension that she has from one end to the other. Young man's heifer that comes next, super neat on the profile. You can stand back and look at her and just really appreciate her, the way she's put together. Really extended up in that front end, kicks up out of there with the neck coming up out of her shoulder. Just get behind her and compare her to the one standing above her. We're going to want to widen her out. We're going to want to expand her from one end to the other, get more of her. But it's a good set of females all the way through. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 42 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 42 Angus females. First call, Class 18 Shorthorns. First call, Class 18 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 43 Angus females. Second call, Class 43 Angus females.
Well, nice class of these early March yearlings, and you know, starting to get into these divisions and classes where these things are sure looking like cows, starting to belly down and udder up, and that's what we expect at this stage of the game. White uddered heifer that leads off the class is doing all those things, but still maintaining some composure and some balance and some look from the side. Big square hip in that female, certainly big bodied, stout featured. Getting a little chest, pushing a little chest, but again, this stage of the game, those things are going to get a little greasy if you keep feeding on them, but she's still sound structured. She's still neat looking and attractive when you study her from the side, and she gets out there and goes pretty well off both ends of her skeleton. Heifer in second is leaner and more honest when you study her down through her chest and her front end. Heifer there that's just pretty practically made. Long spine, square and level hipped. Really like her in terms of her center body. Maybe not as stout and as powerful and as impressive from the top side of her shoulder back to her hip as we see in that class winner. Neat, attractive, elegant up front, still sound structured, got some foot and some bone up under her. The heifer that comes right behind her that we moved up a spot, just like the look and balance and freshness in that one. Really like the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Again, appreciate that one for having that added center body. She's probably just a little neater necked and a little more feminine and attractive up front than the heifer that we moved down a spot. The heifer that comes next, stout featured, rugged and durable in terms of her construction, just maybe a notch too masculine for me up through her front end and her neck and her head. Study her from her shoulder back, and you have to admire her power and width and dimension, but I'd love for her to be a bit more feminine and angular up front. Conclude the class with a pair of heifers coming next that are moderate framed and deep bodied. They're cattle that I think will be easy fleshing and functional type cattle when we kick them out. Just not quite as impressive when you study them from the side, not quite as skeletally correct, and just don't give you that balance and look and quality from the side that we see on the top end of that class.
Second call, Class 18 Shorthorn. Second call, Class 18 Shorthorns. Once again, your third and final call, Class 43 Angus. Third and final call, Class 43 Angus. First call, Class 44 and 45 Angus. First call, Class 44 and 45 Angus females.
Another really interesting class on our Shorthorn side with a class winner that I think comes front pretty quick for me. I think she puts so many things together. We look at what we've looked for earlier in the day. She's the same kind, you know, and she's attractive enough. We don't have to talk about it on any of them. They're all really cool made. They're good looking. But then, you know, you want them to bring some extra dimension when they come, and this one sure has it. She's got that extra rib, extra volume, extra width. Stand on top of her, look down through her, and you're going to see more heifer there than you're probably going to see in some of the others. And so I think she kind of puts it together. She'll track herself out of the ring really well, gets around, and I think she's just a female that puts so many good things together. Heifer, and it's close second and third. Two different kinds of heifers for me. I think you can look at them and stand off and look at them on the profile and see they're made differently. They're made in their shoulder differently. They're made through their front end structure differently. And, you know, and I think we have just a little more just natural true heifer standing here in second. She's not as far along, probably a little fresher, greener, probably one that's got a little more time in her. I like her the way she ties into that front end a little better than our heifer that comes third. She doesn't show quite as much chest and neck, and I think she's got enough natural dimension. She's not the stoutest, most powerful one that can stand on either side of her, stand down through there, but she's still got so much good to her. A really intriguing one that stands third. And I think the differences for me, we kind of look at a chest floor forward, look at the way they made made coming back, and I just think she's a female. She's been, you know, really got a lot to her. She's got a lot of dimension to her. I just don't like the way she balances up when we compare to those heifers that stand above her. Then we have a pair of these heifers that, you know, just from a structure standpoint, they want to kind of come apart. They don't want to hold themselves together. They want to, you know, kind of get up in their tops or get out, kind of break behind their shoulders, or want to drop their pins, not get around the ring like we'd like for them to. So there's just some things we could do differently if they're going to win a class. But a really nice set. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 18 Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 18 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 19 Shorthorns. First call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 44 and 45 Angus. Second call, Class 44 and 45 Angus females. Entry number 141, Shorthorn female to the makeup arena. Entry number 141 to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 19 Shorthorns.
Get our class winners back out here in the Junior Yearling Division 1, and certainly another division that's just loaded with quality, really nice females to talk about and describe out here in this division. So just keeps the heat just keeps getting turned up every time, division after division, really good females. So let's talk about especially these four that we've got in front of us. The heifer that wins the first class of this division, just an awfully nice female, sound structured, good bodied, great width and dimension and shape in her. Like the way that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Just one that I think's awfully complete. Just a nice female in terms of body, dimension, and also skeletal correctness. Heifer out of the second class, that one is intriguing to me. You study that one, and you just can't hardly make one much deeper than that and keep their spine in them in terms of just having some levelness and some integrity. She's really deep-bodied from top of her spine down to the bottom of her belly. You'll search far and wide and try to find a female that's got that much internal dimension. Square and level hipped, sound structured, still neat looking and attractive, real fresh in terms of her chest and her front end, presented at a real high level. Just a really complete female there also that's got tons of quality. Heifer out of the third class is one that is intriguing. She's probably the most tricked out of the lineup out here, just in terms of the added bells and whistles she's got in this breed. Love the foot and bone. Appreciate the long extended neck and front end. She's got some added width and dimension and power up high. Big hipped, thick-ended female. And again, set her into motion. That one goes well off both ends of her skeleton too, but just gives you a killer look from the side every time you study her on the side view profile. A lot of good in that female. White-uddered heifer that comes out of the last class. Talked about her just a minute ago. Tremendous in terms of her depth of body, female that's square and level hipped. Compared to her contemporaries out here, she's probably a little flatter in regards to muscle when you step right in behind her, view her down her top, and she probably just doesn't have the true genuine shape some of these other cattle have. Getting just a little more chest, pushing just a little more brisket when you get her out there and get her on the move. But again, another high quality female that brings a lot to the table. Really, really a competitive drive here. And again, if you wanted to place them differently, hey, I probably wouldn't argue with you much, because I think there's 4 really good females. I think it's between these 3 up here, and depending on where you want to put your priorities, you could take those and shake them up and place them any way you wanted to. So congratulations to these exhibitors. I'm going to go show you the 2 that I like the best, but let's give them a big round of applause for another awesome, awesome division.
Second call, Class 19 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 19 Shorthorns.
Over in the Shorthorn ring, a pair of these heifers, and there's some differences, and I'll be the first to admit our class winner's probably getting a tick out there for me just on the type that this heifer is. I do, we keep pushing for plenty of dimension, pushing for plenty of rib, plenty of volume, but then along with it, we kind of want to have some, kind of have them hold it together and pull themselves together. This heifer is kind of intriguing from the standpoint she's probably got as much to her as we've seen come through here today. She's kind of starting to get kind of bigger bone, bigger footed, a little bit out there on the edge. If I kind of struggle, because if I had just a little bit more heifer in our second place heifer, especially when we start looking at them from kind of hip back down to the ground, look at them in the center portion of the body, we'd sure like to maybe move them up. But I can't deny that this heifer that wins the class puts too many good things together for me. She's just one of those that's just kind of edgy for me a little bit. She's a little raw in the kind of female she is, but I just have to appreciate the fact that she is a big ribbed, high volume, power female, and that kind of gets her to the front end. Young man's heifer that comes next, a lot like her. Again, we talk about just trying to have a little more of them if we're going to get around our class winner. She's as sound and fluid and gets around as good, and so I think it's kind of a close placing with just a little bit of extra dimension in our class winner. White heifer that comes next, just a really nice female. It's just a good heifer. Lots of center portion of her body, lots of rib and dimension, not as attractive made, doesn't want to balance out like maybe those 2 ahead of her, but a good female. And young man's heifer that comes next, again, just a really good individual. It's got a lot of future, a lot of good in these cattle. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 19 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 19 Shorthorn. This is your first call, Class 20 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 20 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 44 and 45 Angus females. Second call, Class 44 and 45 Angus females. Results of Class 41 of your Angus show: in first place, entry number 324, MLA Proven Queen, 2135, owned by Maddie Dorsler of Greens Fork, Indiana. In second place, entry number 330, Glenfoe Core Missy, 221, owned by Marcy Harward of Richfield, North Carolina. In third place, entry number 328, Ella Coulter. In fourth place, entry number 327, Gage Zenner. In fifth place, entry number 332, Olivia Jones. In sixth place, entry number 329, Cody Robert York.
Well, nice trio of these February yearling females, and the heifer that wins does so fairly handily in my mind. Study her on the move and then study her up through her neck and her front end. Really like the quality look that she gives you from the side. Again, big-bodied, thick-ended, nice-made female. Easy place for me to start this class. Heifer in second gives you that neat, attractive look also. Gives up some performance and some power, I think, to the cattle on either side of her. I still prefer her fresh look up through her neck and her front end and her chest in comparison to the heifer that comes in third. Just gives you a little more of a feminine, attractive look. I'd probably set her tail head down her just a bit more naturally, but I like the flare of rib, the expression of muscle, the neat, attractive look we see in her. Big numbers on this female that concludes the class. Really one that I think's got some growth and some performance, and her paper backs that up as well. Like the thickness and width and dimension of that female. She's just a little overcooked for me in terms of condition. Just gets a little plain up front, a little deep and bold there in her chest. We need to melt some of that excess condition off of her, in my opinion.
Really nice, sound, useful female that wins this class on the shorthorn side. Just get her out and track her around the ring. She's good on the move. She's got plenty of rib, plenty of dimension to her. Wide enough topped, wide enough in her pin placement. Her advantage over the red heifer that comes second is just right down at the ground. She's better on her front end. She's better as this heifer comes around. I think this class winner just gets out and tracks better. I think she gets around a little squarer down at the ground than our red heifer that comes second. This heifer wants to get off a little bit on that front end. She wants to get her tail head jacked up a little bit, like to just change her in that area. She stands still. You really like her on the profile, like the way she looks. Get her on the move, and we just kind of need to, make her just a little truer and sounder when we get her out moving around, so we get her out of the ring. Young man's roan effort comes next, probably starting to push a little bit of extra condition at an early age. You can start to see it kind of starting to lay in there in certain areas, gets into her chest, kind of stand behind her. She's got a kind of a look that you like to freshen her up just a little bit, but you have to appreciate the length of side, length of hip, dimension that the heifer brings. Young lady's roan heifer that comes next, when we start looking at them from a structure standpoint, she's one that kind of gets into pieces. She has a little more shoulder than we'd like, wants to break in behind her shoulder, wants to drop her pins, get a little round in the way she's made as she travels away from us. Just not quite as sound structurally as I'd like for her to be. Young man's white heifer is a really nice one that we just need more of. Again, they get a little narrower made, a little narrower gauged, finer, a little more refined. So we'd like to have a little more of her as we get down the road with them. But good set of females. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 20 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 20 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 44 and 45 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 44 and 45 Angus females. This is your first call, Class 46 Angus females. First call, Class 46. Shorthorn entry number 150 and 152 to the makeup arena immediately. Shorthorn entry number 150 and 152 to the makeup arena immediately. First call, Class 21 Shorthorns. First call, Class 21 Shorthorn females.
Another nice pair of females on our Shorthorn side, and probably where they break apart for me is when we kind of get back and look at them and look at the length of hip in these cattle. Got them from their hooks back into their pin area, and I think our class winner shows us a little more extension, a little more length, carries down a little deeper. Just a heifer that's got just squares up a little better when we compare to the heifer in second. Love this heifer in second. Center portion of her body's really good. She's attractive made. She just wants to drop those pins and get a little shorter in her hip when we compare to the heifer that goes out ahead of her. Just a real nice pair of heifers. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 20 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 20 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 46 Angus. Second call, Class 46 Angus females. First call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females. First call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females. Second call, Class 21 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 21 Shorthorn females. Entry number 178 and 181 to the makeup arena. First call, Class 24 Shorthorns. First call, Class 24 Shorthorns.
Get into these Januaries, and again, another high quality class with some really, really good ones to talk about here on the front end. These top two females I think are awfully nice. Both of them just have the right kind of structural design. They both sure have the right kind of center body depth and dimension. I think there's a nickel's worth of difference in terms of pure expression of muscle and shape from end to end. But I think the heifer in the lead is one that just gives me a little more of a striking side view profile when we study him from this view. Heifer there that's still fresh and attractive in her makeup for a big bred. Sound off both ends of her skeleton. Got a big square hip in her. Just love the center rib that she's got. But set her into motion, and I think you just really like the way she collects herself and travels. Awfully nice female to lead off. Heifer in second, it's a lot like her in that she's got that same kind of rib and volume and mass. Maybe got just a little more chest than the heifer that we lead off with, and I don't think she's quite as wide and as massive out of her hip. Maybe not as impressive as you study her out over the edge of her loin, but still super sound, flexible, big-bodied, cowy, and functional in her design. Good kind of cattle there to fall in second hole. The heifer in third is one that's just a bit different than those other two cattle. She's a bit more conventional in her makeup, maybe just a notch more terminal in her look versus maternal. She's big-footed, she's stout-boned, she's got a big square hip in her, and she's got the right kind of volume and capacity. Looks a little earlier maturing. a little quicker in her design than those two heifers right in front of her. A lot of quality in her as well. Just a totally different type and kind. I land on her in third. Some of you might tie to her to win. I think she goes third today behind those other two more extended females. The heifer that comes in fourth, another nice, attractive female that's a bit longer and more extended in her pattern, like that long, square, level hip. Appreciate her length and extension. A little bit smaller footed and a bit more frail in terms of her bone work and composition. Little straighter from her hock to the ground, just a bit more tentative in terms of movement in comparison to those top three. Another moderate frame, deep centered heifer coming next that's square in terms of her hip, flexible in terms of her hind leg, just pushing a little too much chest for me. Doesn't show us quite the balance and look from the side. Heifer coming next is another just big, stout, growthy, high-performing one. Just a little too plain as you study her up through her neck and her front end. Maybe not quite as secure in terms of movement and mobility, but certainly some added power and shape and dimension. Conclude the class with a pair of heifers there, cattle that are moderate framed, easy keeping in their design. One that's coming out looks like she's getting close to Kevin as well. Appreciate that about her, but just need a bit more balance and skeletal correctness to work her up in that real competitive class.
Third and final call, Class 21 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 21 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 24 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 24 Shorthorns. First call, Class 25 Shorthorns. First call, Class 25 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 46 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 46 Angus females. Attention Charlet exhibitors, your show is slated to start at 4:30 p.m. Once again, Charlet show to begin at 4:30 p.m. in Freedom Hall. Second call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females. Second call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females.
Nice class of these Januaries. I think is where we're at in this, or these older heifers, I guess, in this division. A pair of these females that are kind of different in kind, but you know, so it kind of gets down to, I think our heifer that wins the class, the obvious things is she's longer made, a lot more extended from one end to the other, a lot more length of top, length of hip. She maybe didn't want to hold herself together quite as well as the white heifer. She wants to maybe open up just a little bit and kind of come apart a little, but I still think she's good enough, and I think you got to kind of appreciate the fact that she does have just a little more. We've got a little more female there that fits in with kind of what we've been doing. White heifer is kind of an interesting package, super tight made, really tightly constructed. You know, I look at her and I just right now, you just have to appreciate her. She has got some rib shape, she's got some dimension. Maybe not as much as either heifer on either side of her, but just a good individual that I think is very, just kind of sound and useful, very functional. I don't know what, I'm not sure where this heifer's endpoint's going to be if we get to the point where she's quits on us or if she's going to be a continuing as we go down the road with her and get her big enough. But it's just a really interesting pair of females. Heifer that comes next doesn't want to balance up. She gets into her chest a little bit, pushes a little bit of that chest floor out there, doesn't give us the width and dimension. You get narrow or a little tighter in her pin area, doesn't want to be quite as sound structurally, just like the dark red heifer that comes next. Really long neck, long fronted, ties in nice into her shoulder, kind of flattens out, and then get behind her, and she's really a narrow pin, doesn't want to give us the width and expression that we have in those heifers above her, wants to kind of get a little flatter. Young lady's her own heifer that comes next, just a really good individual, not a little quicker in her kind, wants to just shorten up in her front end, shorten up in her frame, shorten up in her top and her hip, so we don't have as much heifer as we have down the road. Then we have a real big growthy one that from a, just from a structure standpoint, probably, you know, starts to kind of come apart for us. Just a little piece here in the way she's made. Like to tighten her up a little bit. But a really interesting class. Congratulations.
We get these 4 females back out here in our junior yearling Division II, and again, not disappointed with the quality or the consistency of the females we've got out here. 2 real nice class winners, and certainly 2 good seconds standing over there. One of them will come back into consideration when we pick a division champion. But two real special kind of females here in this division. I'll tell you the subtle differences that I see between the 2 heifers. The heifer that wins the first class, again, just in terms of shape and flare of rib, in terms of structural correctness and balance and look, you gotta love that heifer. She probably is just a little sleeker necked and a little bit more feminine headed than the heifer right behind her, if we want to talk about just comparing them apples to apples. Love the hip, love the structural design, like that center body depth and dimension she's got. She gets a little easier and weaker right behind her shoulder. She wants to pinch in her forerib just ever so slightly. But again, that's being nitpicky on an awfully good heifer that brings a lot of positives to the table. The heifer out of the second class, she's one that has all those same attributes that we talk about in terms of depth and squareness of hip and skeletal correctness. She's probably a little further along in terms of condition compared to the heifer right in front of her. There's not a ton of difference in the condition of those heifers. Both of them, to me, are pushing plenty of chest. I don't call them too fat, but they're fat enough, but they've got to be at this stage of the game if they're going to be competitive. That heifer balances so well when you study her from the side. Like we said, she maybe is not quite as sleek and just jet-necked as some, but I do think that she balances quite well when you study her from this view. Love her skeletal design, appreciate how dead level she is from the top of her shoulder all the way back to her tail head, and there's just a lot of quality and good in that female, actually in both those females. Like we said, real good second standing over there as well, so tough division once again. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. I'll show you which one I like the best.
Second call, Class 25 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 25 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 26 Shorthorns. First call, Class 26 Shorthorn females.
Heifer that was second class to our division champion comes back out for consideration for reserve. And we talked about how that was a competitive pair, kind of tit for tat between those two, both of them really deep, really big bodied. Slight differences, I'd say, in terms of true natural thickness, maybe in terms of overall condition, but awfully close pair of heifers. To me, you break those two down and analyze them and try to figure out which one of them fits the best with our division champion. It's close. And again, if you would want to disagree or argue or place them a different way, hey, it's one of those deals, I think, here where you could flip a coin. I think the heifer that's probably nicer made in terms of her spine and the way that it lays in from the top of her shoulder back to her tail head and just has a bit more presence and look and composure, especially when we set them into motion. The heifer that was second in class, she'll be your reserve division champion.
Your champion junior yearling Angus female out of Division II goes to entry number 365, Dameron C5 Enchantress 2110, owned by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 370, SCC SFC Phyllis 110, owned by Addison Page Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Third and final call, Class 46 Angus females. Third and final call, Class 46 Angus females. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion Angus females. Third and final call, Class 25 Shorthorns. Third and final call, Class 25 Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 26 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 26 Shorthorn females. The American Angus Association would like to recognize more of your Roll 'em Victory Award winners for 21 through 2022. Your Reserve Senior Heifer Calf Champion of the Year was FCF Phyllis 056, owned by Tucker Bayer of Wisconsin. Your Intermediate Champion Female of the Year and Show Heifer of the Year went to SSF Lady 5030, owned by Houston Faree of Indiana. Your Reserve Intermediate Champion Female of the Year was a tie between EXAR Frontier Gal 732, owned by Express Angus Ranches of Oklahoma and London Slaughter of Texas. The other tie was between EXAR Frontier Gal 1920, owned by John Allison of Oklahoma. Your Junior Champion Female of the Year was tie as well. Went to UDE Blackbird 153, owned by Mercedes Faree of Indiana. Your Reserve Show Heifer of the Year went to UDE Queen Ruth 204, owned by Rance Wheeler of Missouri. Your Senior Champion Female of the Year went to Dameron Northern Miss 9203, owned by Paige Lemminger of Illinois. Your Reserve Senior Champion Female of the Year went to QCC Skymere 912, owned by Quincy Clayton of Virginia.
Couple of October females here, and good to see that they're already in production and got calves at side. That's the way it ought to be. I think there's some subtle differences between the cows and the calves, but I give the nod to the pair here in front. The cow herself's just moving quite a bit better than the female that's in second. Takes a longer and more accurate stride. I think probably just a little nicer in terms of her udder and her teat design as well, and got a heifer calf at side that's just really, really cool looking. That's a nice, logical place to start with that pair. Real fresh looking cow, nice looking heifer calf at side that's got some skeletal correctness. The cow in this second pair is just really, really neat and intriguing to look at. I love the long extended neck and front end that she's got. She's got a big square hip, and again, nice heifer calf at side. Set her into motion. I don't know if she's hurt herself or injured herself, but she's kind of got a hitch in her get along. She's not moving very well when you get her going, and so would love for her to just travel freer and truer with a little more security, especially off her hind feet and legs, if we're going to get her around that nice cow-calf pairing first.
On our shorthorn side, really an interesting pair of heifers at the top end of this class, and a lot of physical differences that are easy to see. I think when we stand off and look at them phenotypically, our class winner's gonna, and I'll be the first to tell you, she's as big as I'd want to have a January. I mean, she put her what age where we're at here. These heifers are pushing kind of the upper end, I think. But this is a heifer that her real advantage and where she can really get out is when you walk her out and we let her stroll. This heifer can cover and track and just get around the ring. For a heifer that's got that much dimension to her, has that much rib, that much hip, that much power all the way through, and just get out and just float through out of here and cover her tracks and get out of the ring. That's her advantage over the heifer that comes second. I love this heifer second, standing still. I like the way she's put together. She's a little more moderate in her type, I think. I love her away from up for her front end, back into her rib shape. She isn't as powerful as our class winner. There isn't as much to her. But for me, when we get them and start walking them, she wants to just shorten up a little bit, not quite reach out and cover her steps and stride like our class winner does. She just gets a little shorter in her stride, not quite as flexible. Nice heifer that comes third. Young lady's heifer, very deserving to fit up in here. She's got some rib shape, got some volume, doesn't have as much to her. Again, it gets down to just getting more into these cattle if we're going to get on the front end. But this is a good one that's sound and functional and very fluid. Big red heifer probably starts to get a little bit more open in her type, and her skeleton doesn't want to be quite as tight made as our class winners and the two that stand above her. She wants to kind of break just a little bit. I love her length, love her dimension. That's the advantage she probably has over the roan heifer that comes next, the heifer that probably shortens up a little bit, a little shorter in her hip. Gets a little shorter in her stride, not quite like our heifers that stand above them, but good set of females all the way through. Congratulations.
Last class of the day, we get these fall-born yearlings back out here, and certainly you've got a cow-calf pair, and then you've got one that looks like she's bred but not close to calving, so pretty easy decision there. I'm going to always go with the ones that have been in production and calved out, and certainly you like the look and freshness of this cow. Would probably shorten her teat design up if we want to talk about ideals. Got a nice bull calf at side. She's doing a good job. Appreciate that female. Heifer in second, certainly a little bit overdone in terms of condition. We need to melt a whole lot of that excess condition off of her. I'd say that's probably been a factor in her not calving on time, and may continue to plague her for a little while longer, but need to melt some of that excess condition off her, get a calf on the ground, and try to make that one a little more of a productive female.
Third and final call, Class 26 Shorthorn. Third and final call, Class 26 Shorthorn females. Entry number 190 to the makeup arena immediately. Entry number 190, Shorthorn female to the makeup arena. First call, Class 27, 30 and 31 Shorthorns. First call, Class 27, 30 and 31 Shorthorns.
Well, the last division of the day here in the Angus Female Show, and it's been really good to this point, and can't wait to get the division champions back out here and sort through the champion female drive. These senior yearlings, both these cow-calf pairs, sure bring some positives to the table. Nice cow-calf pair over there in second out of the first class. And then a bred heifer that hadn't calved yet, so she's a little off schedule. I think you compare and contrast these two. I think positives and negatives on both sides. The cow, the first class, like her depth of body, like the fact that she's long and extended fronted. Gets a little easy and weak right there behind her shoulder, but a big square hip, sure-footed, big boned, takes a long, accurate stride, doing a nice job with a fancy little heifer calf at side. Pair out of the second class, she's got a little more chest. She maybe doesn't balance quite as well as the cow right in front. She does have some volume, some capacity, a little longer in her teat design than maybe ideal for me, bull calf at side, and again, we're never going to fuss when we get a live calf out of a first calf heifer. He's probably not as high quality and quite as attractive as the heifer calf on the pair that wins the first class. But again, kudos to the cow for laying down, having one, and going to raise a nice bull calf with her first calf at side. So with that being said, to me, easy decision. Cow-calf pair out of Class 1's going to be your champion. One out of Class 2 will be reserved in this division. Congratulations.
Get ready to pick this division on our shorthorn side. Just a ring full of really good ones. I mean, great cattle that have so much potential, I think, and I think as shorthorn breeders, you ought to be able to find females in here that you can do so much with. And you know, genetically, you're going to know a lot more about them, but they're just phenotypically, they're cattle that I like. I think they're, you know, they're attractive made, big-bodied, sound, powerful individuals that look like, you know, they're going to make good cows, as we can, from what we can tell just standing here looking at one of them. But great lineup. These exhibitors have worked pretty hard to get to this point. Give them a really nice hand, and we'll pick a pair of champions. Congratulations.
And your champion senior Angus yearling female goes to entry number 379, Diamond T. Sarah's Dream, 315, owned by William Pender of Coleman, Alabama. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 381, Inside Made MFA 2520, owned by Ethan Miller of Gaston, Indiana. Second call, Class 27, 30, and 31 Shorthorns. Second call, Class 27, 30, and 31 Shorthorns to the makeup arena. Your junior heifer calf champion in your Shorthorn show goes to entry number 126, CF Crystal Lucy, 230, owned by Paige Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 182, STECK WSCC Chelsea HC 253K, owned by Steck Cattle of Woodstock, Minnesota.
get into these Decembers, and just, man, this is a good one, I think, to win the class. It's just a really complete individual. So many things about her I like. I like the way she looks standing still. I like the way she moves when she gets out and tracks. I like her size. I like so many good things about this heifer. I think it's pretty easy for me get drawn to her to let her win this class, and then the challenge gets to be how do I sort up the ones that come behind her. Red heifer, I think, is as close to her as we can get. This one is a little more, you know, bigger boned, bigger footed, a little more powered up maybe when we look at it from that standpoint. Not as soft made, not as big ribbed, not as nice flanked as what we have in our class winner, but still I think she kind of fits into being in that position. The real high growth female in the class comes third. This is the long neck, long spine, real extreme in her kind, good breeding pieces. These are individuals that, you know, I think we can use and put them in our program and get them mated to the bulls like the bulls that win this bull show today. You know, take these kind of females, give them a little more rib and body, and kind of change their type a little bit. Then the young man that comes out next got just a really good one. Just a nice roan heifer that's got some rib shape and got some volume. You know, maybe structurally I'd do some things different on her just off of both ends, but just you have to appreciate her. She is a good cow prospect. So congratulations on a really nice set of females.
Second call, class 27, 30, and 31 Shorthorns. Second call, class 27, 30, and 31 Shorthorns. Now exhibiting in the Angus ring will be the selection of your grand champion Angus female. Entering the ring, we have entry number 90, owned by Mercedes Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Entry number 97, owned by Express Angus Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Entry number 148, owned by Josie Brooks Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Entry number 184, owned by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Entry number 200, owned by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Entry number 258, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Entry number 298, owned by Cheyenne Brunker of Ottawa, Kansas. Entry number 365, owned by Houston Furry of Sullivan, Indiana. Entry number 379, owned by William Pender of Coleman, Alabama.
Class of November's over here on the Shorthorn side, and it's just a good trio of heifers, different all the way through, though. I think you can sure see those obvious differences. The heifer that wins the class, you know, she is the more extended, longer neck, longer spine, a little bigger growth heifer in here, but I think for me, I like her from the standpoint, I think she's as sound as we've got them in here. I think she can track, get around the ring, cover her stride, do a lot of things right. Look at her, she's probably carries back with a little more rib and volume, a little more flank when we compare her to the heifer that comes second. Our class winner will maybe balance up a little better. Heifer in second, I really appreciate. I think this is a good one. She probably gets just a little tighter made when we compare her to the heifer standing in front of her. She wants to tighten up in her rib shape and back into her flank and not give us an extra bit of dimension like our class winner has, but she's just a really good one. Young lady's heifer that comes next, big ribbed, high volume individual. What I'd like to change about her, she gets a little upright up on that front end. She doesn't want to flex down and into the ground. And then when you get behind her and watch her track, she isn't as sound as we'd like for her to be. So just a really good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we thank Dr. John Rayfield of Texas for judging today's Angus show. First call, Class 32 Shorthorns. First call, Class 32 Shorthorn females.
Pretty nice class of these Octobers. It's kind of a unique individual up here on the front end. That just, you know, and along with the physical things that she brings to the ring, she's probably one of the first ones you can go to, look at her genomically or look at her EPDs and see that she's, you know, above breed average in her growth. She's above breed average in ribeye and marbling. She's kind of, and she's not bad on birth. She's just, she does a lot of things right, and she sure handles this thing phenotypically in the ring. She is just good top, good hip, sound. Spend a lot of time talking about her, and you don't need to, but she's a pretty good one, and her advantages over this one is structure. I think mainly that's the first place you're going to find our class winner at the best of these four is from a structure standpoint. Young man's heifer that's second to her, similar to her from a rib shape type, big ribbed, high volume, starting to push a little extra condition as maybe some of these other heifers are in here. They're starting to show it a little bit, but you got to appreciate her. She's got some width of top and hip and gets around as well as she can. Young lady's heifer that comes next is probably starting to show us more condition on both ends. She sets up in there and they're kind of around her pin area, starting to see it. She lays it into her chest. And then a really nice female that comes next, fresh, good doing, kind of a big rib, nice female, not maybe as sound as we need for her to be if we're going to get her on the front end, but still a really good individual. Congratulations.
Well, wow, what a day. We've had tremendous Angus show today. Started out this morning with a good bull show, really nice set of cow-calf pairs, and now we're at the culmination of the female show, and I just want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to sort this. I want to thank the Angus Association for having the confidence in me to think that I'm worthy of doing a show of this magnitude. I appreciate the invite. I thank the North American, as always, for inviting me to be a part of such a great event. Always, North American always holds a fond place in my heart. I've told this story a couple of times when I've judged shows here, that the first time I walked in here was in 1990 when I was a teenager and I was judging in the National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest. Well, 32 years ago, and then fast forward, I'm still here, and today I'm the superintendent of the National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, and so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to not acknowledge and thank my committee members who've been working all day today to make sure we have an excellent contest tomorrow, while I've been out here, what they would say, frolicking and judging the Angus show. So I'm thankful that I've got a great group of people around me that help put on such a quality event as our National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, and they afford me the opportunity to do the things that I love, just like sorting the Angus show today. The other folks that I sure don't want to forget and acknowledge are my wife and my daughters, who hold everything together at home while I'm gone. We got a handful of cows, but we got a barn full of show calves, so we fight this on a daily basis just like all of you do. So I couldn't do this without the support of my family, and I certainly am blessed and honored to have the opportunities that I've had in the area of livestock evaluation. It's been my absolute honor and privilege to judge here today. It always is, but to get to judge the National Open Angus show, that's one of those that you'll just put a big check mark beside and say, that one was pretty cool to judge, folks. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. As we look at this lineup, I'm not going to go back through and talk all of them individually. I'm just going to say, tremendous set of calves on this end. You know, you could take those anywhere in the country and just be lights out. Really nice set of calves here to evaluate, and not saying they're not in consideration. I'm just saying their better days are ahead of all of them, because I'd say a year from now, it's going to be really tough sledding to get around some of these awfully good babies that are on this end of the lineup. So kudos to these exhibitors, especially in these first three classes. I think three really nice heifer calves. We're going to skip down a little bit, and then I think we got a group of 4 heifers starting right here and going back to here that are ones that certainly bring a lot of quality to the table. We could sit here and nitpick and talk about the positives and the negatives of each one of those heifers. I don't know if that'll get us anywhere, but I would tell you that I think all 4 of those could be breed changers within the Angus breed. They've all got pieces and parts that I think are unique to each one of them. They're all really sound, functional cattle. They all have, I think, a little extra shape and expression of muscle. They all have that look and pizzazz that we want to put in these show cattle. And you could line those 4 up any way you wanted to, and I don't think most folks in here would argue with you, because I think that those are all at that elite level. When we talk about elite show cattle, they're all in that ball game. So not going to sit here and tell you that I'm smart enough to know which one of them's the best. I'm just going to go show you which 2 of them that I think are the best at the end of the day. With that being said, folks, it's been an honor and a privilege to be with you today. I realize there's probably only going to be a couple of folks happy, but rest assured, when I walk out of here, I'm going to be happy, because I'm tickled with the lineup of cattle I've got here in front of you. So again, thank you for the opportunity. It's been my pleasure. I'll go get you a champion and a reserve female.
Second call, Class 32, Shorthorn females. Second call, Class 32, Shorthorn females. First call, Class 35, Shorthorns. First call, Class 35, Shorthorns.
This class of September Shorthorn females, just a pretty good individual that wins the class. I think she finds her way to the top, kind of that combination. And we can pick on her a little bit on her front end structure, be kind of where we'd need to change her some. But I think in this class, you have to allow her to win the class, because I think she brings the most good things together. Young man's roan heifer that comes next, similar to her, just maybe not quite the same, as much dimension or as much female as we have in our class winner, similar to the young man's dark red heifer that comes next. Heifer that gets a little tighter in the way she's made, a little tighter in her rib shape and in her flank, and not as much cow prospect as we have standing above her. But good set of females. Congratulations to these heifers.
And your grand champion Angus female goes to entry number 298, Lakeview Lady C 2119, exhibited by Cheyenne Brunker of Ottawa, Kansas. Your reserve grand champion Angus female goes to entry number 200, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 1221, exhibited by Houston Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Congratulations, Angus exhibitors. At this time, the American Angus Association would also like to recognize your additional ROV winners for 2021 through 2022. Your champion Get a Sire went to FA New Attraction, owned by Anston Bray of Texas, Destiny Angus Farm of Illinois, and Holly Gamble of Tennessee. Your reserve champion Get a Sire was a 4-way tie between Schillings R&L Confidential, owned by Eva Henriksen of Kansas, Pembroke Cattle Company of Oklahoma, and Schilling Cattle of Kansas. GAR Reliant, owned by Gardner Ranch Incorporated of Kansas, and Sexing Technologies of Texas. Roadrunner Grant 2197, owned by Roadrunner Angus of California. Colburn Primo 5153, owned by Abigail Grace Colburn of California. Your champion junior Get a Sire was also a 2-way tie between Silvera Style 9303, owned by Cattle Visions LLC of Missouri, Griswold Cattle Company of Oklahoma, and Silvera Brothers of California. Stevenson Turning Point, owned by Conley Cattle of Oklahoma, Gen X Cooperative of Wisconsin, and Stevenson Angus Ranch of Montana. For a complete list of 2021 through 2022 Roll of Victory results, visit the American Angus Association website. If you haven't been able to pick up your award, please make your way to the backdrop at this time.
On the Shorthorn side, get ready to pick the senior heifer calf division champion, and just a good set of cattle. You know, we've not as much depth as we had earlier in the day. Wouldn't expect it, but the quality's just as good. And I think there's a pair of these individuals that kind of float to the top pretty easy for me. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations. We'll pick our champions.
Third and final call, Class 32, Shorthorn females. Third and final call, Class 32, Shorthorn females. First call, Class 35 and 36, Shorthorns. First call, Class 35 and 36, Shorthorn females. Shorthorn entry numbers 223 and 227 to the makeup arena immediately.